The Black Stranger and Other American Tales by Robert E. Howard. Texas Talking Book Program, DT 6984. Edited, and with an introduction, by Stephen Tompkins. Copyright 2005 by Robert E. Howard Properties, LLC. Introduction copyright 2005 by the Board of Regents of the University of Nebraska. The Black Stranger, copyright 1987 by Conan Properties International, LLC. Reprinted by permission of Delray Ballantine Books. Conan is a registered trademark of Conan Properties International, LLC. All rights reserved. Manufactured in the United States of America. Read by Craig York. This book contains 351 pages. Approximate reading time, 18 hours. This book contains markers allowing direct access to contents, introduction, stories, letters, poems, and source acknowledgments at Level 1, and to chapters at Level 2. From the Book Jacket. Robert E. Howard is celebrated as the founding father of sword and sorcery, the creator of Conan of Cimmeria and Cull of Atlantis. The Black Stranger and Other American Tales demonstrates that in some of his most powerful heroic fantasy and horror stories, he also explored a new world order, one more haunted than that which we've seen in textbooks or museum exhibits. In Howard's Gothic America, dominion goes hand in hand with damnation, and the present never ceases to writhe in the grip of the past. The Black Stranger spearheads the collection. Located at the extreme edge of Hyperborean geography and human ruthlessness, this Conan novella has seldom been available until now. All of the Cimmerian's lethal skills may not be enough inside a stockade that shelters a self-exiled, pirate-plagued count, besieged from without and bedeviled from within. Against the backdrop of a demonically hostile landscape, Howard recreates the worst nightmares of the earliest European invaders of North America. In the tales that follow, Howard unearths sinister civilizations that have forgotten the mysteries of their origin on American soil tens of thousands of years ago. That soil is a dark and bloody ground, beneath which the monstrous heirs of ancient wrongs and unsuspected wars wait. A Comanche champion and a lone conquistador stumble upon empires carved out of the primordial Southwest by necromancers. Hot hate given cold flesh lurches on Zuvembi legs in Pigeons from Hell, and lurks in the shuddersome swamps of the Deep South in Black Canaan. These stories, here refurbished with authoritative, unexpurgated texts, have transcended the 30s pulps in which they first saw print. With their unflinching focus on original American sin and even more original sinners, some are sure to take their place next to dark classics like Young Goodman Brown, Benito Sereno, and A Rose for Emily. Robert E. Howard, 1906-1936, lived and wrote in Cross Plains, Texas. From 1924 until his death, he sold hundreds of stories to pulp fiction magazines such as Weird Tales, Argosy, Action Stories, Fight Stories, and Cowboy Stories. As a 20th century American master of fantastic adventure, he rivals Edgar Rice Burroughs. Stephen Tompkins contributed to the original manuscript facsimile of The Black Stranger and The Illustrated World of Robert E. Howard, both Wandering Star publications. His essays have appeared in The Barbaric Triumph, a critical anthology on the writings of Robert E. Howard, and The Dark Man, the Journal of Robert E. Howard Studies. The works of Robert E. Howard. Boxing Stories, edited and with an introduction by Chris Gruber. The Black Stranger and Other American Tales, edited and with an introduction by Stephen Tompkins. The End of the Trail, Western Stories. Edited and with an introduction by Rusty Burke. Lord of Samarkand and Other Adventure Tales of the Old Orient. Edited by Rusty Burke. Introduction by Patrice Luyanet. The Riot at Buckstort and Other Western Tales. Edited and with an introduction by David Gensel. Contents. Introduction. The Black Stranger. Marchers of Valhalla. The Gods of Bal-Sagoth. Nekht Semerkeht. Black Volmea's Vengeance. The Strange Case of Josiah Wilbarger. The Valley of the Lost. Kelly the Conjure Man. Black Canaan. Pigeons from Hell. Old Garfield's Heart. The Horror from the Mound. The Thunder Rider. The Classic Tale of the Southwest. The Grim Land. Source Acknowledgements. Stephen Tompkins. Introduction. America has a powerful disintegrative effect on the white psyche. It is full of grinning, unappeased aboriginal demons, too ghosts, and it persecutes the white men like some Eumenides, until the white men give up their absolute whiteness. America is tense with latent violence and resistance. D. H. Lawrence, Studies in Classic American Literature. Welcome to the New World. The Prehistory and History of North America as Dreamed by Robert E. Howard, 1906-1936, whose characters brawled and brooded their way through the pages of Weird Tales and a variety of other 1920s and 1930s pulp magazines. Howard's gifts enabled him to lengthen perspective even as he heightened intensity, and this collection features stories that are linked not by a protagonist or a genre, but by New World settings. The identification or idealization of America as Eden persists from Emerson's "Here is Man in the Garden of Eden" through Fitzgerald's "Fresh Green Breast of the New World" in The Great Gatsby. But for Howard, such dreams deepen and darken into nightmares commensurate with a continent as lonely and gigantic and desolate as Eden, after man was cast forth. The Eden of these stories is trampled by invasion after invasion. Its Adam is also Cain, and its serpents tempt with crimson fruit from which only the knowledge of evil and worse evil can be had. All that interrupts man's inhumanity to man is inhumanity's inhumanity to man. Leslie Fiedler has noted that the Celts, the Irish in particular, from their home on the very verge of the West, have dreamed most variously and convincingly of that other place, a tradition that Howard, famously described as the last Celt, did his part to continue. As a Texan, he was predisposed to think in terms of empires. As a Celt, he could also discern, as does Turlough Dub O'Brien in The Gods of Bal-Sagoth, that all empires were ultimately dreams and ghosts and smoke. The dreams and ghosts and smoke waft from the pages Howard devoted to Conan's Hyperborean Age, Cull's Valusia, Solomon Kane's Africa, and Bran MacMorn's Rome-resisting Caledonia. He resembles in this respect other American writers who made a place for themselves in fantasy by making up places. Poe's Ulalume, Baum's Oz, Burroughs' Barsoom, Cabell's Postesme, Lieber's Newan, Anderson's Alfheim, Le Guin's Earthsea, and the elder earth through whose ruins Carl Edward Wagner's Cain stalks. But Howard also gradually wrote his way back to his own doorstep. By April of 1932, we find him informing H.P. Lovecraft that he was trying to invest my native regions with spectral atmosphere, and being much too hard on one of the stories in this collection, The Horror from the Mound, as a feeble effort of the sort. America had loomed as the uttermost west of Howard's fantasy from the start. God's angry swordsman, Solomon Kane, learns somewhat of stealth and woodcraft and strategy from the Red Indians of the New Lands. A far-sighted wizard in the Bran McMorn story Men of the Shadows espies red-skinned savages who roam the western lands, wandering o'er the valley of the western river, befouling the entempled ramparts which the men of Lemuria reared in worship of the god of the sea. And if we remind ourselves that America has been conflated with Atlantis almost as often as with Eden in the Western imagination, the Atlantean cull begins to seem like a New World naif constricted by the coils of the oldest of old worlds. But what about Conan? Howard's best-known and often least understood character is described by the heroic fantasy writer David C. Smith as the archetypal American, full of gumption, restless, wandering, as cynical and knowledgeable, as predatory and deadly as an Indian fighter or gunslinger. Such a character logically deserved an American backdrop, and in the spring of 1936, when Howard was bringing it all back home with the unfinished but unforgettable American heroic fantasies The Thunder Rider and Nekht Semerkeht, Conan was no exception to the westering impulse. Replying to a Fanish overture from P. Schuler Miller on March 10, 1936, Howard confided that the Cimmerian had even visited a nameless continent in the Western Hemisphere and roamed among the islands adjacent to it. Unfortunately, that adventure was never committed to paper, but we do have The Black Stranger, the last and longest of the Pictish wilderness stories in the Conan series. As the title of this collection implies, we hold the Americanness of The Black Stranger to be self-evident. The western edge of Pictland scarcely camouflages the eastern shore of North America. As we venture inland from Count Valenzo's beachhead, we meet D.H. Lawrence's demons at their most grinning, unappeased, and aboriginal in a grandfather of all the old-growth forests that weighed and preyed on the minds of the European colonists in those first footholds of Plymouth, Jamestown, and St. Augustine. The critic Alfred Kazin once described the Puritan enterprise as America's Middle Ages, and indeed, the Puritans were the only Americans ever to dwell in a sword and sorcery universe. Later frontiersmen called the Indians savages, primitives, or even vermin, but only the Puritans could employ an apocalyptic terminology: devils, demons, fiends, and believe every word. The Black Stranger, and its more acclaimed and anthologized predecessor, Beyond the Black River, are key texts in modern American fantasy because they recreate the literally bewildered colonist's mindset described by Richard Slotkin in Regeneration Through Violence. The eternal presence of the native people of the woods, dark of skin and seemingly dark of mind, mysterious, bloody, cruel, devil-worshipping, to these must be added the sense of exile, the psychological anxieties attendant upon the tearing up of home roots for wide wandering outward in space and apparently backward in time. For Bellessa, the heroine of The Black Stranger, the world of cities and courts and gaiety seem not only thousands of miles but long ages away, and she is certain that the forests are the logical hiding place for any evil thing, man, or devil. The story's Black Man is on loan from classic American literature. Art thou like the black man that haunts the forest round about us? Hester Prynne asks Roger Chillingworth in The Scarlet Letter. Howard's story is full of hints that he had recently encountered Hawthorne's novel, whose crowd scenes are populated by painted barbarians and rough-looking desperadoes from the Spanish Main. In many ways, The Black Stranger is The Scarlet Letter after a sex change, a blood transfusion, and some cutlass lessons. Howard's fey girl-child is all but cloned from Hawthorne's. Tina appears with the light patter of small bare feet across the sand, while Pearl plays after, making bare her small white feet, pattering along the moist margin of the sea. Howard's wild men of the sea recall Hawthorne's swarthy-cheeked wild men of the ocean, any of whom might relinquish his calling and become at once, if he chose, a man of probity and piety. Exactly the agenda of Howard's Zorono, with his elegant bows and a tread as stately as if he trod the polished crystal floor of the Cordova royal court. Conan, as Lawrence said of James Fenimore Cooper's Deerslayer, seems to have been born under a hemlock tree out of a pine cone. The early colonists triangulated themselves against both Europeans and Indians and became Americans by taking to the woods and taking them away from their previous owners. Mastery of woodcraft has served as shorthand for Americanization, from the leather-stocking tales through movies like Deliverance, Southern Comfort, First Blood, Red Dawn, and, as an example of how not to survive, the Blair Witch Project. Conan, who is at home even on the hunting grounds of his age-old enemies, the Picts, is self-authenticating, and his cultural credentials as a Cimmerian, a white barbarian, are a way around what for so long was perceived as the problem of renegades and runaways who wanted to join the Indians rather than beat them. Rejected by Weird Tales in May of 1932, Marchers of Valhalla did not see print until 1972. Craig Edward Clifford has written that Europeans trace themselves back into layer after layer after layer of previous civilizations. Texans go back into a vast, unforgiving land, a timeless sun, a silence. Howard's Marchers goes back into that land, sun, and silence, and recovers unsuspected layers by way of James Allison's Yesterself, Hjalmar, as when he and the other Aesir behold a heat-shimmery, chimerical anticipation of Sibylla or Quivera. Lurking in our minds had been the thought that it was a ghost city, one of the phantoms which had haunted us on our long march across the bitter, dusty deserts to the west, where, in the burning skies, we had seen mirrored still lakes, bordered by palms and winding rivers, and spacious cities, all of which vanished as we approached. Discussing what he terms Southwestern Gothic, Scott P. Sanders reminds us that nowhere else in America do the crumbling walls of immense ruins look out from the deep shadows of caves. Nowhere else in America do stone towers mark the past tenure of an ancient civilization that has left those of us who remain uneasy successors to the land. One way to assuage that unease is to postulate even more ancient civilizations, and Marchers would have us believe that it is not a pre-Columbian, but a pre-pre-Columbian episode. With its premature Proto-Norsemen pitted against citified Skraelings, Marchers transplants the Vinland saga from the northeast to the southwest. For want of long ships, the Aesir endure a long walk, their trek brazenly appropriating the trans-Beringian epic of the peopling of the Americas from Siberian originals. The only actual Indians in the story appear from an unexpected direction: the wayward, painted people of the islands. possibly the ancestors of the Caribs, who blackened the southern sea in their fleet of skull-bedecked war canoes. Some readers have found it difficult to turn a blind eye to the emphatically blue eyes in Marchers, and on the surface the story is as much of a 30s keepsake as would be a menu from the Hindenburg. But the golden hair and azure gazes disguise an inner darkness. Howard's Aesir are peculiar wish-fulfillment figures at best, stunted and stinted as Conan never is, and at their frequent worst they become a meditation on the oldest and most terrible blue-eyed soul. As we strode, we clashed sword and shield in a crude, thundering rhythm, and sang the slaying song of Niord, who ate the red, smoking heart of Heimdall. Aryans were not made to coop themselves up in walls, Howard maintained to H.P. Lovecraft, and Marchers is a study of what befalls his fanciful Aryans within the walls of Khemu, with its necromancers, devil-worshippers, and evil-eyed naked women, gliding like dusky shadows among the purple gloom. The Khemuri, a subject race speaking a mongrel tongue, are pretenders to the throne of storied Lemuria, as were the Aztecs to that of the Toltecs, and the extent to which they are an echo in advance of the Aztecs, so often assigned the role of feathered serpent in the New World paradise, is clear if we consult Richard Slotkin. At the end of the unslaked and savage desert, so like the wasteland of the Grail legends, they behold Mexico. Great, white, castellated cities, heaped with greenery, floating in the midst of vast blue lakes. Within the enclosed, luxuriant gardens of these enchanted cities live an exotic people, dressed in a fantastic garb of woven and many-colored feathers, intricately wrought gold, turquoise ornaments, and printed cotton. Yet these fair islands are rotten at the heart. Within each towering white temple are chambers reeking of human blood from human sacrifice and human filth. The Aesir chieftain Asgrim is a Cortez with no gunpowder, warhounds, horses, pandemics, or cultic masquerades up his sleeve. And Marchers hurtles toward a premonition of the Noche Triste of July 1st, 1520, when the people of Tenochtitlan became a nation in arms and nearly ended New Spain before it began. Resonances of another conquest are also at work in the story. The Texas writer closest in outlook to Howard is historian T.R. Fehrenbach, who has explored the vast residue of violence left over from the making of Texas, and likened the Texans to the Alemanni, or the peoples who call themselves Inglisk, who, in the process of entering, taking, and holding a territory, made themselves into a distinct tribe. If we read the Aesir as a sword and sorcery simplification of Texans at their deadliest and most driven, and the treacherous Khemuri as a combination of Aztec trappings and Mexican failings as seen unfairly through Texan eyes, we begin to realize that Marchers of Valhalla is a creation myth fit for a state that has spawned more mythology than some entire continents. A creation myth that, as is only to be expected with Howard, culminates in cataclysmic destruction. The Gods of Bal-Sagoth provides a sanguinary twist on the Old World legends of the Isles of the Blessed, the Hesperides, and Tir Nan Og, as Turlo Dub O'Brien, an outcast Gael who never loses sight of the skull beneath the skin, makes an unplanned landfall on Bal-Sagoth, an island empire that has lingered too long. The premonitions of the conquistadorial epic to come are unmistakable. Whether Quetzalcoatlan lore, "There is no legend among this people that men of iron will come out of the sea and the city of Bal-Sagoth will fall," or the vision vouchsafed to Turlo and Athelstane, a reverie that can be glimpsed but never grasped. Through the trees the warriors caught a glimmer, white and shimmery and apparently far away. There was an illusory impression of towering battlements high in the air, with fleecy clouds hovering about them. The Irish axeman will not be the last European, stranded in a strange land in a strange sea, to speculate that mayhaps Satan himself reigns here, and it is the gate to hell. Howard wrote to August Derleth, May 9, 1936, that I haven't written a weird story for nearly a year, though I've been contemplating one dealing with Coronado's expedition to the Staked Plains in 1541. A good theme if I can develop it. On the evidence of the 2 drafts of Nekht Semerkeht that survive, it was a very good theme, albeit one Howard denied himself the chance to develop fully. The errant conquistador Hernando de Guzman, quixotic in appearance if otherwise grimly pragmatic, is much traveled in the realms of gold as a veteran of Pizarro's Peruvian depredations and Cortez's Mexican exploits, but rich in experience rather than in retained loot. For de Guzman, Spain is far away, a dream-like memory. A land of cocaine that had once been real, in the golden glow of youth and desire, but now had no more reality than a ghost continent, lost in a sea of mist. And he himself, for all his armored solidity, might as well be a phantom drifting futilely across a sleeping, indifferent land. His disorientation, anticipating the comment of the historian Eliot West in his Contested Plains, when they looked at the land, the Spanish saw some trouble, but mostly they saw nothing at all. It is to be regretted that Nekht Semerkeht, as we have it, dims and dwindles to a synopsis, but Howard's ability to telescope and streamline history is nowhere more dramatic than in the genuine War of the Worlds with which the story opens. Nekht Semerkeht himself is an out-of-towner who does not quite manage to live up to his fantastic accessories, a silhouette that Howard would presumably have filled in and fleshed out in further drafts of the story. The richness here lies rather in the wealth of regional and historical detail. Tiswin, Cajamarca, Teocalli, the Karankawas, a governing Tlachtecutli, de Guzman's blind, black urge to live, and the enormities, equal parts Alexander of Macedon and Amadis of Gaul, that he has seen and committed. The royal blood of Montezuma dripping from the parapets of Tenochtitlan, blood running ankle-deep in the plaza of Cajamarca, about the frantic feet of doomed Atahualpa. Africans join Norsemen, Gaels, and conquistadors as intruders in the New World in Black Volmia's Vengeance. And it must be said not only of this story, but also of Black Canaan and Pigeons from Hell, that although Howard's best work is timeless, he himself was not. He was a white Texan in a period when being one meant membership in a caste whose prerogatives and prejudices were unconstrained by the evolution of attitudes or the revolution in legal remedies achieved by the civil rights movement, which is to say that his vocabulary included what many of us might nominate as the ugliest word in American English. Fortunately, for the sake of his fiction, Howard's worst outbursts were mostly confined to his letters, especially when he sought to out-Knight writer the equally unenlightened H.P. Lovecraft. But there was another side to him, one that compulsively identified with underdogs, especially lupine underdogs, and for which all other color considerations were eclipsed by a detestation of the yellow streak that so often signifies cruelty. That part of Howard created his African-American heavyweight champion Ace Jessel, and related Conan's axe-powered emancipation of black galley slaves in The Hour of the Dragon. In Black Volmia's Vengeance, Bigomba, the Cimarron war chief, is in the way, but not necessarily in the wrong. He has reason for asserting that the only devil is a white man. Nor should we overlook Howard's word choice when the Caucasians Volmea and Wentjerd lurk like phantoms of murder. In admiration or exasperation, the world continues to ponder the question that Hector St. John de Crevecoeur first formulated in 1782. What then is the American, this new man? The answer, in Black Volmea's Vengeance, is Terence Volmea, an Irish pirate who took over from Conan, to the extent that another character could, when Howard rewrote The Black Stranger as the semi-historical adventure Swords of the Red Brotherhood, which also failed to sell. Volmea comes into his own in Vengeance, and his own is, like all Revengers' tales, a kind of ghost story, in which he is haunted by having been hanged back in Galway by the Royal Navy's Wentjerd. But, as also occurred with Turlough and Athelstane, the old-world quarrel of Gael and Saxon is overridden by the perils of the New World, not the least of which is the lordly snake, larger and hungrier than life, that lairs in the jungle-engulfed city. Has any other writer ever come close to Robert E. Howard's scrupulous compliance with the pronouncement, after the fall in Eden, of ceaseless enmity between the seed of Eve and the seed of the serpent? Other ghosts also threaten to appear in Vengeance, but never quite do. Here the lost civilization is not dying, as are Camus and Bal-Sagoth, but is already long dead. Yet something new is being born too. The sea thieves of piracy's golden age were amphibious frontiersmen on a water world that dissolved hierarchies, New World revolutionaries of sorts before there were New World revolutions. More rough-hewn declarations of independence in the Americas preceded that which Thomas Jefferson authored by decades. "Your English king is no more to me than rotten driftwood," sneers Volmea. Could he but catch it afloat, he would sink the monarchy itself. On land, Volmea is a naturalized citizen of the wild, and, having been schooled by North American Indians, he is better equipped to survive his South American predicament than Wentjerd, who has much to learn and even more to unlearn. The poet Kenneth Rexroth has argued that, as literary devices, Native Americans often play the parts of nymphs and satyrs and dryads, the spirits of the places. They are our ecological link with our biota. In modern American fantasy, Indians serve the same function as do elves in Northern European fantasies such as The King of Elfland's Daughter and The Lord of the Rings. They were here first, and they were here better. Robert Frost's line from The Gift Outright, "The land was ours before we were the land's," does not apply to them. The Valley of the Lost fascinates in this context because it opens another of Howard's temporal trapdoors, through which we plummet into an age of such unfathomable antiquity that even the Indians are not indigenes, but invaders. Skeptical about how manifest destiny actually was, Howard constantly poked and prodded the newness of the New World. In these stories, there are always ruins beneath the ruins, and ghosts before the ghosts. The Valley of the Lost is an American cousin of Worms of the Earth, and, like the Roman occupiers of Britain in that masterpiece, the European conquerors of America are a heavy-footed race, mercifully unaware, for the most part, that the ground beneath them shudders and seethes with secrets. The feud between the Reynolds clan and the McCrills is a red obstacle in the way of progress and development, a savage retrogression. In short, a fall, or a consequence of the primal fall. Another downward journey, that of John Reynolds to the inferno beneath Lost Valley, is foreshadowed by the inferno of hate raging in his heart. The collapse of what passes for civilization is paralleled by the descent into the deep places of the earth and even deeper potentialities for diabolism of the old people. Howard's Southwest, like that of Cormac McCarthy in his harrowing Blood Meridian, is baked and blasted by hate as if by a second sun, and we learn with Reynolds that the elder race's arsenal of death in strange and grisly forms failed long ago to overcome the blind ferocity of their pre-Toltec dispossessors. The story is noteworthy for what we might borrow from Herman Melville's look at Hawthorne and call the blackness 10 times black of its conclusion. The old people need not be at the heels of the last of the fighting Reynoldses, for they are now in his head. The earth seemed hideously alive under his feet, the sun foul and blasphemous over his head. The light was sickly, yellowish and evil, and all things were polluted by the unholy knowledge locked in his skull like hidden drums beating ceaselessly in the blackness beneath the hills. In the same May 1936 letter in which he alluded to Nekht Semerkeht, Howard sought to distance himself from a story that would appear in the next month's Weird Tales. Ignore my forthcoming Black Canaan. It started out as a good yarn, laid in the real Canaan, which lies between Tulip Creek and the Wachita River in southwestern Arkansas, the homeland of the Howards, but I cut so much of the guts out of it in response to editorial requirements that in its published form it won't resemble the original theme, woven about the mysterious form of Kelly the Conjure Man. Leading Howard experts now believe any evisceration that occurred was preemptive, that Howard cut in anticipation of, rather than in response to, editorial strictures. But the story remains what it intransigently is, a tour of what Richard Slotkin calls the South's own unique internal frontiers, beyond whose borders lay a primitive world, peopled, for the white Southerner, with nightmares of vengeful savagery and bloodlust, or with fever dreams of forbidden eroticism. Black Canaan dispenses with the or combining the nightmare savagery and the fevered eroticism. Black Canaan is almost as entitled to the title Beyond the Black River as is the Conan classic of that name, and riverine metaphors course through the story and the kernel from which it grew, Kelly the Conjure Man. In every community of whites and blacks, at least in the South, a deep, dark current flows forever, out of sight of the whites who but dimly suspect its existence. A dark current of colored folks' thoughts, deeds, ambitions, and aspirations, like a river flowing unseen through the jungle. Howard was conflict-minded, but also conflicted, and if the grandsires of Kirby Buckner and his compatriots were frontiersmen, they were also slaveholders whose rugged self-reliance relied upon coerced servitude. Buckner says of his isolated, shut-mouthed breed that they are jealous of their seclusion and independence. But as we read on, we see that the seclusion is also an incarceration. The whites are locked up in a private hell, whose demons are their families' former victims. The fear of a black uprising lurked forever in the depths of that forgotten backcountry. The very children absorbed it in their cradles. Is it possible that in some mysterious way the backcountry has been remembered as well as forgotten? Howard permits himself one reference to antebellum days and another to a blood-drenched revolt back in 45, but the wider world, the outside authorities and the backdrop of Reconstruction are missing. Instead, the actors might almost be performing some time-lost dramatization of Lincoln's worst-case scenario of retribution in his second inaugural. Until every drop of blood drawn by the lash shall be paid by another drawn with the sword, as was said 3,000 years ago, so still it must be said, the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. In this sense, Saul Stark and the bride of Damballa are debt collectors, avenging angels, and they dominate the story as they seek to dominate Canaan. In contrast, the white settlers merely react, at times with dismal predictability, as when the vigilantes are eager to loosen the tongue of the hapless Tope Sorley with the lash. Neither Grimesville as a town name nor Tope's surname requires much exegesis, but Saul Stark's monikers deserve our attention. Saul the warrior king was Howard's favorite Old Testament figure, and the word Stark and its variants mean strong in the Germanic languages. Stark is the son of a Congo witch-finder, but he hails from South Carolina, notorious as the state that was too small to be a country and too large to be an insane asylum, the epicenter of nullification and secession. Sinuous and insinuating, the bride of Damballa is both the result of and an incitement to miscegenation, the true forbidden fruit of the American Eden. Her barbaric fascination quickens Howard's already racing pulse, and her heavy ornaments of crudely hammered gold, as African as her loftily piled coiffure, provide clues to what kind of race war is being waged here, as does Stark's plan to make of the rivers and creeks moats to defend his domain. No one can cross the waters to come against them. He will rule his tribe as his fathers ruled their tribes in the ancient land. This is a counter-secession, a separatism that will separate Canaan from America itself. Have the sins of the forefathers brought not just Africans, but Africa itself, to what should have been a new world? Buckner reflects that the essence of the bride demands a grimmer, more bestial background, a background of steaming jungle, reeking black swamps, flaring fires, and cannibal feasts, and the bloody altars of abysmal tribal gods. Of course, this has little to do with any Africa that ever was, except in the projections of Europeans and European Americans whose access to dark continents came from closing their eyes or their minds. But the worry that not Europe, but Africa, will reshape America in its own image, the jungle-grown marshes of Tularosa Creek stretch inlets southward like groping fingers, is balanced by the tacit admission that the fallout from slavery disfigures and degrades the doers as well as the done to. Long before Saul Stark arrives, everyone in Canaan has already been put in the swamp. Another view of the same process is on display in Pigeons from Hell, one of the finest American horror stories, and one of the most American. Here the swamp has moved indoors and upstairs, but the reek and rot of decay are still pervasive. Miss Celia, the proudest and the cruelest of the haughty de Blassenvilles, is reduced to a Zavembe clad in the rags of an old ballroom gown, like a hideous parody of Scarlett O'Hara. Black Canaan and Pigeons from Hell belong in any American library of burdened conscience and shadowed self-awareness, right next to The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym, Melville's Benito Sereno, and Absalom, Absalom. These stories know more than they tell, and they fear even more than that. God, what frightful ancient terrors there are on this continent fools call young. The Garfield of Old Garfield's Heart was the first white settler in Howard's part of Texas. Lost Knob is a Cross Plains doppelganger. When hills no white man ever set foot in before, still swarmed with Comanches. His elegy, that this was good country before it filled up with cowmen and squatters, echoes Howard's own lament to Lovecraft in 1933. What I want is impossible, as I've told you before. I want, in a word, the frontier, which is compassed in the phrase new land, open land, free land, swarming with game and laden with fresh forests and sweet cold streams. Garfield owes his life to Ghost Man, a witch doctor of the Lipans, who dwelt in this country before the Comanches came down from the Staked Plains and drove him south across the Rio Grande. Were his name not portentous enough, we learn that Ghost Man is a worshipper of something from a way back and a long way off, and the significance of this story's fantastic heart transplant, from the perspective of a D.H. Lawrence or Leslie Fiedler, is fairly obvious. Like The Valley of the Lost, The Horror from the Mound rebukes the overconfidence of the Anglo-come-lately, and the story within the story is something of a companion tale to Nekht Semerkeht. Here, not all of the grinning, unappeased demons are aboriginal. For the Caballero Hernando de Estrada and his armored pikemen have imported the epitome of old-world malevolence, an undead hidalgo in whom the doctrine of limpieza de sangre, pure-bloodedness, has become more sinister yet. As black suspicion eats at the heart of the expedition, so also does suspicion of the only black among them, a cannibal slave from Calabar. Far from being black, the pursuing evil turns out to be whiter than white, and at the moment of crisis the suspect from Calabar is no longer regarded as a black man, but simply as a man who accompanies his fellow men to beard the leech in his makeshift den. The Thunder Rider is Howard at his most modern in his aversion to modernity. The assimilated Comanche John Garfield can only resist the most highly artificialized civilization the world has ever known by recovering the oxymoronic, all-seeing blindness that made possible the dreams and visions and prophecy of his tribal forebears. Garfield evades psychosis by resorting to metempsychosis. His memories of warriors past and warrior pasts are a still unconquered hinterland. My mind began turning red. The shadow of a dripping tomahawk began to take shape, to hover over me. The first and more enthralling half of The Thunder Rider rewrites conventional American ethnography as Garfield in effect remembers too much. I could tell you things that would shock you out of the amused tolerance with which you are reading this narrative of a race your ancestors crushed. I could tell you of long wanderings over a continent still teeming with pre-human terrors. But enough. Howard was still in the early stages of mapping that continent and imagining those pre-human terrors in this story, and admittedly the swords could be sharper and the sorcery more spellbinding as the second half tapers off. Still, he is on native ground and in native guise. At last, the founding father of American sword and sorcery is writing about authentic American warriors. And the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time, as T.S. Eliot puts it in Little Gidding. And just as the blonde berserkers of Marchers have been replaced by the Comanches, the barbarians at Howard's very own gate, the incongruous extracontinental nomenclature of the earlier story, with its Poseidon, Ishtar, and Ymir, has disappeared. Instead, the master of the darkening land is addressed by his servants as Tezcatlipoca, the name of one of the sun god's incarnations, taken, no doubt, in a spirit of blasphemy by the ruler of this evil castle. Howard's letter praising Teotihuacan, a poem by one Alice L'Anson, had appeared in Weird Tales in January 1931. I believe that only one familiar with that ancient land could so reflect the slumbering soul of Aztec land as she has done. And the allusions in The Thunder Rider to mighty cities far in the serpent-haunted jungles of the dim south and the days of the Golden Kings suggest that Howard had realized that the immensities of myth and memory, symbolized in stone by Tenochtitlan, Tula, and Teotihuacan, were available as a New World equivalent of Acheron and Stygia in the Conan series. Perhaps he would have gone on to give us a Mesoamerican fantasy to rank with Montezuma's Daughter, Terra Nostra, and the Chalchihuite dragon. Even L. Sprague de Camp mustered enough depth perception to see that a reason for the ferocity of Howard's barbarians is that the barbarians he knew the most about, the Comanche Indians of Texas, were one of the most warlike peoples on earth. The derivation of the noun Comanche, from a Ute term for fractious cousins, Coamats, those who are always against us, may remind those familiar with Howard of Cornau's boast in Exile of Atlantis. For Atlantis, thank Valka, is the foe of all men. Something of the incorrigibility that so intrigued Howard is captured in T.R. Fehrenbach's Comanches, the Destruction of a People. The horse lifted them to riches as they understood riches, and made them the most dangerous predators on the continent. These dark-eyed hunter-killers must be remembered as long as men remain men. For something in their lives, the hot thrill of the chase, the horses running in the wind, the lance and shield and war-whoop brandished against man's fate, their defiance to the bitter end, will always pull at powerful blood memories buried in all of us. Buried in all of us, but most easily unearthed by a Comanche like Garfield, who offers us a hint as to how Howard's own mind might have reddened even more had it not gone dark instead. I see the dry grass waving under the southwest wind, and the tall white house of Quanah Parker looming against the steel-blue sky. If we wish to champion this writer, it must be on the basis of what he wrote, not what it is possible that he would have written. But the excerpts from Howard's correspondence presented at the end of this collection, under the found title, The Classic Tale of the Southwest, can be regarded as appetizers from a withheld banquet. When Howard left the world in June of 1936, he surely left unwritten a Quanah Parker-centric Comanchead in which nature and nurture, barbarism and civilization, would have circled each other before closing for the death grapple. The result might have been more searching than the searchers. To adapt Howard's own words, a new star might have flashed redly across the frontier of serious Western fiction. But at least we have The Thunder Rider, evidence that at the end of his life, in a state of mind bleaker than that of John Garfield in his skyscraping office, Howard came to much the same conclusion as Philip Deloria in his study Playing Indian. In the end, Indian play was perhaps not so much about a desire to become Indian, or even to become American, as it was a longing for the utopian experience of being in between. Americanness is perhaps not so much the product of a collision of European and Indian as it is a particular working out of a desire to preserve stability and truth while enjoying absolute anarchic freedom. If the inner-directed outlets available to John Garfield and James Allison in their quests for absolute anarchic freedom are denied to us, there is some consolation in our abiding ability to draw upon classic American artists like Hawthorne, Melville, and Faulkner, Sam Peckinpah and Cormac McCarthy, and, at his best, Robert E. Howard, none of them much good at choking down pablum and placebos, all of them subversive in ways that no congressional committee could ever weed out. Working wherever possible from original typescripts, the goal of this Bison Books project has been to release Howard's imagination into its natural habitat, to stand back and let his juggernauts of immediacy and momentum shake the Purple Mountain's majesty. We hope that his words will resound across the decades as if chanted to accompany his hammering on the keys of that long-suffering Underwood, transforming readers into rapt listeners. If you believe that illusion is just a misspelling of illusion, if you object to strip-mining text in search of subtext, no worries. Enough blood to glut an Ares, or the real Tezcatlipoca, and several Ragnaroks worth of thunder await you within these pages. But if you suspect that classic is as classic does, if you're willing to grant a pulp prodigal the chance to crash the canon and penetrate the pantheon, we're pulling for these stories to move you to a proclamation like that the poet Hart Crane made on behalf of his magnum opus, The Bridge. Here one is on the pure mythical and smoky ground at last. Maybe we can no longer be born into even a desolate Eden, but we can be born there by Robert E. Howard's storytelling. The Black Stranger and Other American Tales. The Black Stranger. Chapter 1. The Painted Men. One moment the glade lay empty. The next, a man stood poised warily at the edge of the bushes. There had been no sound to warn the gray squirrels of his coming, but the gay-hued birds that flitted about in the sunshine of the open space took fright at his sudden appearance, and rose in a clamoring cloud. The man scowled and glanced quickly back the way he had come, as if fearing their flight had betrayed his position to someone unseen. Then he stalked across the glade, placing his feet with care. For all his massive, muscular build, he moved with the supple certitude of a panther. He was naked except for a rag twisted about his loins, and his limbs were crisscrossed with scratches from briars and caked with dried mud. A brown-crusted bandage was knotted about his thickly muscled left arm. Under his matted black mane, his face was drawn and gaunt, and his eyes burned like the eyes of a wounded panther. He limped slightly as he followed the dim path that led across the open space. Halfway across the glade he stopped short and whirled, cat-like, facing back the way he had come, as a long-drawn call quavered out across the forest. To another man it would have seemed merely the howl of a wolf, but this man knew it was no wolf. He was a Cimmerian, and understood the voices of the wilderness as a city-bred man understands the voices of his friends. Rage burned redly in his bloodshot eyes as he turned once more and hurried along the path which, as it left the glade, ran along the edge of a dense thicket that rose in a solid clump of greenery among the trees and bushes. A massive log, deeply embedded in the grassy earth, paralleled the fringe of the thicket, lying between it and the path. When the Cimmerian saw this log, he halted and looked back across the glade. To the average eye, there were no signs to show that he had passed, but there was evidence visible to his wilderness-sharpened eyes, and therefore to the equally keen eyes of those who pursued him. He snarled silently, the red rage growing in his eyes, the berserk fury of a hunted beast which is ready to turn at bay. He walked down the trail with comparative carelessness, here and there crushing a grass blade beneath his foot. Then, when he had reached the further end of the great log, he sprang upon it, turned, and ran lightly back along it. The bark had long been worn away by the elements. He left no sign to show the keenest forest eyes that he had doubled on his trail. When he reached the densest point of the thicket, he faded into it like a shadow, with hardly the quiver of a leaf to mark his passing. The minutes dragged. The gray squirrels chattered again on the branches, then flattened their bodies and were suddenly mute. Again the glade was invaded. As silently as the first man had appeared, 3 other men materialized out of the eastern edge of the clearing. They were dark-skinned men of short stature, with thickly muscled chests and arms. They wore beaded buckskin loincloths, and an eagle's feather was thrust into each black mane. They were painted in hideous designs and heavily armed. They had scanned the glade carefully before showing themselves in the open, for they moved out of the bushes without hesitation, in close single file, treading as softly as leopards, and bending down to stare at the path. They were following the trail of the Cimmerian, but it was no easy task even for these human bloodhounds. They moved slowly across the glade, and then one stiffened, grunted, and pointed with his broad-bladed stabbing spear and a crushed grass blade where the path entered the forest again. All halted instantly, and their beady black eyes quested the forest wall. But their quarry was well hidden. They saw nothing to awake their suspicion, and presently they moved on, more rapidly, following the faint marks that seemed to indicate their prey was growing careless through weakness or desperation. They had just passed the spot where the thicket crowded closest to the ancient trail, when the Cimmerian bounded into the path behind them and plunged his knife between the shoulders of the last man. The attack was so quick and unexpected the Pict had no chance to save himself. The blade was in his heart before he knew he was in peril. The other 2 whirled with the instant, steel-trap quickness of savages, but even as his knife sank home, the Cimmerian struck a tremendous blow with the war-axe in his right hand. The second Pict was in the act of turning as the axe fell. It split his skull to the teeth. The remaining Pict, a chief by the scarlet tip of his eagle feather, came savagely to the attack. He was stabbing at the Cimmerian's breast even as the killer wrenched his axe from the dead man's head. The Cimmerian hurled the body against the chief and followed with an attack as furious and desperate as the charge of a wounded tiger. The Pict, staggering under the impact of the corpse against him, made no attempt to parry the dripping axe. The instinct to slay submerging even the instinct to live, he drove his spear ferociously at his enemy's broad breast. The Cimmerian had the advantage of a greater intelligence and a weapon in each hand. The hatchet, checking its downward sweep, struck the spear aside, and the knife in the Cimmerian's left hand ripped upward into the painted belly. An awful howl burst from the Pict's lips as he crumpled, disemboweled, a cry not of fear or of pain, but of baffled bestial fury, the death screech of a panther. It was answered by a wild chorus of yells some distance east of the glade. The Cimmerian started convulsively, wheeled, crouching like a wild thing at bay, lips a-snarl, shaking the sweat from his face. Blood trickled down his forearm from under the bandage. With a gasping, incoherent imprecation, he turned and fled westward. He did not pick his way now, but ran with all the speed of his long legs, calling on the deep and all but inexhaustible reservoirs of endurance which are nature's compensation for a barbaric existence. Behind him, for a space, the woods were silent. Then a demoniacal howling burst out at the spot he had recently left, and he knew his pursuers had found the bodies of his victims. He had no breath for cursing the blood drops that kept spilling to the ground from his freshly opened wound, leaving a trail a child could follow. He had thought that perhaps these 3 Picts were all that still pursued him of the war party which had followed him for over 100 miles. But he might have known these human wolves never quit a blood trail. The woods were silent again, and that meant they were racing after him, marking his path by the betraying blood drops he could not check. A wind out of the west blew against his face, laden with a salty dampness he recognized. Dully he was amazed. If he was that close to the sea, the long chase had been even longer than he had realized. But it was nearly over. Even his wolfish vitality was ebbing under the terrible strain. He gasped for breath, and there was a sharp pain in his side. His legs trembled with weariness, and the lame one ached like the cut of a knife in the tendons each time he set his foot to earth. He had followed the instincts of the wilderness which bred him, straining every nerve and sinew, exhausting every subtlety and artifice to survive. Now, in his extremity, he was obeying another instinct, looking for a place to turn at bay and sell his life at a bloody price. He did not leave the trail for the tangled depths on either hand. He knew that it was futile to hope to evade his pursuers now. He ran on down the trail while the blood pounded louder and louder in his ears, and each breath he drew was a racking, dry-lipped gulp. Behind him, a mad baying broke out, token that they were close on his heels and expected to overhaul their prey swiftly. They would come as fleet as starving wolves now, howling at every leap. Abruptly he burst from the denseness of the trees and saw, ahead of him, the ground pitching upward, and the ancient trail winding up rocky ledges between jagged boulders. All swam before him in a dizzy red mist, but it was a hill he had come to, a rugged crag rising abruptly from the forest about its foot. And the dim trail wound up to a broad ledge near the summit. That ledge would be as good a place to die as any. He limped up the trail, going on hands and knees in the steeper places, his knife between his teeth. He had not yet reached the jutting ledge when some 40 painted savages broke from among the trees, howling like wolves. At the sight of their prey, their screams rose to a devil's crescendo, and they raced toward the foot of the crag, loosing arrows as they came. The shafts showered about the man who doggedly climbed upward, and one stuck in the calf of his leg. Without pausing in his climb, he tore it out and threw it aside, heedless of the less accurate missiles which splintered on the rocks about him. Grimly he hauled himself over the rim of the ledge and turned about, drawing his hatchet and shifting knife to hand. He lay glaring down at his pursuers over the rim, only his shock of hair and blazing eyes visible. His chest heaved as he drank in the air in great shuddering gasps, and he clenched his teeth against a tendency toward nausea. Only a few arrows whistled up at him. The horde knew its prey was cornered. The warriors came on howling, leaping agilely over the rocks at the foot of the hill, war-axes in their hand. The first to reach the crag was a brawny brave whose eagle feather was stained scarlet as a token of chieftainship. He halted briefly, one foot on the sloping trail, arrow notched and drawn halfway back, head thrown back and lips parted for an exultant yell. But the shaft was never loosed. He froze into motionlessness, and the bloodlust in his black eyes gave way to a look of startled recognition. With a whoop he gave back, throwing his arms wide to check the rush of his howling braves. The man crouching on the ledge above them understood the Pictish tongue, but he was too far away to catch the significance of the staccato phrases snapped at the warriors by the crimson-feathered chief. But all ceased their yelping, and stood mutely staring up, not at the man on the ledge, it seemed to him, but at the hill itself. Then, without further hesitation, they unstrung their bows and thrust them into buckskin cases at their girdles, turned their backs, and trotted across the open space to melt into the forest without a backward look. The Cimmerian glared in amazement. He knew the Pictish nature too well not to recognize the finality expressed in the departure. He knew they would not come back. They were heading for their villages 100 miles to the east. But he could not understand it. What was there about his refuge that would cause a Pictish war party to abandon a chase it had followed so long with all the passion of hungry wolves? He knew there were sacred places, spots set aside as sanctuaries by the various clans, and that a fugitive taking refuge in one of these sanctuaries was safe from the clan which raised it. But the different tribes seldom respected sanctuaries of other tribes, and the men who had pursued him certainly had no sacred spots of their own in this region. They were the men of the Eagle, whose villages lay far to the east, adjoining the country of the Wolf-Picts. It was the wolves who had captured him, in a foray against the Aquilonian settlements along Thunder River, and they had given him to the Eagles in return for a captured wolf chief. The Eagle men had a red score against the giant Cimmerian, and now it was redder still, for his escape had cost the life of a noted war chief. That was why they had followed him so relentlessly, over broad rivers and hills, and through long leagues of gloomy forest, the hunting grounds of hostile tribes. And now the survivors of that long chase turned back when their enemy was run to earth and trapped. He shook his head, unable to understand it. He rose gingerly, dizzy from the long grind, and scarcely able to realize that it was over. His limbs were stiff, his wounds ached. He spat dryly and cursed, rubbing his burning, bloodshot eyes with the back of his thick wrist. He blinked and took stock of his surroundings. Below him the green wilderness waved and billowed away and away in a solid mass, and above its western rim rose a steel-blue haze he knew hung over the ocean. The wind stirred his black mane, and the salt tang of the atmosphere revived him. He expanded his enormous chest and drank it in. Then he turned stiffly and painfully about, growling at the twinge in his bleeding calf, and investigated the ledge whereon he stood. Behind it rose a sheer rocky cliff to the crest of the crag, some 30 feet above him. A narrow ladder-like stair of handholds had been niched into the rock, and a few feet from its foot there was a cleft in the wall, wide enough and tall enough for a man to enter. He limped to the cleft, peered in, and grunted. The sun, hanging high above the western forest, slanted into the cleft, revealing a tunnel-like cavern beyond, and rested a revealing beam on the arch at which this tunnel ended. In that arch was set a heavy iron-bound oaken door. This was amazing. This country was howling wilderness. The Cimmerian knew that for 1,000 miles this western coast ran bare and uninhabited except by the villages of the ferocious sea-land tribes, who were even less civilized than their forest-dwelling brothers. The nearest outposts of civilization were the frontier settlements along Thunder River, hundreds of miles to the east. The Cimmerian knew he was the only white man ever to cross the wilderness that lay between that river and the coast. Yet that door was no work of Picts. Being unexplainable, it was an object of suspicion, and suspiciously he approached it, axe and knife ready. Then, as his bloodshot eyes became more accustomed to the soft gloom that lurked on either side of the narrow shaft of sunlight, he noticed something else. Thick, iron-bound chests ranged along the walls. A blaze of comprehension came into his eyes. He bent over one, but the lid resisted his efforts. He lifted his hatchet to shatter the ancient lock, then changed his mind and limped toward the arched door. His bearing was more confident now. His weapons hung at his sides. He pushed against the ornately carven door, and it swung inward without resistance. Then his manner changed again with lightning-like abruptness. He recoiled with a startled curse, knife and hatchet flashing as they leaped to positions of defense. An instant he poised there, like a statue of fierce menace, craning his massive neck to glare through the door. It was darker in the large natural chamber into which he was looking, but a dim glow emanated from the great jewel which stood on a tiny ivory pedestal in the center of the great ebony table, about which sat those silent shapes whose appearance had so startled the intruder. They did not move. They did not turn their heads toward him. "Well," he said harshly, "are you all drunk?" There was no reply. He was not a man easily abashed, yet now he felt disconcerted. "You might offer me a glass of that wine you're swigging," he growled, his natural truculence roused by the awkwardness of the situation. "By Crom, you show damned poor courtesy to a man who's been one of your own brotherhood. Are you going to—" His voice trailed into silence, and in silence he stood and stared a while at those bizarre figures sitting so silently about the great ebon table. "They're not drunk," he muttered presently. "They're not even drinking. What devil's game is this?" He stepped across the threshold and was instantly fighting for his life against the murderous, unseen fingers that clutched his throat. Chapter 2. Men from the Sea. Valhalla idly stirred a seashell with a daintily slippered toe, mentally comparing its delicate pink edges to the first pink haze of dawn that rose over the misty beaches. It was not dawn now, but the sun was not long up, and the light pearl-gray clouds which drifted over the waters had not yet been dispelled. Valhalla lifted her splendidly shaped head and stared out over a scene alien and repellent to her, yet drearily familiar in every detail. From her dainty feet the tawny sands ran to meet the softly lapping waves which stretched westward to be lost in the blue haze of the horizon. She was standing on the southern curve of the wide bay, and south of her the land sloped upward to the low ridge which formed one horn of that bay. From that ridge, she knew, one could look southward across the bare waters into infinities of distance as absolute as the view to the westward and to the northward. Glancing listlessly landward, she absently scanned the fortress which had been her home for the past year. Against a vague pearl and cerulean morning sky floated the golden and scarlet flag of her house an ensign, which awakened no enthusiasm in her youthful bosom, though it had flown triumphantly over many a bloody field in the far south. She made out the figures of men toiling in the gardens and fields that huddled near the fort, seeming to shrink from the gloomy rampart of the forest which fringed the open belt on the east, stretching north and south as far as she could see. She feared that forest, and that fear was shared by every one in that tiny settlement. Nor was it an idle fear. Death lurked in those whispering depths, death swift and terrible, death slow and hideous, hidden, painted, tireless, unrelenting. She sighed and moved listlessly toward the water's edge, with no set purpose in mind. The dragging days were all of one color, and the world of cities and courts and gaiety seemed not only thousands of miles but long ages away. Again she sought in vain for the reason that had caused a Count of Zingara to flee with his retainers to this wild coast, 1,000 miles from the land that bore him, exchanging the castle of his ancestors for a hut of logs. Her eyes softened at the light patter of small bare feet across the sands. A young girl came running over the low sandy ridge, quite naked, her slight body dripping, and her flaxen hair plastered wetly on her small head. Her wistful eyes were wide with excitement. "Lady Valhalla!" she cried, rendering the Zingaran words with a soft, Ophirian accent. "Oh, Lady Valhalla!" Breathless from her scamper, she stammered and made incoherent gestures with her hands. Valhalla smiled and put an arm about the child, not minding that her silken dress came in contact with the damp, warm body. In her lonely, isolated life, Valhalla bestowed the tenderness of a naturally affectionate nature on the pitiful waif she had taken away from a brutal master encountered on that long voyage up from the southern coasts. "What are you trying to tell me, Tina? Get your breath, child." "A ship!" cried the girl, pointing southward.
I was swimming in a pool that the sea tide left in the sand on the other side of the ridge, and I saw it, a ship sailing up out of the south."
She tugged timidly at Balessa's hand, her slender body all a-quiver, and Balessa felt her own heart beat faster at the mere thought of an unknown visitor. They had seen no sail since coming to that barren shore. Tina flitted ahead of her over the yellow sands, skirting the tiny pools the outgoing tide had left in shallow depressions. They mounted the low, undulating ridge, and Tina poised there, a slender white figure against the clearing sky, her wet flaxen hair blowing about her thin face, a frail, quivering arm outstretched.
"Look, my lady."
Balessa had already seen it, a billowing white sail, filled with a freshening south wind, beating up along the coast a few miles from the point. Her heart skipped a beat. A small thing can loom large in colorless and isolated lives, but Balessa felt a premonition of strange and violent events. She felt that it was not by chance that this sail was beating up this lonely coast. There was no harbor town to the north, though one sailed to the ultimate shores of ice, and the nearest port to the south was 1,000 miles away. What brought this stranger to lonely Corvella Bay? Tina pressed close to her mistress, apprehension pinching her thin features.
"Who can it be, my lady?"
she stammered, the wind whipping color to her pale cheeks.
"Is it the man the Count fears?"
Balessa looked down at her, her brow shadowed.
"Why do you say that, child? How do you know my uncle fears anyone?" "He must," returned Tina naively, "or he would never have come to hide in this lonely spot. Look, my lady, how fast it comes." "We must go and inform my uncle," murmured Balessa. "The fishing boats have not yet gone out, and none of the men have seen that sail. Get your clothes, Tina, hurry."
The child scampered down the low slope to the pool where she had been bathing when she sighted the craft, and snatched up the slippers, tunic, and girdle she had left lying on the sand. She skipped back up the ridge, hopping grotesquely as she donned her scanty garments in mid-flight. Balessa, anxiously watching the approaching sail, caught her hand, and they hurried toward the fort. A few moments after they had entered the gate of the log palisade which enclosed the building, the strident blare of a trumpet startled the workers in the gardens, and the men just opening the boathouse doors to push the fishing boats down their rollers to the water's edge. Every man outside the fort dropped his tool or abandoned whatever he was doing and ran for the stockade without pausing to look about for the cause of the alarm. The straggling lines of fleeing men converged on the opened gate, and every head was twisted over its shoulder to gaze fearfully at the dark line of woodland to the east. Not one looked seaward. They thronged through the gate, shouting questions at the sentries who patrolled the firing ledges built below the up-jutting points of the upright palisade logs. "What is it? Why are we called in? Are the Picts coming?" For answer, one taciturn man-at-arms in worn leather and rusty steel pointed southward. From his vantage point, the sail was now visible. Men began to climb up on the ledges, staring toward the sea. On a small lookout tower on the roof of the manor house, which was built of logs like the other buildings, Count Valenzo watched the on-sweeping sail as it rounded the point of the southern horn. The Count was a lean, wiry man of medium height and late middle age. He was dark, somber of expression. Trunkhose and doublet were of black silk, the only color about his costume the jewels that twinkled on his sword hilt, and the wine-colored cloak thrown carelessly over his shoulder. He twisted his thin black mustache nervously, and turned his gloomy eyes on his seneschal, a leather-featured man in steel and satin. "What do you make of it, Galbro?" "A carrack," answered the seneschal. "It is a carrack trimmed and rigged like a craft of the Barracan pirates. Look there." A chorus of cries below them echoed his ejaculation. The ship had cleared the point and was slanting inward across the bay, and all saw the flag that suddenly broke forth from the masthead, a black flag with a scarlet skull gleaming in the sun. The people within the stockade stared wildly at that dread emblem. Then all eyes turned up toward the tower, where the master of the fort stood somberly, his cloak whipping about him in the wind. "It's a Barakan, all right," grunted Galbro. "And, unless I am mad, it's Strom's Red Hand. What is he doing on this naked coast?" "He can mean no good for us," growled the Count. A glance below showed him that the massive gates had been closed, and that the captain of his men-at-arms, gleaming in steel, was directing his men to their stations, some to the ledges, some to the lower loophole. He was massing his main strength along the western wall, in the midst of which was the gate. Valenso had been followed into exile by 100 men, soldiers, vassals, and serfs. Of these, some 40 were men-at-arms, wearing helmets and suits of mail, armed with swords, axes, and crossbows. The rest were toilers, without armor save for shirts of toughened leather, but they were brawny stalwarts and skilled in the use of their hunting bows, woodsmen's axes, and boar spears. They took their places, scowling at their hereditary enemies. The pirates of the Barakan Isles, a tiny archipelago off the southeastern coast of Zingara, had preyed on the people of the mainland for more than a century. The men on the stockade gripped their bows or boar spears and stared somberly at the carrack which swung inshore, its brasswork flashing in the sun. They could see the figures swarming on the deck and hear the lusty yells of the seamen. Steel twinkled along the rail. The Count had retired from the tower, shooing his niece and her eager protégé before him, and, having donned helmet and cuirass, he betook himself to the palisade to direct the defense. His subjects watched him with moody fatalism. They intended to sell their lives as dearly as they could, but they had scant hope of victory, in spite of their strong position. They were oppressed by a conviction of doom. A year on that naked coast, with the brooding threat of that devil-haunted forest looming forever at their backs, had shadowed their souls with gloomy forebodings. Their women stood silently in the doorways of their huts, built inside the stockade, and quieted the clamor of their children. Balessa and Tina watched eagerly from an upper window in the manor house, and Balessa felt the child's tense little body all a-quiver within the crook of her protecting arm. "They will cast anchor near the boathouse," murmured Balessa. "Yes, there goes their anchor, 100 yards offshore. Do not tremble so, child. They cannot take the fort. Perhaps they wish only fresh water and supplies. Perhaps a storm blew them into these seas." "They are coming ashore in long boats," exclaimed the child. "Oh, my lady, I am afraid. They are big men in armor. Look how the sun strikes fire from their pikes and burgonets. Will they eat us?" Balessa burst into laughter in spite of her apprehension. "Of course not. Who put that idea into your head?" "Zingalito told me the Barakans eat women." "He was teasing you. The Barakans are cruel, but they are no worse than the Zingaran renegades who call themselves buccaneers. Zingalito was a buccaneer once." "He was cruel," muttered the child. "I'm glad the Picts cut his head off." "Hush, child." Balessa shuddered slightly. "You must not speak that way. Look, the pirates have reached the shore. They line the beach, and one of them is coming toward the fort. That must be Strom."
"Ahoy the fort there!"
came a hail in a voice gusty as the wind.
"I come under a flag of truce."
The Count's helmeted head appeared over the points of the palisade. His stern face, framed in steel, surveyed the pirates somberly. Strom had halted just within good earshot. He was a big man, bare-headed, his tawny hair blowing in the wind. Of all the sea rovers who haunted the Barakkans, none was more famed for deviltry than he. "Speak," commanded Valenso. "I have scant desire to converse with one of your breed." Strom laughed with his lips, not with his eyes. "When your galleon escaped me in that squall off the Tralabes last year, I never thought to meet you again on the Pictish coast, Valenso," said he. "Although at the time I wondered what your destination might be. By Mitra, had I known, I would have followed you then. I got the start of my life a little while ago when I saw your scarlet falcon floating over a fortress where I had thought to see naught but bare beach. You have found it, of course?" "Found what?" snapped the Count impatiently. "Don't try to dissemble with me." The pirate's stormy nature showed itself momentarily in a flash of impatience. "I know why you came here, and I have come for the same reason. I don't intend to be balked. Where is your ship?" "That is none of your affair." "You have none," confidently asserted the pirate. "I see pieces of a galleon's masts in that stockade. It must have been wrecked somehow after you landed here. If you'd had a ship, you'd have sailed away with your plunder long ago." "What are you talking about, damn you?" yelled the Count. "My plunder? Am I a Barackan to burn and loot? Even so, what would I loot on this naked coast?" "That which you came to find," answered the pirate coolly. "The same thing I'm after, and mean to have. But I'll be easy to deal with. Just give me the loot, and I'll go my way and leave you in peace." "You must be mad," snarled Valenso. "I came here to find solitude and seclusion, which I enjoyed until you crawled out of the sea, you yellow-headed dog. Begone! I did not ask for a parley, and I weary of this empty talk. Take your rogues and go your ways." "When I go, I'll leave that hovel in ashes," roared the pirate in a transport of rage. "For the last time, will you give me the loot in return for your lives? I have you hemmed in here, and 150 men ready to cut your throats at my word." For answer, the Count made a quick gesture with his hand below the points of the palisade. Almost instantly a shaft hummed venomously through a loophole and splintered on Strom's breastplate. The pirate yelled ferociously, bounded back and ran toward the beach, with arrows whistling all about him. His men roared and came on like a wave, blades gleaming in the sun. "Curse you, dog!" raved the Count, felling the offending archer with his iron-clad fist. "Why did you not strike his throat above the gorget? Ready with your bows, men! Here they come!" But Strom had reached his men, checked their headlong rush. The pirates spread out in a long line that overlapped the extremities of the western wall, and advanced warily, loosing their shafts as they came. Their weapon was the longbow, and their archery was superior to that of the Zingarans, but the latter were protected by their barrier. The long arrows arched over the stockade and quivered upright in the earth. One struck the window-sill over which Balesa watched, wringing a cry of fear from Tina, who cringed back, her wide eyes fixed on the venomous vibrating shaft. The Zingarans sent their bolts and hunting arrows in return, aiming and loosing without undue haste. The women had herded the children into their huts, and now stoically awaited whatever fate the gods had in store for them. The Barakkans were famed for their furious and headlong style of battling, but they were wary as they were ferocious, and did not intend to waste their strength vainly in direct charges against the ramparts. They maintained their widespread formation, creeping along and taking advantage of every natural depression and bit of vegetation, which was not much, for the ground had been cleared on all sides of the fort against the threat of Pictish raids. A few bodies lay prone on the sandy earth, back pieces glinting in the sun, quarrel shafts standing up from armpit or neck. But the pirates were quick as cats, always shifting their position, and were protected by their light armor. Their constant raking fire was a continual menace to the men in the stockade. Still, it was evident that as long as the battle remained an exchange of archery, the advantage must remain with the sheltered Zingarans. But down at the boathouse on the beach, men were at work with axes. The Count cursed sulphurously when he saw the havoc they were making among his boats, which had been built laboriously of planks sawn out of solid logs. "They're making a mantlet, curse them," he raged. "A sally now, before they complete it, while they're scattered." Galbro shook his head, glancing at the bare-armed henchmen with their clumsy pikes. "Their arrows would riddle us, and we'd be no match for them in hand-to-hand fighting. We must keep behind our walls and trust to our archers." "Well enough," growled Valenso, "if we can keep them outside our walls." Presently the intention of the pirates became apparent to all, as a group of some 30 men advanced, pushing before them a great shield made out of the planks from the boats and the timbers of the boathouse itself. They had found an ox-cart and mounted the mantlet on the wheels, great solid discs of oak. As they rolled it ponderously before them, it hid them from the sight of the defenders, except for glimpses of their moving feet. It rolled toward the gate, and the straggling line of archers converged toward it, shooting as they ran.
"Shoot!"
yelled Valenso, going livid.
"Stop them before they reach the gate!"
A storm of arrows whistled across the palisade and feathered themselves harmlessly in the thick wood. A derisive yell answered the volley. Shafts were finding loopholes now, as the rest of the pirates drew nearer, and a soldier reeled and fell from the ledge, gasping and choking, with a cloth-yard shaft through his throat.
"Shoot at their feet!"
screamed Valenso, and then,
40 men at the gate with pikes and axes. The rest hold the wall."
Bolts ripped into the sand before the moving shield. A bloodthirsty howl announced that one had found its target beneath the edge, and a man staggered into view, cursing and hopping as he strove to withdraw the quarrel that skewered his foot. In an instant he was feathered by a dozen hunting arrows. But, with a deep-throated shout, the mantlet was pushed to the wall, and a heavy, iron-tipped boom, thrust through an aperture in the center of the shield, began to thunder on the gate, driven by arms knotted with brawny muscles and backed with bloodthirsty fury. The massive gate groaned and staggered, while from the stockade bolts poured in a steady hail, and some struck home. But the wild men of the sea were afire with the fighting lust. With deep shouts they swung the ram, and from all sides the others closed in, braving the weakened fire from the walls and shooting fast and hard. Cursing like a madman, the Count sprang from the wall and ran to the gate, drawing his sword. A clump of desperate men-at-arms closed in behind him, gripping their spears. In another moment the gate would cave in, and they must stop the gap with their living bodies. Then a new note entered the clamor of the melee. It was a trumpet, blaring stridently from the ship. On the cross-trees a figure waved his arms and gesticulated wildly. That sound registered on Strom's ears, even as he lent his strength to the swinging ram. Exerting his mighty thews, he resisted the surge of the other arms, bracing his legs to halt the ram on its backward swing. He turned his head, sweat dripping from his face.
"Wait!"
he roared.
"Wait, damn you! Listen!"
In the silence that followed that bull's bellow, the blare of the trumpet was plainly heard, and a voice that shouted something unintelligible to the people inside the stockade. But Strom understood, for his voice was lifted again in profane command. The ram was released, and the mantlet began to recede from the gate as swiftly as it had advanced. "Look!" cried Tina at her window. jumping up and down in her wild excitement.
"They are running, all of them. They are running to the beach. Look, they have abandoned the shield just out of range. They are leaping into the boats and rowing for the ship. Oh, my lady, have we won?"
"I think not." Valhalla was staring seaward. "Look." She threw the curtains aside and leaned from the window. Her clear young voice rose above the amazed shouts of the defenders, turned their heads in the direction she pointed. They sent up a deep yell as they saw another ship swinging majestically around the southern point. Even as they looked, she broke out the royal golden flag of Zingara. Strom's pirates were swarming up the sides of their carrack, heaving up the anchor. Before the stranger had progressed halfway across the bay, the red hand was vanishing around the point of the northern horn. Chapter 3. The Coming of the Black Man.
"Out, quick!" snapped the Count, tearing at the bars of the gate. "Destroy that mantlet before these strangers can land."
"But Strom has fled," expostulated Galbro, "and yonder ship is Zingaran."
"Do as I order!" roared Valhalla. "My enemies are not all foreigners. Out, dogs! 30 of you with axes, and make kindling wood of that mantlet. Bring the wheels into the stockade."
30 axemen raced down toward the beach, brawny men in sleeveless tunics, their axes gleaming in the sun. The manner of their lord had suggested a possibility of peril in that oncoming ship, and there was panic in their haste. The splintering of the timbers under their flying axes came plainly to the people inside the fort, and the axemen were racing back across the sands, trundling the great oaken wheels with them, before the Zingaran ship had dropped anchor where the pirate ship had stood.
"Why does not the Count open the gate and go down to meet them?" wondered Tina. "Is he afraid that the man he fears might be on that ship?" "What do you mean, Tina?"
Valhalla demanded uneasily. The Count had never vouchsafed a reason for this self-exile. He was not the sort of a man to run from an enemy, though he had many. But this conviction of Tina's was disquieting, almost uncanny. Tina seemed not to have heard her question.
"The axemen are back in the stockade," she said. "The gate is closed again and barred. The men still keep their places along the wall. If that ship was chasing Strom, why did it not pursue him? But it is not a warship. It is a carrack like the other. Look, a boat is coming ashore. I see a man in the bow, wrapped in a dark cloak."
The boat having grounded, this man came pacing leisurely up the sands, followed by 3 others. He was a tall, wiry man, clad in black silk and polished steel.
"Halt!" roared the Count. "I will parley with your leader alone."
The tall stranger removed his morion and made a sweeping bow. His companions halted, drawing their wide cloaks about them, and behind them the sailors leaned on their oars and stared at the flag floating over the palisade. When he came within easy call of the gate, "Why, surely," said he, "there should be no suspicion between gentlemen in these naked seas." Valhalla stared at him suspiciously. The stranger was dark, with a lean, predatory face and a thin black mustache. A bunch of lace was gathered at his throat, and there was lace on his wrists.
"I know you," said Valhalla slowly. "You are Black Zorono, the buccaneer."
Again the stranger bowed with stately elegance. "And none could fail to recognize the red falcon of the Corsettas."
"It seems this coast has become the rendezvous of all the rogues of the southern seas," growled Valhalla. "What do you wish?"
"Come, come, sir," remonstrated Zorono. "This is a churlish greeting to one who has just rendered you a service. Was not that Argosian dog Strom just thundering at your gate? And did he not take to his sea heels when he saw me round the point?"
"True," grunted the Count grudgingly, though there is little to choose between a pirate and a renegade.
Zorono laughed without resentment and twirled his mustache. You are blunt in speech, my lord. But I desire only leave to anchor in your bay, to let my men hunt for meat and water in your woods, and perhaps to drink a glass of myself at your board.
I see not how I can stop you, growled Valenso. But understand this, Zorono. No man of your crew comes within this palisade. If one approaches closer than 100 feet, he will presently find an arrow through his gizzard. And I charge you, do no harm to my gardens or the cattle in the pens. 3 steers you may have for fresh meat, but no more. And we can hold this fort against your ruffians, in case you think otherwise.
You are not holding it very successfully against Strom, the buccaneer pointed out with a mocking smile.
You'll find no wood to build mantlets unless you chop down trees or strip it from your own ship, assured the Count grimly. And your men are not Barachan archers. They're no better bowmen than mine. Besides, what little loot you'd find in this castle would not be worth the price.
Who speaks of loot and warfare? Protested Zorono. Nay, my men are sick to stretch their legs ashore, and nigh to scurvy from chewing salt pork. I guarantee their good conduct. May they come ashore? Valenso grudgingly signified his consent, and Zorono bowed, a thought sardonically, and retired with a tread as measured and stately as if he trod the polished crystal floor of the Cordovan royal court, where indeed, unless rumor lied, he had once been a familiar figure.
Let no man leave the stockade, Valenso ordered Galbro. I do not trust that renegade dog. Because he drove Strom from our gate is no guarantee that he would not cut our throats.
Galbro nodded. He was well aware of the enmity which existed between the pirates and the Zingaran buccaneers. The pirates were mainly Argosian sailors turned outlaw. To the ancient feud between Argos and Zingara was added, in the case of the freebooters, the rivalry of opposing interests. Both breeds preyed on the shipping and the coastal towns, and they preyed on one another with equal rapacity. So no one stirred from the palisade while the buccaneers came ashore, dark-faced men in flaming silk and polished steel, with scarfs bound about their heads and gold hoops in their ears. They camped on the beach, 170-odd of them, and Valenso noticed that Zorono posted lookouts on both points. They did not molest the gardens, and only the 3 beeves designated by Valenso, shouting from the palisade, were driven forth and slaughtered. Fires were kindled on the strand, and a wattled cask of ale was brought ashore and broached. Other kegs were filled with water from the spring that rose a short distance south of the fort, and men began to straggle toward the woods, crossbows in their hands. Seeing this, Valenso was moved to shout to Zorono, striding back and forth through the camp.
Don't let your men go into the forest. Take another steer from the pens if you haven't enough meat. If they go trampling into the woods, they may fall foul of the Picts. Whole tribes of the painted devils live back in the forest. We beat off an attack shortly after we landed, and since then 6 of my men have been murdered in the forest at one time or another. There's peace between us just now, but it hangs by a thread. Don't risk stirring them up.
Zorono shot a startled glance at the lowering woods, as if he expected to see hordes of savage figures lurking there. Then he bowed and said, I thank you for the warning, my lord. And he shouted for his men to come back, in a rasping voice that contrasted strangely with his courtly accents when addressing the Count. If Zorono could have penetrated the leafy mask, he would have been more apprehensive. If he could have seen the sinister figure that lurked there, watching the strangers with inscrutable black eyes, a hideously painted warrior, naked but for a doe-skin breechclout, with a toucan feather drooping over his left ear. As evening drew on, a thin skim of gray crawled up from the sea rim and overcast the sky. The sun sank in a wallow of crimson, touching the tips of the black waves with blood. Fog crawled out of the sea and lapped at the feet of the forest, curling about the stockade in smoky wisps. The fires on the beach shone dull crimson through the mist, and the singing of the buccaneers seemed deadened and far away. They had brought old sail canvas from the carrack and made them shelters along the strand, where beef was still roasting, and the ale granted them by their captain was doled out sparingly. The great gate was shut and barred. Soldiers stolidly tramped the ledges of the palisade, pike on shoulder, beads of moisture glistening on their steel caps. They glanced uneasily at the fires on the beach, stared with greater fixity toward the forest, now a vague dark line in the crawling fog. The compound lay empty of life, a bare, darkened space. Candles gleamed feebly through the cracks of the huts, and light streamed from the windows of the manor. There was silence except for the tread of the sentries, the drip of water from the eaves, and the distant singing of the buccaneers. Some faint echo of this singing penetrated into the great hall, where Valenso sat at wine with his unsolicited guest.
"Your men make merry, sir," grunted the Count.
"They are glad to feel the sand under their feet again," answered Zorono. "It has been a wearisome voyage, yes, a long, stern chase." He lifted his goblet gallantly to the unresponsive girl who sat on his host's right, and drank ceremoniously. Impassive attendants ranged the walls, soldiers with pikes and helmets, servants in satin coats. Valenso's household in this wild land was a shadowy reflection of the court he had kept in Cordova. The manor house, as he insisted on calling it, was a marvel for that coast. 100 men had worked night and day for months building it. Its log-walled exterior was devoid of ornamentation, but within it was as nearly a copy of Corzetta Castle as was possible. The logs that composed the walls of the hall were hidden with heavy silk tapestries, worked in gold. Ship beams, stained and polished, formed the beams of the lofty ceiling. The floor was covered with rich carpets. The broad stair that led up from the hall was likewise carpeted, and its massive balustrade had once been a galleon's rail. A fire in the wide stone fireplace dispelled the dampness of the night. Candles in the great silver candelabrum in the center of the broad mahogany board lit the hall, throwing long shadows on the stair. Count Valenso sat at the head of that table, presiding over a company composed of his niece, his piratical guest, Galbro, and the captain of the guard. The smallness of the company emphasized the proportions of the vast board, where 50 guests might have sat at ease.
"You followed Strom?" asked Valenso. "You drove him this far afield?"
"I followed Strom," laughed Zorono, "but he was not fleeing from me. Strom is not the man to flee from anyone. No, he came seeking for something I too desire."
"What could tempt a pirate or a buccaneer to this naked land?" muttered Valenso, staring into the sparkling contents of his goblet.
"What could tempt a Count of Cordova?" retorted Zorono, and an avid light burned an instant in his eyes.
"The rottenness of a royal court might sicken a man of honor," remarked Valenso.
"Corzettas of honor have endured its rottenness with tranquillity for several generations," said Zorono bluntly. "My lord, indulge my curiosity. Why did you sell your lands, load your galleon with the furnishings of your castle, and sail over the horizon out of the knowledge of the king and the nobles of Zingara? And why settle here,
when your sword and your name might carve out a place for you in any civilized land.
Valenso toyed with the golden seal chain about his neck.
As to why I left Zingara, he said, that is my own affair. But it was chance that left me stranded here. I had brought all my people ashore, and much of the furnishings you mentioned, intending to build a temporary habitation, but my ship, anchored out there in the bay, was driven against the cliffs of the North Point and wrecked by a sudden storm out of the west. Such storms are common enough at certain times of the year. After that there was naught to do but remain and make the best of it.
Then you would return to civilization if you could?
Not to Cordava, but perhaps to some far clime. To Ventia or Kitai.
Do you not find it tedious here, my lady? Asked Zorono, for the first time addressing himself directly to Balessa. Hunger to see a new face and hear a new voice had brought the girl to the great hall that night, but now she wished she had remained in her chamber with Tina. There was no mistaking the meaning in the glance Zorono turned on her. His speech was decorous and formal, his expression sober and respectful, but it was but a mask through which gleamed the violent and sinister spirit of the man. He could not keep the burning desire out of his eyes when he looked at the aristocratic young beauty in her low-necked satin gown and jeweled girdle. "There is little diversity here," she answered in a low voice. "If you had a ship," Zorono bluntly asked his host, "you would abandon this settlement?"
"Perhaps," admitted the Count.
"I have a ship," said Zorono. "If we could reach an agreement—"
"What sort of an agreement?"
Valenso lifted his head to stare suspiciously at his guest. "Share and share alike," said Zorono, laying his hand on the board with the fingers spread wide. The gesture was curiously reminiscent of a great spider. But the fingers quivered with curious tension, and the buccaneer's eyes burned with a new light.
"Share what?"
Valenso stared at him in evident bewilderment.
"The gold I brought with me went down in my ship, and unlike the broken timbers, it did not wash ashore."
"Not that." Zorono made an impatient gesture. "Let us be frank, my lord. Can you pretend it was chance which caused you to land at this particular spot, with 1,000 miles of coast from which to choose?"
"There is no need for me to pretend," answered Valenso coldly. "My ship's master was one Zingalito, formerly a buccaneer. He had sailed this coast and persuaded me to land here, telling me he had a reason he would later disclose, but this reason he never divulged because the day after we landed he disappeared into the woods, and his headless body was found later by a hunting party. Obviously he was ambushed and slain by the Picts."
Zorono stared fixedly at Valenso for a space. "Sink me," quoth he at last. "I believe you, my lord. The Corzetta has no skill at lying, regardless of his other accomplishments, and I will make you a proposal. I will admit when I anchored out there in the bay I had other plans in mind. Supposing you to have already secured the treasure, I meant to take this fort by strategy and cut all your throats. But circumstances have caused me to change my mind." He cast a glance at Balessa that brought the color into her face, and made her lift her head indignantly. "I have a ship to carry you out of exile," said the buccaneer, "with your household and such of your retainers as you shall choose. The rest can fend for themselves." The attendants along the walls shot uneasy glances sidelong at each other. Zorono went on.
too brutally cynical to conceal his intentions. "But first, you must help me secure the treasure for which I've sailed 1,000 miles.
"What treasure in Mitra's name?" demanded the Count angrily. "You are yammering like that dog Strom now."
Did you ever hear of bloody Tranikos, the greatest of the Barachan pirates?" asked Zorono.
"Who has not? It was he who stormed the island castle of the exiled Prince Tothmekri of Stygia, put the people to the sword, and bore off the treasure the prince had brought with him when he fled from Kemi."
"Aye, and the tale of that treasure brought the men of the Red Brotherhood swarming like vultures after a carrion. Pirates, buccaneers, even the black corsairs from the south. Fearing betrayal by his captains, he fled northward with one ship and vanished from the knowledge of men. That was nearly 100 years ago. But the tale persists that one man survived that last voyage and returned to the Barachans, only to be captured by a Zingaran warship. Before he was hanged, he told his story and drew a map in his own blood on parchment, which he smuggled somehow out of his captor's reach. This was the tale he told. Tranikos had sailed far beyond the paths of shipping, until he came to a bay on a lonely coast, and there he anchored. He went ashore, taking his treasure and 11 of his most trusted captains who had accompanied him on his ship. Following his orders, the ship sailed away to return in a week's time and pick up their admiral and his captains. In the meantime, Tranikos meant to hide the treasure somewhere in the vicinity of the bay. The ship returned at the appointed time, but there was no trace of Tranikos and his 11 captains, except the rude dwelling they had built on the beach. This had been demolished, and there were tracks of naked feet about it, but no sign to show there had been any fighting. Nor was there any trace of the treasure, or any sign to show where it was hidden. The pirates plunged into the forest to search for their chief and his captains, but were attacked by wild Picts and driven back to their ship. In despair they heaved anchor and sailed away, but before they raised the Barachans, a terrific storm wrecked the ship, and only that one man survived. That is the tale of the treasure of Tranikos, which men have sought in vain for nearly a century. That the map exists is known, but its whereabouts have remained a mystery. I have had one glimpse of that map. Strom and Zingalito were with me, and an Nemedian who sailed with the Barachans. We looked upon it in a hovel in a certain Zingaran seaport town, where we were skulking in disguise. Somebody knocked over the lamp, and somebody howled in the dark, and when we got the light on again, the old miser who owned the map was dead with a dirk in his heart, and the map was gone, and the night watch was clattering down the street with their pikes to investigate the clamor. We scattered, and each went his own way. For years thereafter, Strom and I watched one another, each supposing the other had the map. Well, as it turned out, neither had it, but recently word came to me that Strom had departed northward, so I followed him. You saw the end of that chase. I had but a glimpse at the map as it lay on the old miser's table, and could tell nothing about it, but Strom's actions show that he knows this is the bay where Tranikos anchored. I believe that they hid the treasure somewhere in that forest, and, returning, were attacked and slain by the Picts. The Picts did not get the treasure. Men have traded up and down this coast a little, knowing nothing of the treasure, and no gold ornament or rare jewel has ever been seen in the possession of the coastal tribes. This is my proposal. Let us combine our forces. Strom is somewhere within striking distance. He fled because he feared to be pinned between us, but he will return. But allied, we can laugh at him. We can work out from the fort
leaving enough men here to hold it if he attacks. I believe the treasure is hidden nearby. 12 men could not have conveyed it far. We will find it, load it in my ship, and sail for some foreign port where I can cover my past with gold. I am sick of this life. I want to go back to a civilized land and live like a noble, with riches and slaves and a castle, and a wife of noble blood."
"Well?" demanded the Count, slit-eyed with suspicion.
"Give me your niece for my wife," demanded the buccaneer bluntly.
Balessa cried out sharply and started to her feet. Valenzo likewise rose, livid, his fingers knotting convulsively about his goblet as if he contemplated hurling it at his guest. Zorono did not move. He sat still, one arm on the table, and the fingers hooked like talons. His eyes smoldered with passion and a deep menace.
"You dare!" ejaculated Valenzo.
"You seem to forget you have fallen from your high estate, Count Valenzo," growled Zorono. "We are not at the Cordovan court, my lord. On this naked coast nobility is measured by the power of men and arms, and there I rank you. Strangers tread Corzetta Castle, and the Corzetta fortune is at the bottom of the sea. You will die here in exile unless I give you the use of my ship. You will have no cause to regret the union of our houses. With a new name and a new fortune, you will find that Black Zorono can take his place among the aristocrats of the world and make a son-in-law of which not even a Corzetta need be ashamed."
"You are mad to think of it!" exclaimed the Count violently. "You... who is that?"
A patter of soft, slippered feet distracted his attention. Tina came hurriedly into the hall, hesitated when she saw the Count's eyes fixed angrily on her, curtsied deeply, and sidled around the table to thrust her small hands into Balessa's fingers. She was panting slightly, her slippers were damp, and her flaxen hair was plastered down on her head. "Tina!" exclaimed Balessa anxiously. "Where have you been? I thought you were in your chamber hours ago." "I was," answered the child breathlessly. "But I missed my coral necklace you gave me." She held it up, a trivial trinket, but prized beyond all her other possessions, because it had been Balessa's first gift to her. "I was afraid you wouldn't let me go if you knew. A soldier's wife helped me out of the stockade and back again. Please, my lady, don't make me tell who she was, because I promised not to. I found my necklace by the pool where I bathed this morning. Please punish me if I have done wrong." "Tina," groaned Balessa, clasping the child to her, "I'm not going to punish you, but you should not have gone outside the palisade. With these buccaneers camped on the beach, and always a chance of Picts skulking about. Let me take you to your chamber and change these damp clothes." "Yes, my lady," murmured Tina, "but first let me tell you about the black man."
"What?"
The startling interruption was a cry that burst from Valenzo's lips. His goblet clattered to the floor as he caught the table with both hands. If a thunderbolt had struck him, the lord of the castle's bearing could not have been more subtly or horrifyingly altered. His face was livid, his eyes almost starting from his head.
"What did you say?"
he panted, glaring wildly at the child who shrank back against Balessa in bewilderment.
"What did you say, wench?"
"A black man, my lord,"
she stammered, while Balessa, Zorono, and the attendant stared at him in amazement.
"When I went down to the pool to get my necklace, I saw him. There was a strange moaning in the wind, and the sea whimpered like a thing in fear, and then he came. I was afraid, and hid behind a little ridge of sand. He came from the sea in a strange black boat with blue fire playing all about it, but there was no torch. He drew his boat up on the sands below the south point, and strode toward the forest, looking like a giant in the fog, a great tall man, black like a Cushite."
Valenso reeled as if he had received a mortal blow. He clutched at his throat, snapping the golden chain in his violence. With the face of a madman he lurched about the table and tore the child screaming from Balessa's arms.
"You little slut!"
he panted.
"You lie! You have heard me mumbling in my sleep, and have told this lie to torment me. Say that you lie before I tear the skin from your back."
"Uncle!" cried Balessa in outraged bewilderment, trying to free Tina from his grasp.
"Are you mad? What are you about?"
With a snarl he tore her hand from his arm, and spun her staggering into the arms of Galbro, who received her with a leer he made little effort to disguise.
"Mercy, my lord," sobbed Tina. "I did not lie."
"I said you lied," roared Valenso. "Gabrello!"
The stolid serving man seized the trembling youngster and stripped her with one brutal wrench that tore her scanty garments from her body. Wheeling, he drew her slender arms over his shoulders, lifting her writhing feet clear of the floor.
"Uncle!"
shrieked Balessa, writhing vainly in Galbro's lustful grasp.
"You are mad! You cannot! Oh, you cannot!"
The voice choked in her throat as Valenso caught up a jewel-hilted riding whip and brought it down across the child's frail body with a savage force that left a red wheal across her naked shoulders. Balessa moaned, sick with the anguish in Tina's shriek. The world had suddenly gone mad. As in a nightmare, she saw the stolid faces of the soldiers and servants, beast faces, the faces of oxen, reflecting neither pity nor sympathy. Zorono's faintly sneering face was part of the nightmare. Nothing in that crimson haze was real except Tina's naked white body, crisscrossed with red welts from shoulders to knees. No sound real except the child's sharp cries of agony and the panting gasps of Valenso as he lashed away with the staring eyes of a madman, shrieking, "You lie! You lie! Curse you! You lie! Admit your guilt, or I will flay your stubborn body! He could not have followed me here!"
"Oh, have mercy, my lord!"
screamed the child, writhing vainly on the brawny servant's back, too frantic with fear and pain to have the wit to save herself by a lie. Blood trickled in crimson beads down her quivering thighs.
"I saw him. I do not lie. Mercy, please. Ah!"
"You fool! You fool!" screamed Balessa, almost beside herself. "Do you not see she is telling the truth? Oh, you beast! Beast! Beast!" Suddenly some shred of sanity seemed to return to the brain of Count Valenso Corzetta. Dropping the whip, he reeled back and fell up against the table, clutching blindly at its edge. He shook as with an ague. His hair was plastered across his brow in dank strands, and sweat dripped from his livid countenance, which was like a carven mask of fear. Tina, released by Gabrello, slipped to the floor in a whimpering heap. Balessa tore free from Galbro, rushed to her sobbing, and fell on her knees, gathering the pitiful waif into her arms. She lifted a terrible face to her uncle, to pour upon him the full vials of her wrath. But he was not looking at her. He seemed to have forgotten both her and his victim. In a daze of incredulity, she heard him say to the buccaneer,
"I accept your offer, Zorono. In Mitra's name, let us find this accursed treasure, and be gone from this damned coast."
At this, the fire of her fury sank to sick ashes. In stunned silence, she lifted the sobbing child in her arms and carried her up the stair. A glance backward showed Valenso crouching rather than sitting at the table, gulping wine from a huge goblet he gripped in both shaking hands,
while Zorono towered over him like a somber predatory bird, puzzled at the turn of events, but quick to take advantage of the shocking change that had come over the Count. He was talking in a low, decisive voice, and Valenzo nodded mute agreement, like one who scarcely heeds what is being said. Galbro stood back in the shadows, chin pinched between forefinger and thumb, and the attendants along the walls glanced furtively at each other, bewildered by their lord's collapse. Up in her chamber, Balessa laid the half-fainting girl on the bed and set herself to wash and apply soothing ointments to the weals and cuts on her tender skin. Tina gave herself up in complete submission to her mistress's hands, moaning faintly. Balessa felt as if her world had fallen about her ears. She was sick and bewildered, overwrought, her nerves quivering from the brutal shock of what she had witnessed. Fear of and hatred for her uncle grew in her soul. She had never loved him. He was harsh and apparently without natural affection, grasping and avid. But she had considered him just and fearless. Revulsion shook her at the memory of his staring eyes and bloodless face. It was some terrible fear which had roused this frenzy, and because of this fear, Valenzo had brutalized the only creature she had to love and cherish. Because of that fear, he was selling her, his niece, to an infamous outlaw. What was behind this madness? Who was the black man Tina had seen? The child muttered in semi-delirium.
"I did not lie, my lady. Indeed, I did not. It was a black man, in a black boat that burned like blue fire on the water. A tall man, black as a negro, and wrapped in a black cloak. I was afraid when I saw him, and my blood ran cold. He left his boat on the sands and went into the forest. Why did the Count whip me for seeing him?"
"Hush, Tina," soothed Balessa. "Lie quiet. The smarting will soon pass." The door opened behind her, and she whirled, snatching up a jeweled dagger. The Count stood in the door, and her flesh crawled at the sight. He looked years older. His face was gray and drawn, and his eyes stared in a way that roused fear in her bosom. She had never been close to him. Now she felt as though a gulf separated them. He was not her uncle who stood there, but a stranger come to menace her. She lifted the dagger. "If you touch her again," she whispered from dry lips, "I swear before Mitra I will sink this blade in your breast." He did not heed her. "I have posted a strong guard about the manor," he said. "Zorono brings his men into the stockade tomorrow. He will not sail until he has found the treasure. When he finds it, we shall sail at once for some port not yet decided upon."
"And you will sell me to him?" she whispered. "In Mitra's name."
He fixed upon her a gloomy gaze in which all considerations but his own self-interest had been crowded out. She shrank before it, seeing in it the frantic cruelty that possessed the man in his mysterious fear.
"You will do as I command,"
he said presently, with no more human feeling in his voice than there is in the ring of flint on steel. And turning, he left the chamber. Blinded by a sudden rush of horror, Balessa fell fainting beside the couch where Tina lay. Chapter 4. A Black Drum Droning. Balessa never knew how long she lay crushed and senseless. She was first aware of Tina's arms about her and the sobbing of the child in her ear. Mechanically, she straightened herself and drew the girl into her arms. And she sat there, dry-eyed, staring unseeingly at the flickering candle.
There was no sound in the castle. The singing of the buccaneers on the strand had ceased. Dully, almost impersonally, she reviewed her problem. Valenso was mad, driven frantic by the story of the mysterious black man. It was to escape this stranger that he wished to abandon the settlement and flee with Zorono. That much was obvious. Equally obvious was the fact that he was ready to sacrifice her in exchange for that opportunity to escape. In the blackness of spirit which surrounded her, she saw no glint of light. The serving men were dull or callous brutes, their women stupid and apathetic. They would neither dare nor care to help her. She was utterly helpless. Tina lifted her tear-stained face as if she were listening to the prompting of some inner voice. The child's understanding of Balessa's inmost thoughts was almost uncanny, as was her recognition of the inexorable drive of fate and the only alternative left to the weak.
"We must go, my lady," she whispered. "Zorono shall not have you. Let us go far away into the forest. We shall go until we can go no further, and then we shall lie down and die together."
The tragic strength that is the last refuge of the weak entered Balessa's soul. It was the only escape from the shadows that had been closing in upon her since that day when they fled from Zingara.
"We shall go, child."
She rose and was fumbling for a cloak when an exclamation from Tina brought her about. The girl was on her feet, a finger pressed to her lips, her eyes wide and bright with terror.
"What is it, Tina?"
The child's expression of fright induced Balessa to pitch her voice to a whisper, and a nameless apprehension crawled over her.
"Someone outside in the hall," whispered Tina,
clutching her arm convulsively.
"He stopped at our door, and then went on toward the Count's chamber at the other end." "Your ears are keener than mine," murmured Balessa, "but there is nothing strange in that. It was the Count himself, perchance, or Galbro." She moved to open the door, but Tina threw her arms frantically about her neck, and Balessa felt the wild beating of her heart. "No, no, my lady. Do not open the door. I am afraid. I do not know why, but I feel that some evil thing is skulking near us." Impressed, Balessa patted her reassuringly and reached a hand toward the gold disc that masked the tiny peephole in the center of the door. "He is coming back," shivered the girl. "I hear him." Balessa heard something too. A curious, stealthy pad, which she knew, with a chill of nameless fear, was not the step of anyone she knew. Nor was it the step of Zorono or any booted man. Could it be the buccaneer, gliding along the hallway on bare, stealthy feet, to slay his host while he slept? She remembered the soldiers who would be on guard below. If the buccaneer had remained in the manor for the night, a man-at-arms would be posted before his chamber door. But who was that sneaking along the corridor? None slept upstairs beside herself, Tina and the Count, except Galbro. With a quick motion, she extinguished the candle so it would not shine through the hole in the door, and pushed aside the gold disc. All the lights were out in the hall, which was ordinarily lighted by candles. Someone was moving along the darkened corridor. She sensed, rather than saw, a dim bulk moving past her doorway, but she could make nothing of its shape except that it was manlike. But a chill wave of terror swept over her, so she crouched dumb, incapable of the scream that froze behind her lips. It was not such terror as her uncle now inspired in her, or fear like her fear of Zorono, or even of the brooding forest. It was blind, unreasoning terror that laid an icy hand on her soul and froze her tongue to her palate.
The figure passed on to the stairhead, where it was limned momentarily against the faint glow that came up from below, and at the glimpse of that vague black image against the red, she almost fainted. She crouched there in the darkness, awaiting the outcry that would announce that the soldiers in the great hall had seen the intruder. But the manor remained silent. Somewhere a wind wailed shrilly. That was all. Valessa's hands were moist with perspiration as she groped to relight the candle. She was still shaken with horror, though she could not decide just what there had been about that black figure etched against the red glow that had roused this frantic loathing in her soul. It was manlike in shape, but the outline was strangely alien, abnormal, though she could not clearly define that abnormality. But she knew that it was no human being that she had seen, and she knew that the sight had robbed her of all her new-found resolution. She was demoralized, incapable of action. The candle flared up, limning Tina's white face in the yellow glow.
"It was the black man," whispered Tina. "I know. My blood turned cold, just as it did when I saw him on the beach. There are soldiers downstairs. Why did they not see him? Shall we go and inform the Count?"
Valessa shook her head. She did not care to repeat the scene that had ensued upon Tina's first mention of the black man. At any event, she dared not venture out into that darkened hallway.
"We dare not go into the forest," shuddered Tina. "He will be lurking there."
Valessa did not ask the girl how she knew the black man would be in the forest. It was the logical hiding place for any evil thing, man or devil. And she knew Tina was right. They dared not leave the fort now. Her determination, which had not faltered at the prospect of certain death, gave way at the thought of traversing those gloomy woods with that black, shambling creature at large among them. Helplessly, she sat down and sank her face in her hands. Tina slept presently on the couch, whimpering occasionally in her sleep. Tears sparkled on her long lashes. She moved her smarting body uneasily in her restless slumber. Toward dawn, Valessa was aware of a stifling quality in the atmosphere. She heard a low rumble of thunder somewhere off to seaward. Extinguishing the candle, which had burned to its socket, she went to a window whence she could see both the ocean and a belt of the forest behind the fort. The fog had disappeared, but out to sea a dusky mass was rising from the horizon. From it lightning flickered, and the low thunder growled. An answering rumble came from the black woods. Startled, she turned and stared at the forest, a brooding black rampart. A strange rhythmic pulsing came to her ears, a droning reverberation that was not the roll of a Pictish drum.
"The drum,"
sobbed Tina, spasmodically opening and closing her fingers in her sleep.
"The black man, beating on a black drum, in the black woods, oh save us!"
Valessa shuddered. Along the eastern horizon ran a thin white line that presaged dawn. But that black cloud on the western rim writhed and billowed, swelling and expanding. She stared in amazement, for storms were practically unknown on that coast at that time of the year, and she had never seen a cloud like that one. It came pouring up over the world rim in great boiling masses of blackness veined with fire. It rolled and billowed with the wind in its belly. Its thundering made the air vibrate. And another sound mingled awesomely with the reverberations of the thunder, the voice of the wind that raced before its coming. The inky horizon was torn and convulsed in the lightning flashes. Afar to sea, she saw the white-capped waves racing before the wind. She heard its droning roar, increasing in volume as it swept shoreward. But as yet no wind stirred on the land. The air was hot, breathless. There was a sensation of unreality about the contrast. Out there wind and thunder and chaos sweeping inland, but here stifling stillness. Somewhere below her a shutter slammed, startling in the tense silence, and a woman's voice was lifted, shrill with alarm. But most of the people of the port seemed sleeping, unaware of the oncoming hurricane. She realized that she still heard that mysterious droning drumbeat, and she stared toward the black forest, her flesh crawling. She could see nothing, but some obscure instinct or intuition prompted her to visualize a black, hideous figure squatting under black branches and enacting a nameless incantation on something that sounded like a drum. Desperately she shook off the ghoulish conviction and looked seaward, as a blaze of lightning fairly split the sky. Outlined against its glare, she saw the masts of Zorono's ship. She saw the tents of the buccaneers on the beach, the sandy ridges of the south point, and the rock cliffs of the north point as plainly as by midday sun. Louder and louder rose the roar of the wind, and now the manor was awake. Feet came pounding up the stair, and Zorono's voice yelled, edged with fright. Doors slammed, and Valenzo answered him, shouting to be heard above the roar of the elements.
"Why didn't you warn me of a storm from the west?" howled the buccaneer. "If the anchors don't hold—" "A storm never came from the west before at this time of year," shrieked Valenzo, rushing from his chamber in his nightshirt, his face livid and his hair standing stiffly on end. "This is the work of—" His words were drowned as he raced madly up the ladder that led to the lookout tower, followed by the swearing buccaneer. Valessa crouched at her window, awed and deafened. Louder and louder rose the wind, until it drowned all other sound, all except that maddening droning that now rose like an inhuman chant of triumph. It roared inshore, driving before it a foaming, league-long crest of white, and then all hell and destruction was loosed on that coast. Rain fell in driving torrents, sweeping the beaches with blind frenzy. The wind hit like a thunderclap, making the timbers of the fort quiver. The surf roared over the sands, drowning the coals of the fires the seamen had built. In the glare of lightning Valessa saw, through the curtain of the slashing rain, the tents of the buccaneers whipped to ribbons and washed away, saw the men themselves staggering toward the fort, beaten almost to the sands by the fury of torrent and blast. And limned against the blue glare she saw Zorono's ship, ripped loose from her moorings, driven headlong against the jagged cliffs that jutted up to receive her. Chapter 5. A Man from the Wilderness. The storm had spent its fury. Full dawn rose in a clear blue rain-washed sky. As the sun rose in a blaze of fresh gold, bright-hued birds lifted a swelling chorus from the trees on whose broad leaves beads of water sparkled like diamonds, quivering in the gentle morning breeze. At a small stream, which wound over the sands to join the sea, hidden beyond a fringe of trees and bushes, a man bent to lave his hands and face. He performed his ablutions after the manner of his race, grunting lustily and splashing like a buffalo. But in the midst of these splashings he lifted his head suddenly, his tawny hair dripping, and water running in rivulets over his brawny shoulders. He crouched in a listening attitude for a split second, then was on his feet and facing inland, sword in hand, all in one motion. And then he froze, glaring wide-mouthed. A man as big as himself was striding toward him over the sands, making no attempt at stealth, and the pirate's eyes widened as he stared at the close-fitting silk breeches, high flaring-topped boots, wide-skirted coat, and headgear of 100 years ago. There was a broad cutlass in the stranger's hand, and unmistakable purpose in his approach. The pirate went pale as recognition blazed in his eyes. "You!"
he ejaculated unbelievingly. "By Mitra, you!" Oaths streamed from his lips as he heaved up his cutlass. The birds rose in flaming showers from the trees as the clang of steel interrupted their song. Blue sparks flew from the hacking blades, and the sand grated and ground under the stamping boot heels. Then the clash of steel ended in a chopping crunch, and one man went to his knees with a choking gasp. The hilt escaped his nerveless hand, and he slid full length on the sand which reddened with his blood. With a dying effort, he fumbled at his girdle and drew something from it, tried to lift it to his mouth, and then stiffened convulsively and went limp. The conqueror bent and ruthlessly tore the stiffening fingers from the object they crumpled in their desperate grasp. Zorono and Valenso stood on the beach, staring at the driftwood their men were gathering. Spars, pieces of masts, broken timbers. So savagely had the storm hammered Zorono's ship against the low cliffs that most of the salvage was matchwood. A short distance behind them stood Balesa, listening to their conversation, one arm about Tina. The girl was pale and listless, apathetic to whatever fate held in store for her. She heard what the men said, but with little interest. She was crushed by the realization that she was but a pawn in the game, however it was to be played out. Whether it was to be a wretched life dragged out on that desolate coast, or a return, effected somehow, to some civilized land. Zorono cursed venomously, but Valenso seemed dazed. "This is not the time of year for storms from the west," he muttered, staring with haggard eyes at the men dragging the wreckage up on the beach. "It was not chance that brought that storm out of the deep to splinter the ship in which I meant to escape. Escape? I am caught like a rat in a trap, as it was meant. Nay, we are all trapped rats." "I don't know what you're talking about," snarled Zorono, giving a vicious yank at his mustache. "I've been unable to get any sense out of you since that flaxen-haired slut upset you so last night with her wild tale of black men coming out of the sea. But I do know that I'm not going to spend my life on this cursed coast. 10 of my men went to hell in the ship, but I've got 160 more. You've got 100. There are tools in your fort and plenty of trees in yonder forest. We'll build a ship. I'll set men to cutting trees as soon as they get this drift dragged up out of the reach of the waves." "It will take months," muttered Valenso. "Well, is there any better way in which we could employ our time? We're here, and unless we build a ship, we'll never get away. We'll have to rig up some kind of a sawmill, but I've never encountered anything yet that balked me long. I hope that storm smashed Strom to bits, the Argosian dog. While we're building the ship, we'll hunt for old Tranikos' loot." "We will never complete your ship," said Valenso somberly. "You fear the Picts? We have enough men to defy them." "I do not speak of the Picts. I speak of a black man." Zorono turned on him angrily. "Will you talk sense? Who is this accursed black man?" "Accursed indeed," said Valenso, staring seaward. "A shadow of mine own red-stained past, risen up to hound me to hell. Because of him I fled Zingara, hoping to lose my trail in the great ocean. But I should have known he would smell me out at last." "If such a man came ashore, he must be hiding in the woods," growled Zorono. "We'll rake the forest and hunt him out." Valenso laughed harshly. "Seek for a shadow that drifts before a cloud that hides the moon. Grope in the dark for a cobra. Follow a mist that steals out of the swamp at midnight." Zorono cast him an uncertain look, obviously doubting his sanity. "Who is this man? Have done with ambiguity."
the shadow of my own mad cruelty and ambition. A horror come out of the lost ages, no man of mortal flesh and blood, but a— "Sail ho!" bawled the lookout on the north point. Zorono wheeled, and his voice slashed the wind. "Do you know her?" "Aye," the reply came back faintly. "It's the Red Hand." Zorono cursed like a wild man. Strom! The devil takes care of his own. How could he ride out that blow? The buccaneer's voice rose to a yell that carried up and down the strand. "Back to the fort, you dogs!" Before the Red Hand, somewhat battered in appearance, nosed around the point, the beach was bare of human life, the palisade bristling with helmets and scarf-bound heads. The buccaneers accepted the alliance with the easy adaptability of adventurers, the henchmen with the apathy of serfs. Zorono ground his teeth as a longboat swung leisurely into the beach, and he sighted the tawny head of his rival in the bow. The boat grounded, and Strom strode toward the fort alone. Some distance away he halted, and shouted in a bull's bellow that carried clearly in the still morning. "Ahoy the fort! I want to parley!" "Well, why in hell don't you?" snarled Zorono. "The last time I approached under a flag of truce, an arrow broke on my brisket," roared the pirate. "I want to promise it won't happen again." "You have my promise," called Zorono sardonically. "Damn your promise, you Zingaran dog! I want Valenzo's word!" A measure of dignity remained to the Count. There was an edge of authority to his voice as he answered, "Advance, but keep your men back. You will not be fired upon." "That's enough for me," said Strom instantly. "Whatever are Corzetta's sins, once his word is given you can trust him." He strode forward, and halted under the gate, laughing at the hate-darkened visage Zorono thrust over at him. "How did you save your ship, you Messantian gutter scum?" snarled the buccaneer. "There's a cove some miles to the north, protected by a high-ridged arm of land that broke the force of the gale," answered Strom. "I was anchored behind it. My anchors dragged, but they held me off the shore." Zorono scowled blackly. Valenzo said nothing. He had not known of that cove. He had done scant exploring of his domain. Fear of the Picts and lack of curiosity had kept him and his men near the fort. The Zingarans were by nature neither explorers nor colonists. "I come to make a trade," said Strom easily. "We've naught to trade with you save sword strokes," growled Zorono. "I think otherwise," grinned Strom, thin-lipped. "You tipped your hand when you murdered Galacus, my first mate, and robbed him. Until this morning, I supposed that Valenzo had Tranico's treasure. But if either of you had it, you wouldn't have gone to the trouble of following me and killing my mate to get the map." "The map?" Zorono ejaculated, stiffening. "Oh, don't dissemble," laughed Strom, but anger blazed blue in his eyes. "I know you have it. Picts don't wear boots." "But—" began the Count, nonplussed, but fell silent as Zorono nudged him. "And if we have the map," said Zorono, "what have you to trade that we might require?" "Let me come into the fort," suggested Strom. "There we can talk." He was not so obvious as to glance at the men peering at them from along the wall, but his two listeners understood, and so did the men. Strom had a ship. That fact would figure in any bargaining or battle, but it would carry just so many regardless of who commanded. Whoever sailed away in it, there would be some left behind. A wave of tense speculation ran along the silent throng at the palisade. "Your men will stay where they are," warned Zorono.
indicating both the boat drawn up on the beach and the ship anchored out in the bay. "Aye, but don't get the idea that you can seize me and hold me for a hostage," he laughed grimly. "I want Valenso's word that I'll be allowed to leave the port alive and unhurt within the hour, whether we come to terms or not." "You have my pledge," answered the Count. "All right, then. Open that gate and let's talk plainly." The gate opened and closed, the leaders vanished from sight, and the common men of both parties resumed their silent surveillance of each other. The men on the palisade, and the men squatting beside their boat, with a broad stretch of sand between, and beyond a strip of blue water, a carrack with steel caps glinting all along her rail. On the broad stair, above the great hall, Balesa and Tina crouched, ignored by the men below. These sat about the broad table: Valenso, Galbro, Zorono, and Strom. But for them the hall was empty. Strom gulped wine and set the empty goblet on the table. The frankness suggested by his bluff countenance was belied by the dancing lights of cruelty and treachery in his wide eyes. But he spoke bluntly enough. "We all want the treasure old Tranikos hid somewhere near this bay," he said abruptly. "Each has something the others need. Valenso has laborers, supplies, and a stockade to shelter us from the Picts. You, Zorono, have my map. I have a ship." "What I'd like to know," remarked Zorono, "is this. If you've had that map all these years, why haven't you come after the loot sooner?" "I didn't have it. It was that dog Zingolito who knifed the old miser in the dark and stole the map. But he had neither ship nor crew, and it took him more than a year to get them. When he did come after the treasure, the Picts prevented his landing, and his men mutinied and made him sail back to Zingara. One of them stole the map from him and recently sold it to me." "That was why Zingolito recognized the bay," muttered Valenso. "Did that dog lead you here, Count? I might have guessed it. Where is he?" "Doubtless in hell, since he was once a buccaneer. The Picts slew him, evidently while he was searching the woods for the treasure." "Good," approved Strom heartily. "Well, I don't know how you knew my mate was carrying the map. I trusted him, and the men trusted him more than they did me, so I let him keep it. But this morning he wandered inland with some of the others, got separated from them, and we found him sworded to death near the beach and the map gone. The men were ready to accuse me of killing him, but I showed the fools the tracks left by the slayer, and proved to them that my feet wouldn't fit them. And I knew it wasn't any one of the crew, because none of them wear boots that make that sort of track. And Picts don't wear boots at all, so it had to be a Zingaran. Well, you've got the map, but you haven't got the treasure. If you had it, you wouldn't have let me inside the stockade. I've got you penned up in this fort. You can't get out to look for the loot, and even if you did get it, you have no ship to get away in. Now, here's my proposal. Zorono, give me the map, and you, Valenso, give me fresh meat and other supplies. My men are nigh to scurvy after the long voyage. In return, I'll take you 3 men, the Lady Balesa and her girl, and set you ashore within reach of some Zingaran port, or I'll put Zorono ashore near some buccaneer rendezvous if he prefers, since doubtless a noose awaits him in Zingara. And to clinch the bargain, I'll give each of you a handsome share in the treasure." The buccaneer tugged his mustache meditatively. He knew that Strom would not keep any such pact, if made, nor did Zorono even consider agreeing to his proposal. But to refuse bluntly would be to force the issue into a clash of arms. He sought his agile brain for a plan to outwit the pirate. He wanted Strom's ship as avidly as he desired the lost treasure. "What's to prevent us from holding you captive and forcing your men to give us your ship in exchange for you?" he asked. Strom laughed at him.
Do you think I'm a fool? My men have orders to heave up the anchors and sail hence if I don't reappear within the hour, or if they suspect treachery. They wouldn't give you the ship if you skinned me alive on the beach. Besides, I have the Count's word. My pledge is not straw, said Valenzo somberly. Have done with threats, Zorono.
Zorono did not reply, his mind wholly absorbed in the problem of getting possession of Strom's ship, of continuing the parley without betraying the fact that he did not have the map. He wondered who in Mitra's name did have the accursed map.
Let me take my men away with me on your ship when we sail, he said. I cannot desert my faithful followers.
Strom snorted. Why don't you ask for my cutlass to slit my gullet with? Desert your faithful. Ha! You'd desert your brother to the devil if you could gain anything by it. No. You're not going to bring enough men aboard to give you a chance to mutiny and take my ship.
Give us a day to think it over,
urged Zorono, fighting for time. Strom's heavy fist banged on the table, making the wine dance in the glasses.
No, by Mitra, give me my answer now.
Zorono was on his feet, his black rage submerging his craftiness.
You Barakan dog, I'll give you your answer, in your guts.
He tore aside his cloak, caught at his sword hilt. Strom heaved up with a roar, his chair crashing backward to the floor. Valenzo sprang up, spreading his arms between them as they faced one another across the board, jutting jaws close together, blades half-drawn, faces convulsed.
Gentlemen, have done. Zorono, he has my pledge. The foul fiends gnaw your pledge, snarled Zorono.
Stand from between us, my lord, growled the pirate, his voice thick with the killing lust. Your word was that I should not be treacherously entreated. It shall be considered no violation of your pledge for this dog and me to cross swords in equal play.
Well spoken, Strom.
It was a deep, powerful voice behind them, vibrant with grim amusement. All wheeled and glared, open-mouthed. Up on the stair, Balessa started up with an involuntary exclamation. A man strode out from the hangings that masked a chamber door, and advanced toward the table without hesitation. Instantly he dominated the group, and all felt the situation subtly charged with a new, dynamic atmosphere. The stranger was as tall as either of the freebooters, and more powerfully built than either, yet for all his size he moved with pantherish suppleness in his high, flaring-topped boots. His thighs were cased in close-fitting breeches of white silk, his wide-skirted sky-blue coat open to reveal an open-necked white silken shirt beneath, and the scarlet sash that girdled his waist. There were silver acorn-shaped buttons on his coat, and it was adorned with gilt-worked cuffs and pocket flaps and a satin collar. A lacquered hat completed a costume obsolete by nearly 100 years. A heavy cutlass hung at the wearer's hip.
"Conan!"
ejaculated both freebooters together, and Valenzo and Galbro caught their breath at that name.
"Who else?"
The giant strode up to the table, laughing sardonically at their amazement. What do you here?" stuttered the seneschal. "How come you here, uninvited and unannounced?" "I climbed the palisade on the east side while you fools were arguing at the gate," Conan answered. "Every man in the fort was craning his neck westward. I entered the manor while Strom was being let in at the gate. I've been in that chamber there ever since, eavesdropping." "I thought you were dead," said Zorono slowly. 3 years ago the shattered hull of your ship was sighted off a reefy coast, and you were heard of on the main no more." "I didn't drown with my crew," answered Conan. "It'll take a bigger ocean than that one to drown me." Up on the stair, Tina was clutching Balessa in her excitement and staring through the balustrades with all her eyes.
Conan! My lady, it is Conan! Look! Oh, look!
Valhalla was looking. It was like encountering a legendary character in the flesh. Who of all the sea folk had not heard the wild, bloody tales told of Conan, the wild rover who had once been a captain of the Barachan pirates, and one of the greatest scourges of the sea? A score of ballads celebrated his ferocious and audacious exploits. The man could not be ignored. Irresistibly he had stalked into the scene to form another dominant element in the tangled plot. And in the midst of her frightened fascination, Valhalla's feminine instinct prompted the speculation as to Conan's attitude toward her. Would it be like Strom's brutal indifference, or Zorono's violent desire? Valhalla was recovering from the shock of finding a stranger within his very hall. He knew Conan was a Cimmerian, born and bred in the wastes of the far north, and therefore not amenable to the physical limitations which controlled civilized men. It was not so strange that he had been able to enter the fort undetected, but Valhalla flinched at the reflection that other barbarians might duplicate that feat. The dark, silent Picts, for instance.
"What do you want here?" he demanded. "Did you come from the sea?"
"I came from the woods." The Cimmerian jerked his head toward the east.
"You have been living with the Picts?" Valhalla asked coldly.
A momentary anger flickered bluely in the giant's eyes.
"Even a Zingara not to know there's never been peace between Picts and Cimmerians, and never will be," he retorted with an oath. "Our feud with them is older than the world. If you'd said that to one of my wilder brothers, you'd have found yourself with a split head. But I've lived among you civilized men long enough to understand your ignorance and lack of common courtesy, the churlishness that demands his business of a man who appears at your door out of a 1,000-mile wilderness. Never mind that."
He turned to the two freebooters who stood staring glumly at him.
"From what I overheard," quoth he, "I gather there is some dissension over a map."
"That is none of your affair," growled Strom.
"Is this it?"
Conan grinned wickedly, and drew from his pocket a crumpled object, a square of parchment marked with crimson lines. Strom stared violently, paling.
"My map!" he ejaculated. "Where did you get it?"
"From your mate, Galacus, when I killed him," answered Conan with grim enjoyment.
"You dog!" raved Strom, turning on Zorono. "You never had the map. You lied."
"I didn't say I had it," snarled Zorono. "You deceived yourself. Don't be a fool. Conan is alone. If he had a crew, he'd have already cut our throats. We'll take the map from him."
"You'll never touch it,"
Conan laughed fiercely. Both men sprang at him, cursing. Stepping back, he crumpled the parchment and cast it into the glowing coals of the fireplace. With an incoherent bellow, Strom lunged past him, to be met with a buffet under the ear that stretched him half senseless on the floor. Zorono whipped out his sword, but before he could thrust, Conan's cutlass beat it out of his hand. Zorono staggered against the table, with all hell in his eyes. Strom dragged himself erect, his eyes glazed, blood dripping from his bruised ear. Conan leaned slightly over the table. His outstretched cutlass just touched the breast of Count Valhalla. "Don't call for your soldiers, Count," said the Cimmerian softly. "Not a sound out of you. Or from you either, Dogface," his name for Galbro, who showed no intention of braving his wrath. "The map's burned to ashes, and it'll do no good to spill blood. Sit down, all of you." Strom hesitated, made an abortive gesture toward his hilt, then shrugged his shoulders and sank sullenly into a chair. The others followed suit. Conan remained standing, towering over the table, while his enemies watched him with bitter eyes of hate. "You were bargaining," he said. "That's all I've come to do." "And what have you to trade?" sneered Zorono. "The treasure of Tranikos." "What?" All four men were on their feet, leaning toward him. "Sit down!" he roared, banging his broad blade on the table. They sank back, tense and white with excitement. He grinned in huge enjoyment of the sensation his words had caused. "Yes, I found it before I got the map. That's why I burned the map. I don't need it, and now nobody will ever find it, unless I show him where it is." They stared at him with murder in their eyes. "You're lying," said Zorono without conviction. "You've told us one lie already. You said you came from the woods. Yet you say you haven't been living with the Picts. All men know this country is a wilderness, inhabited only by savages. The nearest outposts of civilization are the Aquilonian settlements on Thunder River, hundreds of miles to eastward." "That's where I came from," replied Conan imperturbably. "I believe I'm the first white man to cross the Pictish wilderness. I crossed Thunder River to follow a raiding party that had been harrying the frontier. I followed them deep into the wilderness and killed their chief, but was knocked senseless by a stone from a sling during the melee, and the dogs captured me alive. They were wolf men, but they traded me to the Eagle clan in return for a chief of theirs the Eagles had captured. The Eagles carried me nearly 100 miles westward to burn me in their chief village, but I killed their war chief and 3 or 4 others one night and broke away. I couldn't turn back. They were behind me and kept herding me westward. A few days ago I shook them off, and by Crom, the place where I took refuge, turned out to be the treasure trove of old Tranikos. I found it all, heaps of coins and gems and gold ornaments, and in the midst of all, the jewels of Tothmekri, gleaming like frozen starlight. And old Tranikos and his 11 captains sitting about an ebon table and staring at the hoard, as they've stared for 100 years. What? Aye, he laughed. Tranikos died in the midst of his treasure, and all with him. Their bodies have not rotted nor shriveled. They sit there in their high boots and skirted coats and lacquered hats, with their wine glasses in their stiff hands, just as they have sat for a century. That's an unchancy thing, muttered Strom uneasily, but Zorono snarled. What boots it? It's the treasure we want. Go on, Conan. Conan seated himself at the board, filled a goblet and quaffed it before he answered. The first wine I've drunk since I left Conawaga, by Crom. Those cursed eagles hunted me so closely through the forest I hardly had time to munch the nuts and roots I found. Sometimes I caught frogs and ate them raw, because I dared not light a fire. His impatient hearers informed him profanely that they were not interested in his adventures prior to finding the treasure. He grinned hardily and resumed. Well, after I stumbled onto the trove, I lay up and rested a few days, and made snares to catch rabbits, and let my wounds heal. I saw smoke against the western sky, but thought it some Pictish village on the beach. I lay close, but, as it happens, the loot's hidden in a place the Picts shun. If any spied on me, they didn't show themselves. Last night I started westward, intending to strike the beach some miles north of the spot where I'd seen the smoke. I wasn't far from the shore when that storm hit. I took shelter under the lee of a rock, and waited until it had blown itself out. Then I climbed a tree to look for Picts, and from it I saw your carrack at anchor, Strom, and your men coming into shore. I was making my way toward your camp on the beach when I met Galacus. I shoved a sword through him, because there was an old feud between us. I wouldn't have known he had a map if he hadn't tried to eat it before he died. I recognized it for what it was, of course,
and was considering what use I could make of it, when the rest of you dogs came up and found the body. I was lying in a thicket not a dozen yards from you, while you were arguing with your men over the matter. I judged the time wasn't ripe for me to show myself then." He laughed at the rage and chagrin displayed in Strom's face. "Well, while I lay there, listening to your talk, I got a drift of the situation, and learned, from the things you let fall, that Zorono and Valenzo were a few miles south on the beach. So, when I heard you say that Zorono must have done the killing and taken the map, and that you meant to go and parley with him, seeking an opportunity to murder him and get it back—" "Dog!" snarled Zorono. Strom was livid, but he laughed mirthlessly. "Do you think I'd play fairly with a treacherous dog like you? Go on, Conan." The Cimmerian grinned. It was evident that he was deliberately fanning the fires of hate between the two men. "Nothing much, then. I came straight through the woods while you tacked along the coast and raised the fort before you did. Your guess that the storm had destroyed Zorono's ship was a good one, but then you knew the configuration of this bay. Well, there's the story. I have the treasures, Strom has a ship, Valenzo has supplies. By crom, Zorono, I don't see where you fit into the scheme, but to avoid strife I'll include you. My proposal is simple enough. We'll split the treasure 4 ways. Strom and I will sail away with our shares aboard the Red Hand. You and Valenzo take yours and remain lords of the wilderness, or build a ship out of tree trunks, as you wish." Valenzo blenched and Zorono swore, while Strom grinned quietly. "Are you fool enough to go aboard the Red Hand alone with Strom?" snarled Zorono. "He'll cut your throat before you're out of sight of land." Conan laughed with genuine enjoyment. "This is like the problem of the sheep, the wolf, and the cabbage," he admitted. "How to get them across the river without their devouring each other." "And that appeals to your Cimmerian sense of humor," complained Zorono. "I will not stay here," cried Valenzo, a wild gleam in his dark eyes. "Treasure or no treasure, I must go." Conan gave him a slit-eyed glance of speculation. "Well then," said he, "how about this plan? We divide the loot as I suggested. Then Strom sails away with Zorono, Valenzo, and such members of the Count's household as he may select, leaving me in command of the fort and the rest of Valenzo's men, and all of Zorono's. I'll build my own ship." Zorono looked slightly sick. "I have the choice of remaining here in exile, or abandoning my crew and going alone on the Red Hand to have my throat cut?" Conan's laughter rang gustily through the hall, and he smote Zorono jovially on the back, ignoring the black murder in the buccaneer's glare. "That's it, Zorono," quoth he. "Stay here while Strom and I sail away, or sail away with Strom, leaving your men with me." "I'd rather have Zorono," said Strom frankly. "You'd turn my own men against me, Conan, and cut my throat before I raise the Baraccans." Sweat dripped from Zorono's livid face. "Neither I, the Count, nor his niece will ever reach land alive if we ship with that devil," said he. "You are both in my power in this hall. My men surround it. What's to prevent me cutting you both down?" "Not a thing," Conan admitted cheerfully, "except the fact that if you do, Strom's men will sail away and leave you stranded on the coast where the Picts will presently cut all your throats. And the fact that with me dead, you'll never find the treasure. And the fact that I'll split your skull down to your chin if you try to summon your men." Conan laughed as he spoke, as if at some whimsical situation, but even Balessa sensed that he meant what he said. His naked cutlass lay across his knees, and Zorono's sword was under the table out of the buccaneer's reach. Galbro was not a fighting man,
and Valenzo seemed incapable of decision or action.
"Aye," said Strom with an oath. "You'd find that two of us no easy prey. I'm agreeable to Conan's proposal. What do you say, Valenzo?" "I must leave this coast," whispered Valenzo, staring blankly. "I must hasten, I must go far, quickly."
Strom frowned, puzzled at the Count's strange manner, and turned to Zorono, grinning wickedly.
"And you, Zorono?" "What can I say?" snarled Zorono. "Let me take my 3 officers and 40 men aboard the Red Hand, and the bargain's made." "The officers and 30 men." "Very well. Done." There was no shaking of hands or ceremonial drinking of wine to seal the pact. The 2 captains glared at each other like hungry wolves. The Count plucked his mustache with a trembling hand, wrapped in his own somber thoughts. Conan stretched like a great cat, drank wine, and grinned on the assemblage, but it was the sinister grin of a stalking tiger. Valessa sensed the murderous purposes that reigned there, the treacherous intent that dominated each man's mind. Not one had any intention of keeping his part of the pact, Valenzo possibly excluded. Each of the freebooters intended to possess both ship and the entire treasure. Neither would be satisfied with less. But how? What was going on in each crafty mind? Valessa felt oppressed and stifled by the atmosphere of hatred and treachery. The Cimmerian, for all his ferocious frankness, was no less subtle than the others, and even fiercer. His domination of the situation was not physical alone, though his gigantic shoulders and massive limbs seemed too big even for the great hall. There was an iron vitality about the man that overshadowed even the hard vigor of the other buccaneers. "Lead us to the treasure," Zorono demanded. "Wait a bit," answered Conan. "We must keep our power evenly balanced, so one can't take advantage of the others. We'll work it this way. Strom's men will come ashore, all but half a dozen or so, and camp on the beach. Zorono's men will come out of the fort and likewise camp on the strand, within easy sight of them. Then each crew can keep a check on the other, to see that nobody slips after us or go after the treasure to ambush either of us. Those left aboard the Red Hand will take her out into the bay, out of reach of either party. Valenzo's men will stay in the fort, but will leave the gate open. Will you come with us, Count?" "Go into that forest?" Valenzo shuddered, and drew his cloak about his shoulders. "Not for all the gold of Tranicos." "All right. It'll take about 30 men to carry the loot. We'll take 15 men from each crew, and start as soon as possible." Valessa, keenly alert to every angle of the drama being played out beneath her, saw Zorono and Strom shoot furtive glances at one another, then lower their gaze quickly as they lifted their glasses to hide the murky intent in their eyes. Valessa saw the fatal weakness in Conan's plan, and wondered how he could have overlooked it. Perhaps he was too arrogantly confident in his personal prowess, but she knew that he would never come out of that forest alive. Once the treasure was in their grasp, the others would form a rogues' alliance long enough to rid themselves of the man both hated. She shuddered, staring morbidly at the man she knew was doomed. Strange to see that powerful fighting man sitting there, laughing and swilling wine, in full prime and power, and to know that he was already doomed to a bloody death. The whole situation was pregnant with dark and bloody portents. Zorono would trick and kill Strom if he could, and she knew that Strom had already marked Zorono for death, and doubtless also her uncle and herself. If Zorono won the final battle of cruel wits, their lives were safe, but looking at the buccaneer as he sat there chewing his mustache,
with all the stark evil of his nature showing naked in his dark face. She could not decide which was more abhorrent, death or Zorono. "How far is it?" demanded Strom. "If we start within the hour, we can be back before midnight," answered Conan. He emptied his glass, rose, adjusted his girdle, and glanced at the Count. "Valenso," he said, "are you mad? To kill a Pict in his hunting paint?" Valenso started. "What do you mean?" "Do you mean to say you don't know that your men killed a Pict hunter in the woods last night?" The Count shook his head. "None of my men was in the woods last night." "Well, somebody was," grunted the Cimmerian, fumbling in a pocket. "I saw his head nailed to a tree near the edge of the forest. He wasn't painted for war. I didn't find any boot tracks, from which I judged that it had been nailed up there before the storm. But there were plenty of other signs, moccasin tracks on the wet ground. Picts have been there and seen that head. They were men of some other clan, or they'd have taken it down. If they happen to be at peace with the clan the dead man belonged to, they'll make tracks to his village to tell his tribe." "Perhaps they killed him," suggested Valenso. "No, they didn't. But they know who did, for the same reason that I know. This chain was knotted about the stump of the severed neck. You must have been utterly mad to identify your handiwork like that." He drew forth something and tossed it on the table before the Count, who lurched up, choking as his hand flew to his throat. It was the gold seal chain he habitually wore about his neck. "I recognize the Cosetta seal," said Conan. "The presence of that chain would tell any Pict it was the work of a foreigner." Valenso did not reply. He sat staring at the chain as if at a venomous serpent. Conan scowled at him and glanced questioningly at the others. Zorono made a quick gesture to indicate the Count was not quite right in the head. Conan sheathed his cutlass and donned his lacquered hat. "All right, let's go." The captains gulped down their wine and rose, hitching at their sword belts. Zorono laid a hand on Valenso's arm and shook him slightly. The Count started and stared about him, then followed the others out, like a man in a daze, the chain dangling from his fingers. But not all left the hall. Valessa and Tina, forgotten on the stair, peeping between the balusters, saw Galbro fall behind the others, loitering until the heavy door closed after them. Then he hurried to the fireplace and raked carefully at the smoldering coals. He sank to his knees and peered closely at something for a long space. Then he straightened, and with a furtive air stole out of the hall by another door.
"What did Galbro find in the fire?" whispered Tina.
Valessa shook her head, then, obeying the promptings of her curiosity, rose and went down to the empty hall. An instant later she was kneeling where the seneschal had knelt, and she saw what he had seen. It was the charred remnant of the map Conan had thrown into the fire. It was ready to crumble at a touch, but faint lines and bits of writing were still discernible upon it. She could not read the writing, but she could trace the outlines of what seemed to be the picture of a hill or crag, surrounded by marks evidently representing dense trees. She could make nothing of it, but from Galbro's actions, she believed he recognized it as portraying some scene or topographical feature familiar to him. She knew the seneschal had penetrated inland further than any other man of the settlement. Chapter 6. The Plunder of the Dead. Valessa came down the stair and paused at the sight of Count Valenso seated at the table, turning the broken chain about in his hands. She looked at him without love, and with more than a little fear. The change that had come over him was appalling. He seemed to be locked up in a grim world all his own, with a fear that flogged all human characteristics out of him. The fortress stood strangely quiet in the noonday heat that had followed the storm of the dawn. Voices of people within the stockade sounded subdued, muffled. The same drowsy stillness reigned on the beach outside, where the rival crews lay in armed suspicion, separated by a few hundred yards of bare sand. Far out in the bay, the Red Hand lay at anchor with a handful of men aboard her, ready to snatch her out of reach at the slightest indication of treachery. The Carrack was Strom's trump card, his best guarantee against the trickery of his associates. Conan had plotted shrewdly to eliminate the chances of an ambush in the forest by either party. But as far as Balesa could see, he had failed utterly to safeguard himself against the treachery of his companions. He had disappeared into the woods, leading the 2 captains and their 30 men, and the Zingaran girl was positive she would never see him alive again. Presently she spoke, and her voice was strained and harsh to her own ear. "The barbarian has led the captains into the forest. When they have the gold in their hands, they'll kill him. But when they return with the treasure, what then? Are we to go aboard the ship? Can we trust Strom?" Valenso shook his head absently.
"Strom would murder us all for our shares of the loot. But Zorono whispered his intentions to me secretly. We will not go aboard the Red Hand save as her masters. Zorono will see that night overtakes the treasure party, so they are forced to camp in the forest. He will find a way to kill Strom and his men in their sleep. Then the buccaneers will come on stealthily to the beach. Just before dawn, I will send some of my fishermen secretly from the fort to swim out to the ship and seize her. Strom never thought of that, neither did Conan. Zorono and his men will come out of the forest, and with the buccaneers encamped on the beach, fall upon the pirates in the dark, while I lead my men-at-arms from the fort to complete the rout. Without their captain, they will be demoralized, and outnumbered fall easy prey to Zorono and me. Then we will sail in Strom's ship with all the treasure."
"And what of me?" she asked with dry lips.
"I have promised you to Zorono," he answered harshly. "But for my promise he would not take us off."
"I will never marry him," she said helplessly.
"You will,"
he responded gloomily, and without the slightest touch of sympathy. He lifted the chain so it caught the gleam of the sun slanting through a window.
"I must have dropped it on the sand," he muttered. "She has been that near, on the beach."
"You did not drop it on the strand," said Balesa, in a voice as devoid of mercy as his own. Her soul seemed turned to stone. "You tore it from your throat by accident last night in this hall when you flogged Tina. I saw it gleaming on the floor before I left the hall." He looked up, his eyes gray with a terrible fear. She laughed bitterly, sensing the mute question in his dilated eyes. "Yes, the black man. He was here, in this hall. He must have found the chain on the floor. The guardsman did not see him, but he was at your door last night. I saw him, padding along the upper hallway." For an instant, she thought he would drop dead of sheer terror. He sank back in his chair, the chain slipping from his nerveless fingers and clinking on the table.
"In the manor," he whispered. "I thought bolts and bars and armed guards could keep him out, fool that I was. I can no more guard against him than I can escape him. At my door! At my door!" The thought overwhelmed him with horror. "Why did he not enter?" he shrieked,
tearing at the lace upon his collar as though it strangled him. Why did he not end it? I have dreamed of waking in my darkened chamber to see him squatting above me and the blue hellfire playing about his horned head. Why? The paroxysm passed, leaving him faint and trembling. I understand, he panted. He is playing with me, as a cat with a mouse. To have slain me last night in my chamber were too easy, too merciful. So he destroyed the ship in which I might have escaped him, and he slew that wretched Pict and left my chain upon him, so that the savages might believe I had slain him. They have seen that chain upon my neck many a time. But why? What subtle deviltry has he in mind? What devious purpose no human mind can grasp or understand?
Who is this black man?
Asked Balesa, chill fear crawling along her spine. A demon, loosed by my greed and lust to plague me throughout eternity, he whispered. He spread his long, thin fingers on the table before him, and stared at her with hollow, weirdly luminous eyes that seemed to see her not at all, but to look through her and far beyond to some dim doom. In my youth, I had an enemy at court, he said, as if speaking more to himself than to her. A powerful man who stood between me and my ambition. In my lust for wealth and power, I sought aid from the people of the black arts. A black magician who, at my desire, raised up a fiend from the outer gulfs of existence and clothed it in the form of a man. It crushed and slew my enemy. I grew great and wealthy, and none could stand before me. But I thought to cheat my fiend of the price a mortal must pay who calls the black folk to do his bidding. By his grim arts the magician tricked the soulless waif of darkness and bound him in hell, where he howled in vain, I supposed for eternity. But because the sorcerer had given the fiend the form of a man, he could never break the link that bound it to the material world, never completely close the cosmic corridors by which it had gained access to this planet. A year ago in Cordava word came to me that the magician, now an ancient man, had been slain in his castle, with marks of demon fingers on his throat. Then I knew that the Black One had escaped from the hell where the magician had bound him, and that he would seek vengeance upon me. One night I saw his demon face leering at me from the shadows in my castle hall. It was not his material body, but his spirit sent to plague me, his spirit which could not follow me over the windy waters. Before he could reach Cordava in the flesh, I sailed to put broad seas between me and him. He has his limitations. To follow me across the seas, he must remain in his man-like body of flesh. But that flesh is not human flesh. He can be slain, I think, by fire, though the magician, having raised him up, was powerless to slay him. Such are the limits set upon the powers of sorcerers. But the Black One is too crafty to be trapped or slain. When he hides himself, no man can find him. He steals like a shadow through the night, making naught of bolts and bars. He blinds the eyes of guardsmen with sleep. He can raise storms and command the serpents of the deep and the fiends of the night. I hoped to drown my trail in the blue rolling wastes, but he has tracked me down to claim his grim forfeit. The weird eyes lit palely as he gazed beyond the tapestried walls to far, invisible horizons. "I'll trick him yet," he whispered. "Let him delay to strike this night. Dawn will find me with a ship under my heels, and again I will cast an ocean between me and his vengeance."
Hell's fire!
Conan stopped short, glaring upward. Behind him the seamen halted, 2 compact clumps of them, bows in their hands, and suspicion in their attitude. They were following an old path made by Pictish hunters, which led due east, and though they had progressed only some 30 yards, the beach was no longer visible.
"What is it?"
demanded Strom suspiciously.
"What are you stopping for? Are you blind? Look there."
From the thick limb of a tree that overhung the trail, a head grinned down at them. A dark, painted face, framed in thick black hair, in which a toucan feather drooped over the left ear.
"I took that head down and hid it in the bushes," growled Conan, scanning the woods about them narrowly. "What fool could have stuck it back up there? It looks as if somebody was trying his damnedest to bring the Picts down on the settlement."
Men glanced at each other darkly, a new element of suspicion added to their already seething cauldron. Conan climbed the tree, secured the head, and carried it into the bushes, where he tossed it into a stream and saw it sink.
"The Picts whose tracks are about this tree weren't toucans," he growled, returning through the thicket. "I've sailed these coasts enough to know something about the sea-land tribes. If I read the prints of their moccasins right, they were cormorants. I hope they're having a war with the toucans. If they're at peace, they'll head straight for the toucan village, and they'll be hell to pay. I don't know how far away that village is, but as soon as they learn of this murder, they'll come through the forest like starving wolves. That's the worst insult possible to a Pict. Kill a man not in war paint, and stick his head up in a tree for the vultures to eat. Damn peculiar things going on along this coast. But that's always the case when civilized men come into the wilderness. They're all crazy as hell. Come on."
Men loosened blades in their scabbards and shafts in their quivers as they strode deeper into the forest. Men of the sea, accustomed to the rolling expanses of grey water, they were ill at ease with the green, mysterious walls of trees and vines hemming them in. The path wound and twisted until most of them quickly lost their sense of direction and did not even know in which direction the beach lay. Conan was uneasy for another reason. He kept scanning the trail and finally grunted, "Somebody's passed along here recently, not more than an hour ahead of us. Somebody in boots, with no woodscraft. Was he the fool who found that Pict's head and stuck it back up in that tree? No, it couldn't have been him. I didn't find his tracks under the tree. But who was it? I didn't find any tracks there, except those of the Picts I'd seen already. And who's this fellow hurrying ahead of us? Did either of you bastards send a man ahead of us for any reason?" Both Strom and Zorono loudly disclaimed any such act, glaring at each other with mutual disbelief. Neither man could see the signs Conan pointed out. The faint prints which he saw on the grassless, hard-beaten trail were invisible to their untrained eyes. Conan quickened his pace, and they hurried after him. Fresh coals of suspicion added to the smoldering fire of distrust. Presently the path veered northward, and Conan left it, and began threading his way through the dense trees in a southeasterly direction. Strom stole an uneasy glance at Zorono. This might force a change in their plans. Within a few hundred feet from the trail, both were hopelessly lost, and convinced of their inability to find their way back to the path. They were shaken by the fear that, after all, the Cimmerian had a force at his command, and was leading them into an ambush. This suspicion grew as they advanced, and had almost reached panic proportions when they emerged from the thick woods and saw just ahead of them a gaunt crag that jutted up from the forest floor. A dim path leading out of the woods from the east ran among a cluster of boulders and wound up the crag on a ladder of stony shelves to a flat ledge near the summit. Conan halted, a bizarre figure in his piratical finery. "That trail is the one I followed, running from the eagle picts," he said. "It leads up to a cave behind that ledge. In that cave are the bodies of Tranikos and his captains, and the treasure he plundered from Tompkins. But a word before we go up after it. If you kill me here, you will never find your way back to the trail we followed from the beach. I know you seafaring men. You are helpless in the deep woods. Of course, the beach lies due west, but if you have to make your way through the tangled woods burdened with the plunder, it'll take you not hours, but days. And I don't think these woods will be very safe for white men when the toucans learn about their hunter." He laughed at the ghastly, mirthless smiles with which they greeted his recognition of their intentions regarding him. And he also comprehended the thought that sprang in the mind of each. Let the barbarians secure the loot for them, and lead them back to the beach trail before they killed him. "All of you stay here except Strom and Zorono," said Conan. "We three are enough to pack the treasure down from the cave." Strom grinned mirthlessly. "Go up there alone with you and Zorono? Do you take me for a fool? One man at least comes with me." And he designated his boatswain, a brawny, hard-faced giant, naked to his broad leather belt, with gold hoops in his ears and a crimson scarf knotted about his head. "And my executioner comes with me," growled Zorono. He beckoned to a lean sea-thief with a face like a parchment-covered skull, who carried a two-handed scimitar naked over his bony shoulder. Conan shrugged his shoulders. "Very well, follow me." They were close on his heels as he strode up the winding path and mounted the ledge. They crowded him close as he passed through the cleft in the wall behind it, and their breath sucked greedily between their teeth as he called their attention to the iron-bound chests on either side of the short tunnel-like cavern. "A rich cargo there," he said carelessly. "Silks, laces, garments, ornaments, weapons, the loot of the southern seas. But the real treasure lies beyond that door." The massive door stood partly open. Conan frowned. He remembered closing that door before he left the cavern, but he said nothing of the matter to his eager companions as he drew aside to let them look through. They looked into a wide cavern, lit by a strange blue glow that glimmered through a smoky, mist-like haze. A great ebon table stood in the midst of the cavern, and in a carved chair with a high back and broad arms that might once have stood in the castle of some Zingaran baron, sat a giant figure, fabulous and fantastic. There sat bloody Tranikos, his great head sunk on his bosom, one brawny hand still gripping a jeweled goblet in which wine still sparkled. Tranikos in his lacquered hat, his gilt-embroidered coat with jeweled buttons that winked in the blue flame, his flaring boots and gold-worked baldric that upheld a jewel-hilted sword in a golden sheath. And ranging the board, each with his chin resting on his lace-bedecked breast, sat the 11 captains. The blue fire played weirdly on them, and on their giant admiral, as it flowed from the enormous jewel on the tiny ivory pedestal, striking glints of frozen fire from the heaps of fantastically cut gems which shone before the place of Tranikos. The plunder of Kemi, the jewels of Tothmekri, the stones whose value was greater than the value of all the rest of the known jewels in the world put together. The faces of Zorono and Strom showed pallid in the blue glow. Over their shoulders their men gaped stupidly. "Go in and take them," invited Conan, drawing aside, and Zorono and Strom crowded avidly past him, jostling one another in their haste. Their followers were treading on their heels. Zorono kicked the door wide open and halted with one foot on the threshold at the sight of a figure on the floor, previously hidden from view by the partly closed door. It was a man, prone and contorted, head drawn back between his shoulders, white face twisted in a grin of mortal agony, gripping his own throat with clawed fingers. "Galbro!" ejaculated Zorono. "Dead! What?" With sudden suspicion, he thrust his head over the threshold into the bluish mist that filled the inner cavern, and he screamed chokingly, "There is death in the smoke!" Even as he screamed, Conan hurled his weight against the 4 men bunched in the doorway, sending them staggering, but not headlong into the mist-filled cavern as he had planned. They were recoiling at the sight of the dead man and the realization of the trap and his violent push, while it threw them off their feet, yet failed of the result he desired. Strom and Zorono sprawled half over the threshold on their knees, the bosun tumbling over their legs, and the executioner caromed against the wall. Before Conan could follow up on his ruthless intention of kicking the fallen men into the cavern and holding the door against them until the poisonous mist did its deadly work, he had to turn and defend himself against the frothing onslaught of the executioner, who was the first to regain his balance and his wits. The buccaneer missed a tremendous swipe with his headsman's sword as the Cimmerian ducked, and the great blade banged against the stone wall, spattering blue sparks. The next instant, his skull-faced head rolled on the cavern floor under the bite of Conan's cutlass. In the split seconds this swift action consumed, the bosun regained his feet and fell on the Cimmerian, raining blows with a cutlass that would have overwhelmed a lesser man. Cutlass met cutlass with a ring of steel that was deafening in the narrow cavern. The 2 captains rolled back across the threshold, gagging and gasping, purple in the face and too near strangled to shout, and Conan redoubled his efforts in an endeavor to dispose of his antagonist and cut down his rivals before they could recover from the effects of the poison. The bosun dripped blood at each step as he was driven back before the ferocious onslaught, and he began desperately to bellow for his companions. But before Conan could deal the finishing stroke, the 2 chiefs, gasping but murderous, came at him with swords in their hands, croaking for their men. The Cimmerian bounded back and leaped out onto the ledge. He felt himself a match for all 3 men, though each was a famed swordsman, but he did not wish to be trapped by the crews which would come charging up the path at the sound of the battle. These were not coming with as much celerity as he expected, however. They were bewildered at the sounds and muffled shouts issuing from the cavern above them, but no man dared start up the path for fear of a sword in the back. Each band faced the other tensely, grasping their weapons, but incapable of decision, and when they saw the Cimmerian bound out on the ledge, they still hesitated. While they stood with their arrows nocked, he ran up the ladder of handholds niched in the rock near the cleft, and threw himself prone on the summit of the crag, out of their sight. The captains stormed out on the ledge, raving and brandishing their swords, and their men, seeing their leaders were not at sword strokes, ceased menacing each other, and gaped bewilderedly. "Dog!" screamed Zorono. "You plan to poison us! Traitor!" Conan mocked them from above.
"Well, what did you expect? You 2 were planning to cut my throat as soon as I got the plunder for you. If it hadn't been for that fool Galbro, I'd have trapped the 4 of you and explained to your men how you rushed in heedless to your doom. And with us both dead, you'd have taken my ship and all the loot, too," frothed Strom. "Aye, and the pick of each crew. I've been wanting to get back on the main for months, and this was a good opportunity. It was Galbro's footprints I saw on the trail. I wonder how the fool learned of this cave, or how he expected to lug away the loot by himself.
But for the sight of his body, we'd have walked into that death trap, muttered Zorono, his swarthy face still ashy. That blue smoke was like unseen fingers crushing my throat.
Well, what are you going to do?
Their unseen tormentor yelled sardonically. What are we to do? Zorono asked of Strom. The treasure cavern is filled with that poisonous mist, though for some reason it does not flow across the threshold.
You can't get the treasure,
Conan assured them with satisfaction from his eyrie.
That smoke will strangle you. It nearly got me when I stepped in there. Listen, and I'll tell you a tale the Picts tell in their huts when the fires burn low. Once, long ago, 12 strange men came out of the sea and found a cave and heaped it with gold and jewels. But a Pictish shaman made magic and the earth shook, and smoke came out of the earth and strangled them where they sat at wine. The smoke, which was the smoke of hell's fire, was confined within the cavern by the magic of the wizard. The tale was told from tribe to tribe, and all the clans shun the accursed spot. When I crawled in there to escape the Eagle Picts, I realized that the old legend was true and referred to old Tranikos and his men. An earthquake cracked the rock floor of the cavern, while he and his captains sat at wine, and let the mist out of the depths of the earth, doubtless out of hell, as the Picts say. Death guards old Tranikos' treasure.
Bring up the men, frothed Strom. We'll climb up and hew him down. Don't be a fool, snarled Zorono. Do you think any man on earth could climb those handholds in the teeth of his sword? We'll have the men up here right enough to feather him with shafts if he dares show himself. But we'll get those gems yet. He had some plan of obtaining the loot, or he wouldn't have brought 30 men to bear it back. If he could get it, so can we. We'll bend a cutlass blade to make a hook, tie it to a rope and cast it about the leg of that table, then drag it to the door.
Well thought, Zorono, came down Conan's mocking voice. Exactly what I had in mind. But how will you find your way back to the beach path? It'll be dark long before you reach the beach, if you have to feel your way through the woods, and I'll follow you and kill you one by one in the dark.
It's no empty boast, muttered Strom. He can move and strike in the dark as subtly and silently as a ghost. If he hunts us back through the forest, few of us will live to see the beach. Then we'll kill him here, gritted Zorono. Some of us will shoot at him, while the rest climb the crag. If he is not struck by arrows, some of us will reach him with our swords. Listen, why does he laugh?
To hear dead men making plots,
came Conan's grimly amused voice. Heed him not, scowled Zorono, and, lifting his voice, shouted for the men below to join him and Strom on the ledge. The sailors started up the slanting trail, and one started to shout a question. Simultaneously, there sounded a hum like that of an angry bee, ending in a sharp thud. The buccaneer gasped, and blood gushed from his open mouth. He sank to his knees, clutching the black shaft that quivered in his breast. A yell of alarm went up from his companions.
"What's the matter?" shouted Strom.
"Picts!" bawled a pirate, lifting his bow and loosing blindly. At his side a man moaned and went down with an arrow through his throat. "Take cover, you fools!" shrieked Zorono. From his vantage point, he glimpsed painted figures moving in the bushes. One of the men on the winding path fell back, dying. The rest scrambled hastily back down among the rocks about the foot of the crag. They took cover clumsily, not used to this kind of fighting. Arrows flickered from the bushes,
splintering on the boulders. The men on the ledge lay prone at full length.
"We're trapped."
Strom's face was pale. Bold enough with a deck under his feet, this silent, savage warfare shook his ruthless nerves.
"Conan said they feared this crag," said Zorono. "When night falls, the men must climb up here. We'll hold the crag. The Picts won't rush us."
"Aye," mocked Conan above them. "They won't climb the crag to get at you, that's true. They'll merely surround it and keep you here until you all die of thirst and starvation."
"He speaks truth," said Zorono helplessly. "What shall we do?" "Make a truce with him," muttered Strom. "If any man can get us out of this jam, he can. Time enough to cut his throat later."
Lifting his voice, he called,
"Conan, let's forget our feud for the time being. You're in this fix as much as we are. Come down and help us out of it."
"How do you figure that?" retorted the Cimmerian. "I have but to wait until dark, climb down the other side of this crag, and melt into the forest. I can crawl through the lines the Picts have thrown around this hill, and return to the fort to report you all slain by the savages, which will shortly be truth." Zorono and Strom stared at each other in pallid silence.
"But I'm not going to do that,"
Conan roared. "Not because I have any love for you dogs, but because a white man doesn't leave white men, even his enemies, to be butchered by Picts." The Cimmerian's tousled black head appeared over the crest of the crag. "Now listen closely. That's only a small band down there. I saw them sneaking through the brush when I laughed a while ago. Anyway, if there had been many of them, every man at the foot of the crag would be dead now. I think that's a band of fleet-footed young men sent ahead of the main war party to cut us off from the beach. I'm certain a big war band is heading in our direction from somewhere. They've thrown a cordon around the west side of the crag, but I don't think there are any on the east side. I'm going down on that side and get in the forest and work around behind them. Meanwhile, you crawl down the path and join your men among the rocks. Tell them to sling their bows and draw their swords. When you hear me yell, rush the trees on the west side of the clearing."
"What of the treasure?" "To hell with the treasure. We'll be lucky if we get out of here with our heads on our shoulders."
The black-maned head vanished. They listened for sounds to indicate that Conan had crawled to the almost sheer eastern wall and was working his way down, but they heard nothing. Nor was there any sound in the forest. No more arrows broke against the rocks where the sailors were hidden. But all knew that fierce black eyes were watching with murderous patience. Gingerly, Strom, Zorono, and the bosun started down the winding path. They were halfway down when the black shafts began to whisper around them. The bosun groaned and toppled limply down the slope, shot through the heart. Arrows shivered on the helmets and breastplates of the chiefs as they tumbled in frantic haste down the steep trail. They reached the foot in a scrambling rush and lay panting among the boulders, swearing breathlessly. "Is this more of Conan's trickery?" wondered Zorono profanely. "We can trust him in this matter," asserted Strom. "These barbarians live by their own particular code of honor, and Conan would never desert men of his own complexion to be slaughtered by people of another race. He'll help us against the Picts, even though he plans to murder us himself. Hark!" A blood-freezing yell knifed the silence. It came from the woods to the west, and simultaneously an object arced out of the trees, struck the ground, and rolled bouncingly towards the rocks. A severed human head, the hideously painted face frozen in a snarl of death. "Conan's signal!" roared Strom, and the desperate freebooters rose like a wave from the rocks and rushed headlong toward the woods. Arrows whirred out of the bushes, but their flight was hurried and erratic. Only 3 men fell. Then the wild men of the sea plunged through the fringe of foliage and fell on the naked, painted figures that rose out of the gloom before them. There was a murderous instant of panting, ferocious effort, hand to hand, cutlasses beating down war axes, booted feet trampling naked bodies, and then bare feet were rattling through the bushes in headlong flight as the survivors of that brief carnage quit the fray, leaving 7 still painted figures stretched on the blood-stained leaves that littered the earth. Further back in the thickets sounded a thrashing and heaving, and then it ceased, and Conan strode into view, his lacquered hat gone, his coat torn, his cutlass dripping in his hand.
"What now?"
panted Zorono. He knew the charge had succeeded only because Conan's unexpected attack on the rear of the Picts had demoralized the painted men and prevented them from falling back before the rush. But he exploded into curses as Conan passed his cutlass through a buccaneer who writhed on the ground with a shattered hip.
"We can't carry him with us," grunted Conan. "It wouldn't be any kindness to leave him to be taken alive by the Picts. Come on."
They crowded close at his heels as he trotted through the trees. Alone, they would have sweated and blundered among the thickets for hours before they found the beach trail, if they had ever found it. The Cimmerian led them as unerringly as if he had been following a blazed path, and the rovers shouted with hysterical relief as they burst suddenly upon the trail that ran westward.
"Fool!"
Conan clapped a hand on the shoulder of a pirate who started to break into a run and hurled him back among his companions.
"You'll burst your heart and fall within 1,000 yards. We're miles from the beach. Take an easy gait. We may have to sprint the last mile. Save some of your wind for it. Come on now."
He set off down the trail at a steady jog trot. The seamen followed him, setting their pace to his. The sun was touching the waves of the Western Ocean. Tina stood at the window from which Balessa had watched the storm.
"The setting sun turns the ocean to blood," she said. "The carrack's sail is a white fleck on the crimson waters. The woods are already darkened with clustering shadows."
"What of the seamen on the beach?" asked Balessa languidly. She reclined on a couch, her eyes closed, her hands clasped behind her head.
"Both camps are preparing their supper," said Tina. "They gather driftwood and build fires. I can hear them shouting to one another. What is that?"
The sudden tenseness in the girl's tone brought Balessa upright on the couch. Tina grasped the window-sill, her face white.
"Listen, a howling far off, like many wolves."
"Wolves?" Balessa sprang up, fear clutching her heart.
"Wolves do not hunt in packs at this time of year. Oh, look!" shrilled the girl, pointing. "Men are running out of the forest."
In an instant Balessa was beside her, staring wide-eyed at the figures, small in the distance, streaming out of the woods.
"The sailors," she gasped, "empty-handed. I see Zorono, Strom." "Where is Conan?" whispered the girl.
Balessa shook her head.
"Listen, oh, listen,"
whimpered the child, clinging to her.
"The Picts."
All in the fort could hear it now. A vast ululation of mad exultation and bloodlust from the depths of the dark forest. That sound spurred on the panting men reeling toward the stockade.
"Hasten!"
gasped Strom, his face a drawn mask of exhausted effort.
"They're almost at our heels. My ship."
"She is too far out for us to reach," panted Zorono.
"Make for the stockade. See, the men camped on the beach have seen us."
He waved his arms in breathless pantomime, but the men on the strand understood, and they recognized the significance of that wild howling, rising to a triumphant crescendo. The sailors abandoned their fires and cooking pots and fled for the stockade gate. They were pouring through it as the fugitives from the forest rounded the south angle and reeled into the gate, a heaving, frantic mob, half dead from exhaustion. The gate was slammed with frenzied haste, and sailors began to climb the firing ledge to join the men-at-arms already there. Balesa confronted Zorono.
"Where is Conan?"
The buccaneer jerked a thumb toward the blackening woods. His chest heaved, sweat poured down his face. "Their scouts were at our heels before we gained the beach. He paused to slay a few and give us time to get away." He staggered away to take his place on the firing ledge, whither Strom had already mounted. Valenzo stood there, a somber, cloak-wrapped figure, strangely silent and aloof. He was like a man bewitched. "Look!" yelped a pirate above the deafening howling of the yet unseen horde. A man emerged from the forest and raced fleetly across the open belt.
"Conan!"
Zorono grinned wolfishly. "We're safe in the stockade. We know where the treasure is. No reason why we shouldn't feather him with arrows now."
"Nay," Strom caught his arm. "We'll need his sword. Look!"
Behind the fleet-footed Cimmerian, a wild horde burst from the forest, howling as they ran. Naked Picts, hundreds and hundreds of them. Their arrows rained about the Cimmerian. A few strides more, and Conan reached the eastern wall of the stockade, bounded high, seized the points of the logs, and heaved himself up and over, his cutlass in his teeth. Arrows thudded venomously into the logs where his body had just been. His resplendent coat was gone, his white silk shirt torn and blood-stained.
"Stop them!"
he roared as his feet hit the ground inside.
"If they get on the wall, we're done for!"
Pirates, buccaneers, and men-at-arms responded instantly, and a storm of arrows and quarrels tore into the oncoming horde. Conan saw Balesa, with Tina clinging to her hand, and his language was picturesque.
"Get into the manor," he commanded in conclusion. "Their shafts will arch over the wall. What did I tell you?"
As a black shaft cut into the earth at Balesa's feet and quivered like a serpent head. Conan caught up a longbow and leaped to the firing ledge.
"Some of you fellows prepare torches,"
he roared above the rising clamor of battle.
"We can't fight them in the dark."
The sun had sunk in a welter of blood. Out in the bay, the men aboard the carrack had cut the anchor chain, and the red hand was rapidly receding on the crimson horizon. Chapter 7. Men of the Woods. Night had fallen, but torches streamed across the strand, casting the mad scene into lurid revealment. Naked men in paint swarmed the beach. Like waves they came against the palisade, bared teeth and blazing eyes gleaming in the glare of the torches thrust over the wall. Toucan feathers waved in black manes, and the feathers of the cormorant and the sea falcon. A few warriors, the wildest and most barbaric of them all, wore shark's teeth woven in their tangled locks. The sea-land tribes had gathered from up and down the coast in all directions to rid their country of the white-skinned invaders. They surged against the palisade, driving a storm of arrows before them, fighting into the teeth of the shafts and bolts that tore into their masses from the stockade. Sometimes they came so close to the wall they were hewing at the gate with their war-axes and thrusting their spears through the loopholes. But each time the tide ebbed back without flowing over the palisade, leaving its drift of dead. At this kind of fighting the freebooters of the sea were at their stoutest. Their arrows and bolts tore holes in the charging horde, their cutlasses hewed the wild men from the palisades they strove to scale. Yet again and again the men of the woods returned to the onslaught with all the stubborn ferocity that had been roused in their fierce hearts.
"They are like mad dogs,"
gasped Zorono, hacking downward at the dark hands that grasped at the palisade points, the dark faces that snarled up at him.
"If we can hold the fort until dawn, they'll lose heart," grunted Conan, splitting a feathered skull with professional precision. "They won't maintain a long siege. Look, they're falling back." The charge rolled back,
and the men on the wall shook the sweat out of their eyes, counted their dead, and took a fresh grasp on the blood-slippery hilts of their swords. Like blood-hungry wolves, grudgingly driven from a cornered prey, the Picts skulked back beyond the ring of torches. Only the bodies of the slain lay before the palisade.
"Have they gone?"
Strom shook back his wet, tawny locks. The cutlass in his fist was notched and red. His brawny bare arm was splashed with blood.
"They're still out there."
Conan nodded toward the outer darkness which ringed the circle of torches, made more intense by their light. He glimpsed movements in the shadows, glitter of eyes and the dull sheen of steel.
"They've drawn off for a bit, though," he said. "Put sentries on the wall, and let the rest drink and eat. It's past midnight. We've been fighting for hours without much interval."
The chiefs clambered down from the ledges, calling their men from the walls. A sentry was posted in the middle of each wall, east, west, north, and south, and a clump of men-at-arms were left at the gate. The Picts, to reach the wall, would have to charge across a wide, torch-lit space, and the defenders could resume their places long before the attackers could reach the palisade.
"Where's Valenso?"
demanded Conan, gnawing a huge beef bone as he stood beside the fire the men had built in the center of the compound. Pirates, buccaneers, and henchmen mingled with each other, wolfing the meat and ale the women brought them, and allowing their wounds to be bandaged.
"He disappeared an hour ago," grunted Strom. "He was fighting on the wall beside me, when suddenly he stopped short and glared out into the darkness as if he saw a ghost. 'Look,' he croaked, 'the Black Devil! I see him, out there in the night.' Well, I could swear I saw a figure moving among the shadows that was too tall for a Pict, but it was just a glimpse and it was gone. But Valenso jumped down from the firing ledge and staggered into the manor like a man with a mortal wound. I haven't seen him since." "He probably saw a forest devil," said Conan tranquilly. "The Picts say this coast is lousy with them. What I'm more afraid of is fire arrows. The Picts are likely to start shooting them at any time. What's that? It sounded like a cry for help." When the lull came in the fighting, Balessa and Tina had crept to their window, from which they had been driven by the danger of flying arrows. Silently, they watched the men gather about the fire.
"There are not enough men on the stockade,"
said Tina. In spite of her nausea at the sight of the corpses sprawled about the palisade, Balessa was forced to laugh. "Do you think you know more about wars and siege than the freebooters?" she chided gently.
"There should be more men on the walls,"
insisted the child, shivering.
"Suppose the black man came back."
Balessa shuddered at the thought.
"I am afraid,"
murmured Tina.
"I hope Strom and Zerono are killed."
"And not Conan?" asked Balessa curiously.
"Conan would not harm us,"
said the child confidently.
"He lives up to his barbaric code of honor, but they are men who have lost all honor."
"You are wise beyond your years, Tina," said Balessa, with the vague uneasiness the precocity of the girl frequently roused in her.
"Look!"
Tina stiffened.
"The sentry is gone from the south wall. I saw him on the ledge a moment ago. Now he has vanished."
From their window, the palisade points of the south wall were just visible over the slanting roofs of a row of huts which paralleled that wall almost its entire length. A sort of open-topped corridor, 3 or 4 yards wide, was formed by the stockade and the back of the huts, which were built in a solid row. These huts were occupied by the serfs.
"Where could the sentry have gone?"
whispered Tina uneasily. Balessa was watching one end of the hut row, which was not far from a side door of the manor. She could have sworn she saw a shadowy figure glide from behind the huts and disappear at the door. Was that the vanished sentry? Why had he left the wall, and why should he steal so subtly into the manor? She did not believe it was the sentry she had seen, and a nameless fear congealed her blood. "Where is the Count, Tina?" she asked.
"In the great hall, my lady. He sits alone at the table, wrapped in his cloak and drinking wine, with a face grey as death."
"Go and tell him what we have seen. I will keep watch from this window, lest the Picts steal to the unguarded wall." Tina scampered away. Balesa heard her slippered feet pattering along the corridor, receding down the stair. Then, abruptly, terribly, there rang out a scream of such poignant fear that Balesa's heart almost stopped with the shock of it. She was out of the chamber and flying down the corridor before she was aware that her limbs were in motion. She ran down the stair and halted as if turned to stone. She did not scream as Tina had screamed. She was incapable of sound or motion. She saw Tina, was aware of the reality of small hands grasping her frantically. But these were the only sane realities in a scene of black nightmare and lunacy and death, dominated by the monstrous anthropomorphic shadow which spread awful arms against a lurid hell-fire glare. Out in the stockade, Strom shook his head at Conan's question. "I heard nothing." "I did." Conan's wild instincts were roused. He was tensed, his eyes blazing. "It came from the south wall, behind those huts." Drawing his cutlass, he strode toward the palisade. From the compound, the wall on the south and the sentry posted there were not visible, being hidden behind the huts. Strom followed, impressed by the Cimmerian's manner. At the mouth of the open space between the huts and wall, Conan halted, warily. The space was dimly lighted by torches flaring at either corner of the stockade, and about midway of that natural corridor, a crumpled shape sprawled on the ground. "Brachus!" swore Strom, running forward and dropping on one knee beside the figure. "By Mitra, his throat's been cut!" Conan swept the space with a quick glance, finding it empty save for himself, Strom, and the dead man. He peered through a loophole. No living man moved within the ring of torchlight outside the fort. Who could have done this? He wondered. "Zorono!" Strom sprang up, spitting fury like a wildcat, his hair bristling, his face convulsed. "He had set his thieves to stabbing my men in the back. He plans to wipe me out by treachery. Devils, I am leagued within and without." "Wait!" Conan reached a restraining hand. "I don't believe Zorono," but the maddened pirate jerked away and rushed around the end of the hut row, breathing blasphemies. Conan ran after him, swearing. Strom made straight toward the fire by which Zorono's tall, lean form was visible as the buccaneer chief quaffed a jack of ale. His amazement was supreme when the jack was dashed violently from his hand, spattering his breastplate with foam, and he was jerked around to confront the passion-distorted face of the pirate captain. "You murdering dog!" roared Strom. "Will you slay my men behind my back while they fight for your filthy hide as well as for mine?" Conan was hurrying toward them, and on all sides men ceased eating and drinking to stare in amazement. "What do you mean?" sputtered Zorono. "You've set your men to stabbing mine at their posts!" screamed the maddened Barakan. "You lie!" Smoldering hate burst into sudden flame. With an incoherent howl, Strom heaved up his cutlass and cut at the buccaneer's head. Zorono caught the blow on his armored left arm, and sparks flew as he staggered back, ripping out his own sword. In an instant, The captains were fighting like madmen, their blades flaming and flashing in the firelight. Their crews reacted instantly and blindly. A deep roar went up as pirates and buccaneers drew their swords and fell upon each other. The men left on the walls abandoned their posts and leaped down into the stockade, blades in hand. In an instant the compound was a battleground, where knotting, writhing groups of men smote and slew in a blind frenzy. Some of the men-at-arms and serfs were drawn into the melee, and the soldiers at the gate turned and stared down in amazement, forgetting the enemy which lurked outside. It had all happened so quickly, smoldering passions exploding into sudden battle, that men were fighting all over the compound before Conan could reach the maddened chiefs. Ignoring their swords, he tore them apart with such violence that they staggered backwards, and Zorono tripped and fell headlong.
"You cursed fools! Will you throw away all our lives?"
Strom was frothing mad, and Zorono was bawling for assistance. A buccaneer ran at Conan from behind and cut at his head. The Cimmerian half-turned and caught his arm, checking the stroke in mid-air.
"Look, you fools!"
he roared, pointing with his sword. Something in his tone caught the attention of the battle-crazed mob. Men froze in their places, with lifted swords, Zorono on one knee, and twisted their heads to stare. Conan was pointing at a soldier on the firing ledge. The man was reeling, arms clawing the air, choking as he tried to shout. Suddenly he pitched headlong to the ground, and all saw the black arrow standing up between his shoulders. A cry of alarm rose from the compound. On the heels of the shout came a clamor of blood-freezing screams, the shattering impact of axes on the gate. Flaming arrows arched over the walls and stuck in logs, and thin wisps of blue smoke curled upward. Then, from behind the huts that ranged the south wall, came swift and furtive figures racing across the compound.
"The Picts are in!" roared Conan.
Bedlam followed his shout. The freebooters ceased their feud, some turned to meet the savages, some to spring to wall. Savages were pouring from behind the huts, and they streamed over the compound. Their axes flashed against the cutlasses of the sailors. Zorono was struggling to his feet when a painted savage rushed upon him from behind and brained him with a war-axe. Conan, with a clump of sailors behind him, was battling with the Picts inside the stockade, and Strom, with most of his men, was climbing up on the firing ledges, slashing at the dark figures already swarming over the wall. The Picts, who had crept up unobserved and surrounded the fort, while the defenders were fighting among themselves, were attacking from all sides. Valenzo's soldiers were clustered at the gate, trying to hold it against a howling swarm of exultant demons. More and more savages streamed from behind the huts, having scaled the undefended south wall. Strom and his pirates were beaten back from the other sides of the palisade, and in an instant the compound was swarming with naked warriors. They dragged down the defenders like wolves. The battle revolved into swirling whirlpools of painted figures surging about small groups of desperate white men. Picts, sailors, and henchmen littered the earth, stamped underfoot by the heedless feet. Blood-smeared braves dived howling into huts, and the shrieks that rose from the interiors, where women and children died beneath the red axes, rose above the din of the battle. The men-at-arms abandoned the gate when they heard those pitiful cries, and in an instant the Picts had bursted and were pouring into the palisade at that point also. Huts began to go up in flames.
"Make for the manor!"
roared Conan, and a dozen men surged in behind him as he hewed an inexorable way through the snarling pack. Strom was at his side, wielding his red cutlass like a flail.
"We can't hold the manor,"
grunted the pirate. Why not? Conan was too busy with his crimson work to spare a glance. Because, a knife in a dark hand sank deep in the Barachan's back. Devil eat you, bastard! Strom turned staggeringly and split the savage's head to the teeth. The pirate reeled and fell to his knees, blood starting from his lips. "The manor's burning," he croaked, and slumped over in the dust. Conan cast a swift look about him. The men who had followed him were all down in their blood. The Pict gasping out his life under the Cimmerian's feet was the last of the group which had barred his way. All about him battle was swirling and surging, but for the moment he stood alone. He was not far from the south wall. A few strides, and he could leap to the ledge, swing over and be gone through the night. But he remembered the helpless girls in the manor, from which now smoke was rolling in billowing masses. He ran toward the manor. A feathered chief wheeled from the door, lifting a war-axe, and behind the racing Cimmerian, lines of fleet-footed braves were converging upon him. He did not check his stride. His downward-sweeping cutlass met and deflected the axe, and split the skull of its wielder. An instant later, Conan was through the door and had slammed and bolted it against the axes that splintered into the wood. The great hall was full of drifting wisps of smoke, through which he groped, half-blinded. Somewhere a woman was whimpering, little, catchy, hysterical sobs of nerve-shattering horror. He emerged from a whirl of smoke and stopped dead in his tracks, glaring down the hall. The hall was dim and shadowy with drifting smoke. The silver candelabrum was overturned, the candles extinguished. The only illumination was a lurid glow from the great fireplace and the wall in which it was set, where the flames licked from burning floor to smoking roof beams. And limned against that lurid glare, Conan saw a human form swinging slowly at the end of a rope. The dead face turned toward him as the body swung, and it was distorted beyond recognition. But Conan knew it was Count Valenso, hanged to his own roof beam. But there was something else in the hall. Conan saw it through the drifting smoke, a monstrous black figure, outlined against the hellfire glare. That outline was vaguely human, but the shadow thrown on the burning wall was not human at all. "Crom," muttered Conan aghast, paralyzed by the realization that he was confronted with a being against which his sword was helpless. He saw Balesa and Tina clutched in each other's arms, crouching at the bottom of the stair. The black monster reared up, looming gigantic against the flame, great arms spread wide. A dim face leered through the drifting smoke, semi-human, demonic, altogether terrible. Conan glimpsed the close-set horns, the gaping mouth, the peaked ears. It was lumbering toward him through the smoke, and an old memory woke with desperation. Near the Cimmerian stood a massive silver bench, ornately carven, once part of the splendor of Corzelta Castle. Conan grasped it, heaved it high above his head. "Silver and fire!" he roared in a voice like a clap of wind, and hurled the bench with all the power of his iron muscles. Full on the great black breast it crashed, 100 pounds of silver, winged with terrific velocity. Not even the Black One could stand before such a missile. He was carried off his feet, hurtled backward headlong into the open fireplace, which was a roaring mouth of flame. A horrible scream shook the hall, the cry of an unearthly thing gripped suddenly by earthly death. The mantel cracked and stones fell from the great chimney, half hiding the black writhing limbs at which the flames were eating in elemental fury. Burning beams crashed down from the roof and thundered on the stones, and the whole heap was enveloped by a roaring burst of fire. Flames were racing down the stair when Conan reached it. He caught up the fainting child under one arm and dragged Balesa to her feet. Through the crackle and snap of the fire sounded the splintering of the door under the war-axes. He glared about, sighted a door opposite the stair landing, and hurried through it, carrying Tina and half-dragging Balesa, who seemed dazed. As they came into the chamber beyond, a reverberation behind them announced that the roof was falling in the hall. Through a strangling wall of smoke, Conan saw an open outer door on the other side of the chamber. As he lugged his charges through it, he saw it sagged on broken hinges, lock and bolt snapped and splintered as if by some terrific force.
"The black man came in by this door," Balesa sobbed hysterically. "I saw him, but I did not know."
They emerged into the firelit compound, a few feet from the hut row that lined the south wall. A Pict was skulking toward the door, eyes red in the firelight, axe lifted. Turning the girl on his arm away from the blow, Conan drove his cutlass through the savage's breast, and then, sweeping Balesa off her feet, ran toward the south wall carrying both girls. The compound was full of billowing smoke clouds that hid half the red work going on there, but the fugitives had been seen. Naked figures, black against the dull glare, pranced out of the smoke, brandishing gleaming axes. They were still yards behind him when Conan ducked into the spaces between the huts and the wall. At the other end of the corridor, he saw other howling shapes running to cut him off. Halting short, he tossed Balesa bodily to the firing ledge and leaped after her. Swinging her over the palisade, he dropped her into the sand outside and dropped Tina after her. A thrown axe crashed into a log by his shoulder, and then he too was over the wall and gathering up his dazed and helpless charges. When the Picts reached the wall, the space before the palisade was empty of all except the dead. Chapter 8. A Pirate Returns to the Sea. Dawn was tinging the dim waters with an old rose hue. Far out across the tinted waters, a fleck of white grew out of the mist, a sail that seemed to hang suspended in the pearly sky. On a bushy headland, Conan the Cimmerian held a ragged cloak over a fire of green wood. As he manipulated the cloak, puffs of smoke rose upward, quivered against the dawn, and vanished. Balesa crouched near him, one arm about Tina.
"Do you think they'll see it and understand?"
"They'll see it right enough," he assured her. "They've been hanging off and on this coast all night, hoping to sight some survivors. They're scared stiff. There's only half a dozen of them, and not one can navigate well enough to sail from here to the Barakan Isles. They'll understand my signals. It's the pirate code. I'm telling them that the captains are dead and all the sailors, and for them to come inshore and take us aboard. They know I can navigate, and they'll be glad to ship under me. They'll have to. I'm the only captain left."
"But suppose the Picts see the smoke?"
She shuddered, glancing back over the misty sands and bushes to where, miles to the north, a column of smoke stood up in the still air.
"They're not likely to see it. After I hid you in the woods, I crept back and saw them dragging barrels of wine and ale out of the storehouses. Already most of them were reeling. They'll all be lying around too drunk to move by this time. If I had 100 men, I could wipe out the whole horde. Look, there goes a rocket from the Red Hand. That means they're coming to take us off."
Conan stamped out the fire, handed the cloak back to Balessa, and stretched like a great lazy cat. Balessa watched him in wonder. His unperturbed manner was not assumed. The night of fire and blood and slaughter, and the flight through the black woods afterwards, had left his nerves untouched. He was as calm as if he had spent the night in feast and revel. Balessa did not fear him. She felt safer than she had felt since she landed on that wild coast. He was not like the freebooters, civilized men who had repudiated all standards of honor and lived without any. Conan, on the other hand, lived according to the code of his people, which was barbaric and bloody, but at least upheld its own peculiar standards of honor.
"Do you think he is dead?"
she asked, with seeming irrelevancy. He did not ask her to whom she referred. "I believe so. Silver and fire are both deadly to evil spirits, and he got a belly full of both." Neither spoke of that subject again.
Balessa's mind shrank from the task of conjuring up the scene when a black figure skulked into the great hall,
and a long-delayed vengeance was horribly consummated. "What will you do when you get back to Zingara?" Conan asked. She shook her head helplessly.
"I do not know. I have neither money nor friends. I am not trained to earn my living. Perhaps it would have been better had one of those arrows struck my heart."
"Do not say that, my lady," begged Tina. "I will work for us both."
Conan drew a small leather bag from inside his girdle. "I didn't get Tothmekri's jewels," he rumbled. "But here are some baubles I found in the chest where I got the clothes I'm wearing." He spilled a handful of flaming rubies into his palm. "They're worth a fortune themselves." He dumped them back into the bag and handed it to her. "But I can't take these," she began. "Of course you'll take them.
I might as well leave you for the pigs to scalp as to take you back to Zingara to starve,"
said he. "I know what it is to be penniless in a Hyperborean land. Now, in my country sometimes there are famines, but people are hungry only when there's no food in the land at all. But in civilized countries, I've seen people sick of gluttony, while others were starving. I've seen men fall and die of hunger against the walls of shops and storehouses crammed with food. Sometimes I was hungry too, but then I took what I wanted at sword's point. But you can't do that. So you take these rubies. You can sell them and buy a castle and slaves and fine clothes, and with them it won't be hard to get a husband, because civilized men all desire wives with these possessions."
"But what of you?"
Conan grinned and indicated the red hand drawing swiftly inshore. "A ship and a crew are all I want. As soon as I set foot on that deck, I'll have a ship, and as soon as I can raise the Barakkans, I'll have a crew. The lads of the Red Brotherhood are eager to ship with me, because I always lead them to rare loot. And as soon as I've set you and the girl ashore on the Zingaran coast, I'll show the dogs some looting. Nay, no thanks. What are a handful of jewels to me, when all the loot of the southern seas will be mine for the grasping?" Marchers of Valhalla. The sky was lurid, gloomy, and repellent, of the blue of tarnished steel, streaked with dully crimson banners. Against the muddled red smear lowered the low hills that are the peaks of that barren upland which is a dreary expanse of sand drifts and post-oak thickets, checkered with sterile fields where tenant farmers toil out their hideously barren lives in fruitless labor and bitter want. I had limped to a ridge which rose above the others, flanked on either hand by the dry post-oak thickets. The terrible dreariness of the grim desolation of the vistas spread before me turned my soul to dust and ashes. I sank down upon a half-rotted log, and the agonizing melancholy of that drab land lay hard upon me. The red sun, half-veiled in blowing dust and filmy clouds, sank low. It hung a hand's breadth above the western rim. But its setting lent no glory to the sand drifts and shinnery. Its somber glow but accentuated the grisly desolation of the land. Then suddenly I realized that I was not alone. A woman had come from the dense thicket and stood looking down at me. I gazed at her in silent wonder. Beauty was so rare in my life I was hardly able to recognize it, yet I knew that this woman was unbelievably beautiful. She was neither short nor tall, slender, and yet splendidly shaped. I do not remember her dress. I have a vague impression that she was richly but modestly clad. But I remember the strange beauty of her face, framed in the dark, rippling glory of her hair. Her eyes held mine like a magnet. I cannot tell you the color of those eyes. They were dark and luminous, lighted as no eyes I ever saw were lighted. She spoke, and her voice, strangely accented, was alien to my ears, and golden as distant chimes. "Why do you fret, Hjalmar?" "You mistake me, miss," I answered. "My name is James Allison. Were you looking for someone?" She shook her head slowly. "I came to look at the land once more. I had not thought to find you here." "I don't understand you," I said. "I never saw you before. Are you a native of this country? You don't talk like a Texan." She shook her head. "No, but I knew this land long ago. Long, long ago." "You don't look that old," I said bluntly. "You'll pardon me for not getting up. As you see, I have but one leg, and it was such a long walk up here that I'm forced to sit and rest." "Life has dealt harshly with you," she said softly. "I had hardly recognized you. Your body is so changed." "You must have known me before I lost my leg," I said bitterly. "Although I'll swear I can't remember you. I was only 14 when a Mustang fell on me and crushed my leg so badly it had to be amputated. I wish to God it had been my neck." Thus cripples speak to utter strangers. Not so much a bid for sympathy, but the despairing cry of a soul tortured beyond endurance. "Do not fret," she said softly. "Life takes, but it also gives." "Oh, don't give me a speech about resignation and cheerfulness," I cried savagely. "If I had the power, I'd strangle every damned blatant optimist in the world. What have I to be merry about? What have I to do except sit and wait for the death which is slowly creeping on me from an incurable malady? I have no memories to cheer me, no future to look forward to, except a few more years of pain and woe, and then the blackness of utter oblivion. There has not even been any beauty in my life, lying as it has in this forsaken and desolate wilderness. The dams of my reticence were broken, and my bitter dreams, long pent up, burst forth. Nor did it seem strange that I should pour out my soul to a strange woman I had never seen before. "The country has memories," she said. "Yes, but I have not shared in them. I could have loved life and lived deeply as a cowboy, even here, before the squatters turned the country from an open range to a drift of struggling farms. I could have lived deep as a buffalo hunter, an Indian fighter, or an explorer, even here. But I was born out of my time,
and even the exploits of this weary age were denied me.
It's bitter beyond human telling to sit chained and helpless,
and feel the hot blood drying in my veins, and the glittering dreams fading in my brain. I come of a restless, roving, fighting race. My great-grandfather died at the Alamo,
shoulder to shoulder with David Crockett.
My grandfather rode with Jack Hayes and Bigfoot Wallace, and fell with 3/4 of Hood's brigade. My oldest brother fell at Vimy Ridge, fighting with the Canadians, and the other died at the Argonne. My father is a cripple, too. He sits drowsing in his chair all day, but his dreams are full of brave memories, for the bullet that broke his leg struck him as he charged up San Juan Hill. But what have I to feel or dream or think?
You should remember,
she said softly.
Even now, dreams should come to you like the echoes of distant lutes. I remember how I crawled to you on my knees and you spared me. I, and the crashing and the thundering as the land gave way. Man, do you never dream of drowning?
I started. How could you know that? Time and again I have felt the churning, seething waters rise like a green mountain over me, and have wakened, gasping and strangling, but how could you know?
The bodies change. The soul remains slumbering and untouched,
she answered cryptically.
Even the world changes. This is a dreary land, you say, yet its memories are ancient and marvelous beyond the memories of Egypt.
I shook my head in wonder. Either you're insane or I am. Texas has glorious memories of war and conquest and drama, but what are her few hundred years of history compared to the antiquities of Egypt? In ancientness, I mean.
What is the peculiarity of the state as a whole?
She asked. I don't know exactly what you mean, I answered. If you mean geologically, the peculiarity that has struck me is the fact that the land is but a succession of broad tablelands or shelves, sloping upward from sea level to over 4,000 feet elevation, like the steps of a giant stair, with breaks of timbered hills between. The last break is the Cap Rock, and above that begins the Great Plains.
Once the Great Plains stretched to the Gulf, she said. Long, long ago, what is now the state of Texas was a vast upland plateau, sloping gently to the coast, but without the breaks and shelvings of today. A mighty cataclysm broke off the land at the Cap Rock. The ocean roared over it, and the Cap Rock became the new shoreline. Then, age by age, the waters slowly receded, leaving the steppes as they are today. But in receding, they swept into the depths of the Gulf many curious things. Man, do you not remember? The vast plains that ran from the sunset to the cliffs above the shining sea, and the great city that loomed above those cliffs?
I stared at her, bewildered. Suddenly she leaned toward me, and the glory of her alien beauty almost overpowered me. My senses reeled. She threw her hands before my eyes with a strange gesture.
"You shall see," she cried sharply. "You see. What do you see?"
"I see the sand drifts and the shinnery thickets gloomy with sunset," I answered like a man speaking slowly in a trance. "I see the sun resting on the western horizon."
"You see vast plains stretching to shining cliffs," she cried. "You see the spires and the golden dome of the city shimmering in the sunset. You see—"
As if night had shut down suddenly, darkness came upon me, an unreality, in which the only thing that had existence was her voice, urgent, commanding. There was a sense of fading time and space. a sensation of being whirled over illimitable gulfs, with cosmic winds blowing against me. Then I looked upon churning clouds, unreal and luminous, which crystallized into a strange landscape, familiar, and yet fantastically unfamiliar. Vast treeless plains swept away to merge with hazy horizons. In the distance, to the south, a great black cyclopean city reared its spires against the evening sky, and beyond it shone the blue waters of a placid sea. And in the near distance, a line of figures moved through the still expanse. They were big men, with yellow hair and cold blue eyes, clad in scale-mail corselets and horned helmets, and they bore shields and swords. One differed from the rest in that he was short, though strongly made, and dark, and the tall, yellow-haired warrior that walked beside him, for a fleeting instant there was a distinct sense of duality. I, James Allison of the 20th century, saw and recognized the man who was I in that dim age and that strange land. This sensation faded almost instantly, and I was Hjalmar, the son of the fair-haired, without cognizance of any other existence, past or future. Yet, as I tell the tale of Hjalmar, I shall perforce interpret some of what he saw, and did, and was, not as Hjalmar, but as the modern I. These interpretations you will recognize in their place. But remember, Hjalmar was Hjalmar, and not James Allison, that he knew no more and no less than was contained in his own experiences, bounded by the boundaries of his own voice. I am James Allison, and I was Hjalmar, but Hjalmar was not James Allison. Man may look back for 10,000 years. He cannot look forward, even for an instant. We were 500 men, and our gaze was fixed on the black towers which reared against the blue of sea and sky. All day we had guided our course by them, since the first red glow of dawn had disclosed them to our wondering eyes. A man could see far across those level, grassy plains. At first sight we had thought that city near, but we had trudged all day, and still we were miles away. Lurking in our minds had been the thought that it was a ghost city, one of the phantoms which had haunted us on our long march across the bitter, dusty deserts to the west, where in the burning skies we had seen mirrored still lakes bordered by palms and winding rivers and spacious cities, all which vanished as we approached. But this was no mirage born of sun and dust and silence. Etched in the clear evening sky we saw plainly the giant details of massive turret and grim abutment, of serrated tower and titanic wall. In what dim age did I, Hjalmar, march with my tribesmen across those plains toward a nameless city? I cannot say. It was so long ago that the yellow-haired folk still dwelt in Nordheim, and were called, not Aryans, but red-haired Vanir and golden-haired Aesir. It was before the great drifts of my race had peopled the world, yet lesser, nameless drifts had already begun. We were the traveling of years from our northern homeland. Lands and seas lay between. Oh, that long, long trek! No drift of people, not even of my own people whose drifts have been epic, has ever equaled it. It had led us around the world, down from the snowy north into rolling plains and mountain valleys, tilled by peaceful brown folk, into hot, breathless jungles, reeking with rot and teeming with spawning life, through eastern lands, flaming with raw, primitive colors under the waving palm trees, where ancient races lived in cities of carven stone, up again into the ice and snow and across a frozen arm of the sea, then down through the snow-clad wastes, where squat, blubber-eating men fled squalling from our swords. Southward and eastward, through gigantic mountains and titanic forest, lonely and gigantic and desolate as Eden, after man was cast forth, over searing desert sands and boundless plains, until at last, beyond the silent black city, we saw the sea once more. Men had grown old on that trek. I, Hjalmar, had come to manhood. When I had first set forth on the long trail, I had been a young boy. Now I was a young man, a proven warrior, mighty-limbed, with great broad shoulders, a corded throat, and an iron heart. We were all mighty men, giants beyond the comprehension of moderns. There is not on earth today a man as strong as the weakest of our band, and our mighty thews were tuned to a blinding speed that would make the motions of finely trained modern athletes seem stodgy and clumsy and slow. Our might was more than physical. Born of a wolfish race, the years of our wandering and fighting man and beast and the elements in all forms had instilled in our souls the very spirit of the wild, the intangible power that quivers in the long howl of the grey wolf, that roars in the north wind, that sleeps in the mighty unrest of turbulent rivers, that sounds in the slashing of icy sleet, the beat of the eagle's wings, and lurks in the brooding silence of the vast places. I have said it was a strange trek. It was no drift of a whole tribe, men and yellow-haired women and naked children. We were all men, adventurers to whom even the ways of wandering, warlike folk were too tame. We had taken the trail alone, conquering, exploring, and wandering, driven only by our paranoidal drive to see beyond the horizon. There had been more than 1,000 at the beginning. Now there were 500. The bones of the rest bleached along that world-circling trail. Many chiefs had led us and died. Now our chief was Asgrim, grown old on that endless wandering, a gaunt, bitter fighter, one-eyed and wolfish, who forever gnawed his graying beard. We came of many clans, but all of the golden-haired Aesir, except the man who strode beside me. He was Kelka, my blood brother, and a Pict. He had joined us among the jungle-clad hills of a far land that marked the easternmost drift of his race, where the tom-toms of his people pulsed incessantly through the hot, star-flecked night. He was short, thick-limbed, deadly as a jungle cat. We of the Aesir were barbarians, but Kelka was a savage. Behind him lay the abysmal chaos of the squalling black jungle. The pad of the tiger was in his stealthy tread, the grip of the gorilla in his black-nailed hands. The fire that burns in a leopard's eyes burned in his. Oh, we were a hard-bitten horde, and our tracks had been laid in blood and smoldering embers in many lands. I dare not repeat what slaughters, rapine, and massacres lay behind us, for you would recoil in horror. You are of a softer, milder age, and you cannot understand those savage times when wolf-pack tore wolf-pack, and the morals and standards of life differed from those of this age, as the thoughts of a grey killer wolf differ from those of a fat lapdog dozing before the hearth. This long explanation I have given in order that you may understand what sort of men marched across that plain toward the city, and by this understanding interpret what came after. Without this understanding, the saga of Hjalmar is howling chaos, without rhyme or meaning. As we looked at the great city, we were not awed. We had ravaged red-handed through cities in other lands beyond the sea. Many conflicts had taught us to avoid battle with superior forces when possible, but we had no fear. We were equally ready for war or the feast of friendship, as the people of the city might choose. They had seen us. We were close enough to make out the lines of orchards, fields, and vineyards outside the walls, and the figures of the workers scurrying to the city. We saw the glitter of spears on the battlements, and heard the quick throb of war drums. "It will be war, brother," said Kelka gutturally. settling his buckler firmly on his left arm. We took up our girdles and gripped our weapons, not of copper and bronze, as our people in far Nordheim still worked in, but of keen steel, fashioned by a conquered, cunning people in the land of palm trees and elephants, whose steel-armed warriors had not been able to withstand us. We drew up on the plain a moderate distance from the great black walls, which seemed to be built of gigantic blocks of basaltic stone. From our lines Asgrim strode, weaponless, with his hands lifted, open palm outward, as a sign of parley. But an arrow cut into the sod near him, arching from the turrets, and he fell back to our lines. "War, brother," hissed Kelka, red fires glimmering in his black eyes. And at that instant the mighty gates swung open, and out filed lines of warriors, their war plumes nodding above them in a glitter of lifted spears. The westering sun striking fire from their burnished copper helmets. They were tall and leanly built, dark of skin, though neither brown nor black, with straight hawk-like features. Their harness was of copper and leather, their bucklers covered with glossy shagreen. Their spears and slender swords and long daggers were of bronze. They advanced in perfect formation, 1,500 strong, a surging tide of nodding plumes and gleaming spears. The battlements behind them were lined with watchers. There was no parley. As they came, old Asgrim gave tongue like a hunting wolf, and we charged to meet the attack. We had no formation. We ran toward them like wolves, and we saw scorn on their hawk features as we neared them. They had no bows, and not an arrow was winged from our racing lines, not a spear thrown. We wished only to come to hand grips. When we were within javelin cast, they sent a shower of spears, most of which glanced from our shields and corselets, and then, with a deep-throated roar, our charge crashed home. Who said the ordered discipline of a degenerate civilization can match the sheer ferocity of barbarism? They strove to fight as a unit, we fought as individuals, rushing headlong against their spears, hacking like madmen. Their entire first rank went down beneath our whistling swords, and the ranks behind crushed back and wavered as the warriors felt the brute impact of our incredible strength. If they had held, they might have flanked us, hemmed us in with their superior numbers, and slaughtered us. But they could not stand. In a storm of hammering swords, we plowed through, breaking their lines, treading their dead underfoot as we surged irresistibly onward. Their battle formation melted. They strove against us man to man, and the battle became a slaughter. For in personal strength and ferocity, they were no match for us. We hewed them down like corn. We reaped them like ripe grain. Oh, when I relive that battle, it seems that James Allison gives place to the mailed and mighty Hjalmar, with the war madness in his brain and the war chant on his lips. And I am drunk again with the singing of the swords, the spattering of hot blood, and the roar of the slaying. They broke and fled, casting away their spears. We were hard at their heels, cutting them down as they ran to the very gates through which the foremost streamed, and which they slammed in our faces, and in the faces of the wretches who were last in the flight. Shut off from safety, these clawed and hammered at the unyielding portals until we hewed them down. Then we, in turn, battered at the gates until a shower of stones and beams cast from above brained 3 of our warriors, and we gave back to a safe distance. We heard the women howling in the streets, and the men lined the walls and shot arrows at us with no great skill. The bodies of the slain strewed the plain from the spot where the hosts clashed to the threshold of the gates, and where one Aesir had died, 6 plumed warriors had fallen. The sun had set. We pitched our rude camp before the gates, and all night we heard wailing and moaning within the walls, where the people howled for those whose still bodies we plundered and cast in a heap some distance away. At dawn, we took the corpses of the 30 Asir who had fallen in the fight, and leaving archers to watch the city, we bore them to the cliffs, which pitched sheer for 1,500 feet to the white sandy beach. We found sloping defiles which led down, and made our way to the water's edge with our burdens. There, from fishing boats drawn up on the sands, we fashioned a great raft and heaped it high with driftwood. On the pile we laid the dead warriors, clad in their mail with their weapons by their sides, and we cut the throats of the dozen captives we had taken, and stained the weapons and the raft sides with their blood. Then we set the torch to the wood and shoved the raft off. It floated far out on the mirrored surface of the blue water, until it was but a red glare, fading into the rising dawn. Then we went back up the defiles and ranged ourselves before the city, chanting our war songs. We unslung our bows, and man after man toppled from the turrets, pierced by our long shafts. From trees we found growing in the gardens outside the city, we built scaling ladders and set them against the walls. We swarmed up them in the teeth of arrow and spear and falling beam. They poured molten lead down on us, and burnt 4 warriors like ants in a flame. Then once more we plied our shafts until no plumed heads showed on the battlements. Under cover of our archers, we again set up the ladders. As we tensed ourselves for the upward rush that would carry us over the walls, on one of the towers that rose above the gates appeared a figure which halted us in our tracks. It was a woman, such as we had not seen for long years. Golden hair blowing free in the wind, milky white skin gleaming in the sunlight. She called to us in our own tongue, stumblingly, as if she had not used the language in many years. "Wait, my masters have a word for you."
"Masters!" Asgrim spat the word. "Whom does a woman of the Asir call masters, except the men of her own clan?"
She did not seem to understand, but she answered, "This is the city of Khemu, and the masters of Khemu are lords of this land. They bid me say to you that they cannot stand before you in battle, but they say you shall have small profit if you scale the walls, because they will cut down their women and children with their own hands, and set fire to the palaces, so you will take only a mass of crumbling stones. But if you will spare the city, they will send out to you presents of gold and jewels, rich wines, and rare foods, and the fairest girls of the city." Asgrim tugged his beard, loath to forego the sacking and the bloodletting, but the younger men roared, "Spare the city, old grizzly, otherwise they will kill the women, and we have wandered many a moon where no women came."
"Young fools!" snarled Asgrim. "The kisses and love cries of women fade and pall, but the sword sings a fresh song with each stroke. Is it the false lure of women, or the bright madness of slaughter?"
"Women!" roared the young warriors, clashing their swords. "Let them send out their girls, and we will spare their cursed city." Old Asgrim turned with a sneer of bitter scorn, and called to the golden-haired girl on the tower,
"I would raze your walls and spires into dust, and drench the dust with the blood of your masters," he said, "but my young men are fools. Send us forth food and women, and send us the sons of the chiefs for hostages."
"It shall be done, my lord," replied the girl, and we cast down the scaling ladders and retired to our camp. Soon then the gates swung open again, and out filed a procession of naked slaves, laden with golden vessels containing foods and wines such as we had not known existed. They were directed by a hawk-faced man in a mantle of bright-hued feathers, bearing an ivory wand in his hand, and wearing on his temples a circlet of copper like a coiling serpent, The head reared up in front. It was evident from his bearing that he was a priest, and he spoke the name Shakaru, indicating himself. With him came 6 youths, clad in silken breeks, jeweled girdles and gay feathers, and trembling with fear. The yellow-haired girls stood on the tower and called to us that these were the sons of princes, and Asgrim made them taste the wine and food before we ate or drank. For Asgrim the slaves brought amber jars filled with gold dust, a cloak of flaming crimson silk, a shagreen belt with a jeweled golden buckle, and a burnished copper headdress adorned with great black plumes. He shook his head and muttered, "Gods and bright trappings are dust of vanity and fade before the march of the years. But the edge of slaughter is not dulled, and the scent of fresh spilled blood is good to an old man's nostrils." But he donned the gleaming apparels, and then the girls came forth. Slender young things, lithe and dark-eyed, scantily clad in shimmering silk. He chose the most beautiful, though morosely, as a man might pluck a bitter fruit. Many a moon had passed since we had seen women, save the swart, smoke-stained creatures of the blubber-eaters. The warriors seized the terrified girls in fierce hunger, but my soul was dizzy with the sight of the golden-haired girl on the tower. In my mind there was room for no other thought. Asgrim set me to guard the hostages, and to cut them down without mercy if the wine or food proved poisoned, or any woman stabbed a warrior with a hidden dagger, or the men of the city made a sudden sally on us. But men came forth only to collect the bodies of their dead, which they burned with many weird rituals on a lofty promontory overlooking the sea. Then there came to us another procession, longer and more elaborate than the first. Chiefs of the fighting men walked along unarmed, their harnesses exchanged for silken tunics and cloaks. Before them came Shakaru, his ivory wand uplifted, and between the lines young slave youths, clad only in short mantles of parrot feathers, bore a canopied litter of polished mahogany, crusted with jewels. Within sat a lean man with a curious crown on his high, narrow head, and the eyes of a vulture. Beside the litter walked the white-skinned girl who had spoken from the tower. They came before us, and the slaves knelt, still supporting the litter, while the nobles gave back to each side, dropping to their knees. Only Shakaru and the girl stood upright. Old Asgrim faced them, gaunt, fierce, wary, his deep-lined face shadowed by the black plume which waved above it. And I thought how much more the natural king he looked, standing on his feet among his giant fighting men, sword in hand, than the man who lolled supinely in the slave-born litter. But my eyes were all for the girl, whom I saw for the first time face to face. She was clad only in a short, sleeveless, and low-necked tunic of blue silk, which came to a hand's breadth above her knees, and soft green leather sandals were on her feet. Her eyes were wide and clear, her skin whiter than the purest milk, and her hair caught the sun in a sheen of rippling gold. There was a softness about her slender form that I had never seen in any woman of the Aesir. There was a fierce beauty about our flaxen-haired women, but this girl was equally beautiful without that fierceness. She had not grown up in a naked land as they had, where life was a merciless battle for existence, for man and for woman. But these thoughts I did not pursue to their last analysis. I merely stood, dazzled by the blonde radiance of her, as she translated the words of the king and the deep-growled replies of Asgrim.
My lord says to you, Lo, I am Akheba, priest of Ishtar, king of Khemu. Let there be friendship between us. We have need of each other, For ye be men wandering blindly in a naked land, as my sorcery tells me, and the city of Khemu has need of keen swords and mighty arms, for a foe comes up against us out of the sea, whom we cannot withstand alone. Abide in this land, and lend your swords to us, and take our gifts for your pleasure, and our girls for your wives. Our slaves shall toil for you, and each day you shall sit ye down at boards groaning with meats, fishes, grains, white breads, fruits, and wines. Fine raiment shall you wear, and you shall dwell in marble palaces with silken couches and tinkling fountains.
Now Asgrim understood this speech, for we had seen the cities of the palm tree lands. But it was at the talk of foes and sword-heaving that his cold blue eyes gleamed. "We will bide," he answered, and we roared our assent. "We will bide and cut out the hearts of the foes who come against you. But we will camp outside the walls, and the hostages will abide with us night and day." "It is well," said Akeba, with a stately inclination of his narrow head, and the nobles of Khemu knelt before Asgrim and would have kissed his high-strapped sandals. But he swore at them and gave back in wrathful embarrassment, while his warriors roared with rough mirth. Then Akeba went back in his litter, bobbing on the shoulders of the slaves, and we settled ourselves for a long rest from our wanderings. But my gaze hung on the golden-haired interpreter until the gates of the city closed behind her. So we dwelt outside the walls, and day by day the people brought us food and wine, and more girls were sent out to us. The workers came and toiled in the gardens, the fields, and the vineyards without fear of us, and the fishing boats went out, narrow crafts with curving bows and striped silken sails. And we accepted the king's invitation at last, and went in a compact body, the hostages in the center with naked swords at their throats, through the iron-grilled gates and into the city. By Ymir, Khemu was mightily built. Surely the present masters of the city sprang from the loins of gods, for who else could have reared up those black basaltic walls 80 feet in height and 40 feet at the base, or erected that great golden dome which rose 500 feet above the marble-paved streets? As we strode down the broad column-flanked street and into the broad marketplace, our swords in our fists, doors and windows were crowded by eager faces, fascinated and frightened. The chatter of the marketplace died suddenly as we swung into it, and the people crowded back from the shops and stalls to give us room. We were wary as tigers, and the slightest mishap would have sufficed to make us explode in a frenzied burst of slaughter. But the people of Khemu were wise, and the provocation did not come. The priests came and bowed before us, and led us to the great palace of the king, a colossal pile of black stone and marble. Beside the palace was a broad open court, paved with marble flags, and from this court marble steps, broad enough for 10 men to mount abreast, led up to a dais, where the king stood on occasion to harangue the multitude. One wing of the palace extended behind this court, and against this wing the steps were built. This wing was of older construction than the rest of the palace, and was furnished with a curiously carven slanting roof of stone, steep and high, towering above all other spires in the city except the golden dome. The edge of this carven slope of masonry was but a few feet above the dais, and what was contained in that wing none of the Aesir ever saw. Folk said it was Akeba's seraglio. Beyond this open court were the mysterious column-fronted stone houses of the lesser priests, on both sides of a broad marble-paved street, and beyond them again the lofty golden dome which crowned the great temple of Ishtar. On all sides rose Sapphirean spires and gleaming towers, but the dome shone serenely above all, just as the bright glory of Ishtar, Shakaru told us, shone above the heads of men. I say Shakaru told us. In the few days they had spent among us, the young princes had learned much of our rugged, simple language, and by their interpretation and by the medium of signs, the priests of Khemu talked with us. They led us to the lofty portals of the temple, but looking through the lines of tall marble columns into the mysterious dim gloom of the interior, we balked, fearing a trap, and refused to go in. All the time I was looking eagerly for the golden-haired girl, but she was not in evidence. No longer needed as interpreter, the silence of the mysterious city had engulfed her. After this first visit, we returned to our camp outside the walls, but we came again and again, at first in bands, and then, as our suspicions were lulled, in small groups or singly. However, we would not sleep within the city, though Akeba urged us to pitch our tents in the great marketplace, if we disliked the marble palaces he offered us. No man of us had ever lived in a stone house or within high walls. Our race dwelt in tents of tanned hides or huts of mud and wattle, and we of the long trek as often as not slept like wolves on the naked earth. But by day we wandered through the city, marveling at the wonders of it, taking what we wished at the stalls to the despair of the merchants, and entering palaces, warily but at will, to be entertained by women who feared us, yet seemed to be fascinated by us. The people of Khemu were wondrous apt at learning. They soon spoke our language as well as we, though their speech came hard to our barbaric tongues. But all this came in time. The day after we first visited the city, a number of us went again, and Shakaru guided us to the palace of the higher priests which adjoined the temple of Ishtar. As we entered, I saw the golden-haired girl, shining a pudgy copper idol with a handful of silk. Asgrim laid a heavy hand on the shoulder of one of the young princes.
"Tell the priest that I would have that girl for my own,"
he growled, but before the priest could reply, red rage rose in my brain, and I stepped toward Asgrim as a tiger steps toward his rival. "If any man of us takes that woman, it shall be Hjalmar," I growled, and Asgrim wheeled, cat-like, at the thick killer's purr in my voice. We faced each other tensely, our hands on our hilts, and Kelka grinned wolfishly and began to edge toward Asgrim's back, stealthily drawing his long knife, when Akeba spoke through the hostage. "Nay, my lords, Aluna is not for either of you, or for any other man. She is handmaiden to the goddess Ishtar. Ask for any other woman in the city, and she shall be yours, even to the favorite of the king, but this woman is sacred to the goddess." Asgrim grunted and did not press the matter. The incense-breathing mystery of the temple had impressed even his fierce soul, and though we of the Aesir had not overmuch regard for other people's gods, yet he had no desire to take a girl who had been in such close communion with deity. But my superstitions were less than my desire for the girl Aluna. I came again and again to the palace of the priests, and though they little liked my coming, they would not, or dared not, say me nay, and with small beginnings I did my wooing. What shall I say of my skill at courtship? Another woman I might have dragged to my tent by her long hair, but even without the priestly ban, there was something in my regard for Aluna that tied my hands from violence. I wooed her in the way we of the Aesir wooed our fierce, lithe beauties, with boastings of prowess and tales of slaughter and rapine. And in truth, without exaggeration, my tales of battle and massacre might have drawn to me the most wayward of the fierce beauties of Nordheim. But Aluna was soft and mild, and had grown up in temple and palace, instead of wattle hut and ice field. My ferocious boastings frightened her. She did not understand. And by the strange perversity of nature, it was this very lack of understanding which made her more enthralling to me. Even as the very savagery she feared in me made her look upon me with more interest than she looked on the soft-thewed men of Khemu. But in my conversations with her, I learned of her coming to Khemu, and her saga was strange as that of Asgrim and our band. Where she had dwelt in her childhood she could little say, having no geography, but it had been far away across the sea to the east. She remembered a bleak, wave-lashed coast, and straggling huts of wattle and mud, and yellow-haired people like herself. So I believe she came of a branch of the Aesir which marked the westernmost drift of our race up to that time. She was perhaps 9 or 10 years old when she had been taken in a raid on the village by dark-skinned men in galleys. Who they were she did not know, and my knowledge of ancient times does not tell me, for then the Phoenicians had not yet put to sea, nor the Egyptians. I can but guess that they were men of some ancient race, a survival of another age like the people of Khemu, destroyed and forgotten before the rise of the younger races. They took her, and a storm drove them westward and southward for many days, until their galley crashed on the reefs of a strange island, where alien painted men swarmed onto the beach and slaughtered the survivors for their cooking pots. The yellow-haired child they spared for some whim, and placing her in a great canoe with skulls grinning along the gunwales, they rowed until they sighted the spires of Khemu on the high cliffs. There they sold her to the priests of Khemu to be a handmaiden for the goddess Ishtar. I had supposed her position to be holy and revered, but I found that it was otherwise. The worm of suspicion stirred in my soul against the Khemuri, as I realized in her words the cruel and bitter contempt in which they held folk of other younger races. Her position in the temple was neither honorable nor dignified, and though the servant of the goddess, she was without honor herself, save that no man except the priests was allowed to touch her. She was, in fact, no more than a menial, subject to the cold cruelty of the hawk-like priests. She was not beautiful to them. To them, her fair skin and shimmering golden hair were but the marks of an inferior race. And even to me, who was not prone to tax my brain, came the vague thought that if a blonde girl was so contemptible in their eyes, that treachery must lurk behind the honor they gave to men of the same race. Of Khemu I learnt a little from Aluna, and more from the priests and the princes. As a people they were very old. They claimed descent from the half-mythical Lemurians. Once their cities had girdled the gulf upon which Khemu overlooked. But some the sea had gulped down, some had fallen before the painted savages of the islands, and some had been destroyed by civil wars, so that now, for nearly 1,000 years, Khemu had reigned alone in solitary majesty. Their only contact had been with the wayward painted people of the islands, who, until a year or two before, had come regularly in their long, high-prowed canoes to trade ambergris, coconuts, whale's teeth, and coral gotten from among their islands, and mahogany, leopard skin, virgin gold, elephant tusks, and copper ore procured from some unknown tropical mainland far to the south. The people of Khemu were a waning race. Although they still numbered thousands, many were slaves, descendants of 1,000 generations of slaves. Their race was but a shadow of its former glory. A few more centuries would have seen the last of them. But on the sea to the south, out of sight over the horizon, was brooding a menace that threatened to sweep them all out of existence at one stroke. The painted people had ceased to come in peaceful trade. They had come in war canoes, with a clashing of spears on hide-covered shields and a barbaric chant of war. A king had risen among them who had united the warring tribes and now launched them against Khemu, not their former masters, for the old empire of which Khemu had been a part had crumbled before the drift of these peoples into the isles from that faraway continent which was the cradle of their race. This king was unlike them. He was a white-skinned giant like ourselves, with mad blue eyes and hair crimson as blood. They had seen him, the people of Khemu. By night his war canoes, full of painted spearmen, had stolen along the coast, and at sunrise the slayers had swept up the defiles of the cliff, slaying the fishermen who then slept in huts along the beach, cutting down the laborers just going to work in the fields, and storming at the gates. The great walls had held, however, and the attackers had despaired of the storming and drawn off. But the red-haired king had stood up before the gates, dangling the severed head of a woman by its long hair, and shouted his bloody vow to return with a fleet of war canoes that should blacken the sea, and to raise the towers of Khemu to the red-stained dust. He and his slayers were the foes we had been hired to fight, and we awaited their coming with fierce impatience. And while we waited, we grew more and more used to the ways of civilization, insofar as barbarians can accustom themselves in such a short time. We still camped outside the walls, and kept our swords ready within, but it was more in instinctive caution than fear of treachery. Even Asgrim seemed lulled to a sense of security, especially after Kelka, maddened by the wine they gave him, killed 3 Khemurians in the marketplace, and no blood vengeance or man-boat for the deed. We overcame our superstitions, and allowed the priest to guide us into the breathless, dim cavern of a building that was the temple of Ishtar. We went even into the inner shrine, where sacred fires burned dimly in the scented gloom. There a screaming slave girl was sacrificed on the great black, red-veined altar at the foot of the marble stairs which mounted upward in the darkness until they were lost to view. These stairs led to the abode of Ishtar, we were told, and up them the spirit of the sacrifice mounted to serve the goddess. Which I decided was true, for after the corpse on the altar lay still, and the chants of worship died to a blood-freezing whisper, I heard the sound of weeping far above us, and knew that the naked soul of the victim stood whimpering in terror before her goddess. I asked Aluna later if she had ever seen the goddess, and she shook with fright, and said only the spirit of the dead looked on Ishtar. She, Aluna, had never set foot on the marble stair that led up to the abode of the goddess. She was called the handmaiden of Ishtar, but her duties were to do the biddings of the hawk-faced priests and the evil-eyed naked women who served them, and who glided like dusky shadows among the purple gloom amidst the columns. But among the warriors grew discontent, and they wearied of ease and luxury, and even of the dark-skinned women. For in the strange soul of the Aesir, only the lust for red battle and far wandering remained constant. Asgrim daily conversed with Shakaru and Akeba on ancient times. I was chained by the lure of Aluna. Kelka guzzled each day in the wine shops until he fell senseless in the streets. But the rest clamored against the life we were leading, and asked Akeba what of the foe we were to slay. "Be patient," said Akeba. "They will come, and their red-haired king with them." Dawn rose over the shimmering spires of Khemu. Warriors had begun to spend the nights as well as the days in the city. I had drunk with Kelka the night before, and lain with him in the streets until the breeze of morn had blown the fumes of the wine from my brain. Seeking Aluna, I strode down the marble pave and entered the palace of Shakaru, which adjoined the temple of Ishtar. I passed through the wide outer chambers, where priests and women still lolled in slumber, and heard on a sudden, beyond a closed door, the sound of sharp blows on soft naked flesh. Mingled with them was a piteous weeping and sobs for mercy in a voice I knew. The door was bolted, and it was of silver-braced mahogany, but I burst it inwards as if it had been matchwood. Aluna grovelled on the floor with her scanty tunic tucked up, before a hatchet-faced priest, who with cold venom was scourging her with a cruel small-thonged whip, which left crimson weals on her bare flesh. He turned as I entered, and his face went ashy. Before he could move, I clenched my fist, and gave him a buffet that crushed his skull like an eggshell, and broke his neck in the bargain. The whole palace swam red to my maddened glare. Perhaps it was not so much the pain the priest had inflicted on Aluna, because pain was the most common thing in that fierce life, but the proprietorial way in which he inflicted it. The knowledge that the priests had possessed her, all of them perhaps. A man is no better and no worse than his feelings regarding the women of his blood, which is the true and only test of racial consciousness. A man will take to himself the stranger woman, and sit down at meat with the stranger man, and feel no twinges of race consciousness. It is only when he sees the alien man in possession of, or intent upon, a woman of his blood, that he realizes the difference in race and strain. So I, who had held women of many races in my arms, who was blood-brother to a Pictish savage, was shaken by mad fury at the sight of an alien laying hands on a woman of the Aesir. I believe it was the sight of her, a slave of an alien race, and the slow wrath it produced, which first stirred me toward her. For the roots of love are set in hate and fury, and her unfamiliar softness and gentleness crystallized the first vague sensation. Now I stood scowling down at her as she whimpered at my feet. I did not lift her and wipe her tears as a civilized man would have done. Had such a thought occurred to me, I would have rejected it disgustedly as unmanly. As I stood so, I heard my name shouted suddenly, and Kelka raced into the chamber yelling, "They come, brother, just as the old one said. The watchers on the cliffs have run to the city with a tail of the sea black with war-boats." With a glance at Aluna, and a dumb incoherence struggling for expression, I turned to go with the Pict, but the girl staggered up and ran toward me, tears streaming down her cheeks, her arms outstretched pleadingly.
"Hjalmar," she wailed, "do not leave me. I am afraid. I am afraid."
"I cannot take you now," I growled. "War and slaughter are forward. But when I return I will take you, and not the priests of all the gods shall stay me." I took a quick step toward her, my hands yearning toward her, then, smitten with the fear of bruising her tender flesh, my hands dropped empty to my side. An instant I stood, dumb, torn by fierce yearning, speech and action, frozen by the strangeness of the emotion which tore my soul. Then, tearing myself away, I followed the impatient Pict into the streets. The sun was rising as we of the Aesir marched toward the crimson-etched cliffs, followed by the regiments of Khemu. We had thrown aside the gay garments and headpieces we had worn in the city. The rising sun sparkled on our horned helmets, worn hauberks, and naked swords. Forgotten the months of idleness and debauchery, our souls were riot with a wild exultation of coming strife. We went to slaughter as to a feast, and as we strode we clashed sword and shield in crude thundering rhythm, and sang the slaying song of Njord, who ate the red smoking heart of Heimdall. The warriors of Khemu looked at us in amazement, and the people who lined the walls of the city shook their heads in bewilderment and whispered among themselves. So we came to the cliffs and saw, as Kelka had said, the sea black with war canoes, high-prowed and adorned with grinning skulls. Scores of these boats were already pulled up on the beach, and others were sweeping in on the crests of the waves. Warriors were dancing and shouting on the sands, and their clamor came up to us. There were many of them, 3,000 at the very least, probably many more. The men of Khemu blenched, but old Asgrim laughed as we had not heard him laugh in many a moon, and his age fell from him like a cast-off mantle. There were 6 runways leading down through the cliffs to the beach, and up these the invaders must come, for the precipices on all other sides were unclimbable. We ranged ourselves at the heads of these runways, and the men of Khemu were behind us. Little part they had in that battle, holding themselves in reserve for aid that we did not call for. Up the passes swarmed the chanting, painted warriors, and at last we saw their king towering above the huge figures. The morning sun caught his hair in a crimson blaze, and his laughter was like a gust of sea wind. Alone of that horde, he wore mail and helmet, and in his hand his great sword shone like a sheen of silver. Aye, he was one of the wandering Vanir, our red-haired kin in Nordheim. Of his long trek, his wanderings, and his wild saga, I know not. But that saga must have been wilder and stranger than that of Aluna or of ours. By what madness in his soul he came to be king of these fierce savages, I cannot even offer a guess. But when he saw what manner of men confronted him, new fury entered his yells, and at his bellow his warriors rolled up the runways like steel-crested waves. We bent our bows, and our arrows whistled in clouds down the defiles. The front ranks melted away, the hordes reeled backward, then stiffened and came on once more. Charge after charge we broke, and charge after charge hurtled up the passes in blind ferocity. The attackers wore no armor, and our long shafts tore through hide-covered shields like they were cloth. They had no skill at archery. When they came near enough, they threw their spears in whistling showers, and some of us died. But few of them came within spear cast, and less won through to the heads of the passes. I remember one huge warrior who came crawling up out of the defile like a snake, crimson froth drooling from his lips, and the feathered ends of arrows standing out from his belly, ribs, neck, and limbs. He howled like a mad dog, and his death bite tore the heel of my sandal as I stamped his head into a red ruin. Some few did break through the blinding hail and came to hand grips, but there they fared little better. Man to man we of the Aesir were the stronger, and our armor turned their spears, while our swords and axes crashed through their wooden shields as though they were paper. Yet so many there were, but for our advantage in location, all the Aesir had died there on the cliffs, and the setting sun had lighted the smoking ruins of Khemu. All through that long summer day we held the cliffs until, when our quivers were empty and our bowstrings frayed through, and the defiles were choked with painted bodies, we threw aside our bows and, drawing our swords, went down into the defiles and met the invaders hand to hand and blade to blade. They had died like flies in the passes, yet there were many of them left, and the fire of their rage burned no less brightly because of the arrow-feathered corpses which lay beneath our feet. They came on and up, roaring like a wave, stabbing with spear and lashing with war-club. We met them in a whirlwind of steel, cleaving skulls, smashing breasts, hewing limbs from their bodies and heads from their shoulders, till the defiles were shambles, where men could scarcely keep their feet on the blood-wash, corpse-littered paths. The westering sun
cast long shadows across the cliff-shaded beaches when I came upon the king of the attackers. He was on a level expanse where the upward-trending slope ran level for a short distance before it tipped up again at a steeper slant. Arrows had wounded him, and swords had gashed him, but the mad blaze in his eyes was undimmed, and his thundering voice still urged his gasping, weary, staggering warriors to the onset. Yet now, though the battle raged fiercely in the other defiles, he stood among a host of the dead, and only 2 huge warriors stood beside him, their spears clotted with blood and brains. Kelka was at my heels as I rushed at the Vanir. The 2 painted warriors leaped to bar my path, but Kelka was upon them. From each side they leaped at him, their spears driving in with a hiss. Yet, as a wolf avoids the stroke, he writhed beyond the goring blades, and the 3 figures caromed together an instant. Then one warrior fell away, disemboweled, and the other dropped across him, his head half severed from his body. As I leaped toward the red-haired king, we struck simultaneously. My sword tore the helmet from his head, and at his terrible stroke, his sword and my shield shattered together before I could strike again. He dropped the broken hilt and grappled with me as a grizzly grapples. I let go my sword, useless at such close quarters, and close-locked we reeled on the crest of the slope. We were evenly matched in strength, but his might was ebbing from him with the blood of a score of wounds. Straining and gasping with the effort, we swayed hard-braced, and I felt my pulse pound in my temples, saw the great veins swell in his. Then suddenly he gave way, and we pitched headlong to roll down the slanting defile. In that grim strife, neither dared try to draw a dagger. But as we rolled and tore at each other, I felt the iron ebbing from his mighty limbs, and by a volcanic burst of effort, heaved up on top and sunk my fingers deep in his corded throat. Sweat and blood misted my vision, my breath came in whistling gasps, but I sank my fingers deeper and deeper. His tearing hands grew aimless and groping, until, with a racking gasp of effort, I tore out my dagger and drove it home again and again, until the giant lay motionless beneath me. Then, as I reeled upright, half-blinded and shaking from the desperate strife, Kelka would have hewed off the king's head, but I prevented it. A long, wavering cry went up from the invaders, and they flinched for the first time. Their king had been the fire which had held them like doom to their fate all day. Now they broke suddenly and fled down the defiles, and we cut them down as they ran. We followed them down onto the beach, still slaughtering them like cattle, and as they ran to their canoes and pushed off, we waded into the water until it flowed over our shoulders, glutting our mad fury. When the last survivors, rowing madly, had passed to safety, the beach was littered with still forms, and floating bodies sprawled to the wash of the surf. Only painted bodies lay on the beach and in the shallow water, but in the defiles where the fighting had been fiercest, 70 of the Aesir lay dead. Of the rest of us, few there were who bore not some mark or wound. By Ymir, that was a slaying! The sun was dipping toward the horizon when we came back from the cliffs, weary, dusty, and bloody, with little breath left for singing, but with our hearts glad because of the red deeds we had done. The people of Kemu did the singing for us. They swarmed out of the city in a vast, shouting, cheering throng, and they laid carpets of silk, strewn with roses and gold dust before our feet. We bore with us our wounded on litters, but first we took our dead to the beach, and broke up war canoes to make a mighty raft, and laid it with the corpses, and set it afire. And we took the red-haired king of the invaders, and laid him in his great war canoe, with the corpses of his bravest chiefs about him to serve him at Ghostland, and we gave to him the same honors we gave to our own men. I looked eagerly for Aluna among the throng, but I did not see her. They had put up tents in the marketplace, and there we placed our wounded, and leeches of the Khmuri came among them, and they dressed the wounds of the rest of us. Akeba had prepared a mighty victory feast for us in his great hall, and thither we went, dust-stained and blood-stained. Even old Asgrim grinned like a hungry wolf as he wiped the clotted blood from his knotty hands and donned the garb they had given him. I lingered for a space among the tents where lay those too desperately wounded to walk or even be carried to the feast, hoping that Aluna would come to me. But she did not come, and I went to the great hall of the king, without which the warriors of Khemu stood at attention, the more to do honor to their allies, Akeba said. That hall was 300 feet in length, and half as many wide. It was floored with polished mahogany, half covered with thick rugs and leopard skins. The walls were of carven stone, pierced by many arched mahogany-paneled doors, and towering up to a lofty arching ceiling, and half covered with velvet tapestries. On a throne at the back of the hall, Akeba sat, looking down at the revelry from a raised dais, with files of plumed spearmen on either side. At the great board which ran the full length of the hall, the Aesir, in their battered, stained, dusty garments and corselets, many with bloody bandages, drank and roared and gorged, served by bowing slaves, both men and women. Chiefs and nobles and warriors of the city, in their burnished harnesses, sat among their allies, and for each Aesir it seemed to me there were at least 3 or 4 girls, laughing, jesting, submitting to their rude caresses. Their laughter rose shrill and strident above the clamor. There was an unreality about the scene, a strained levity, a forced gaiety. But I did not see Aluna, so I turned, and, passing through one of the mahogany arched doors, crossed a silken-hung chamber, and entered another. It was dimly lighted, and I almost ran into old Shakaru. He recoiled, and seemed much put out at meeting me, for some reason or another. I noted that his hand clutched at his robe, which Akeba had told us all priests wore that night in our honor. A thought occurred to me, and I voiced it. "I wish to speak to Aluna," I said. "Where is she?" "She is at present occupied with her duties and cannot see you," he said. "Come to the temple tomorrow." He edged away from me, and, in a vague pallor underlying his swarthy complexion, in a tremor behind his voice, I sensed that he was in deadly fear of me and wished to be rid of me. The suspicions of the barbarian flashed up in me. In an instant I had him by the throat, wrenching from his hand the long, wicked blade he drew from beneath his robe. "Where is she, you jackal?" I snarled. "Tell me, or—" He was dangling like a puppet in my grasp, his kicking heels clear of the floor, his head bent back almost to the snapping point. With the fear of death in his distended eyes, he jerked his head violently, and I eased my grasp a trifle. "In the shrine of Istar," he gasped. "They sacrifice her to the goddess. Spare my life, I will tell you all, the whole secret and plot." But I had heard enough. Whirling him on high by girdle and knee, I dashed out his brains against a column, and leaping through an outer door, raced between rows of massive pillars and gained the street. A breathless silence reigned over all. No throngs were abroad that night, as one would have thought, celebrating the destruction of their enemies. The doors were shut, the windows shuttered. Hardly a light shone, and I did not even see a watchman. It was all strange and unreal. The silent, ghostly city, where the only sound was the strident, unnatural revelry rising from the great feast hall. I could see the glow of torches in the marketplace where our wounded lay. I had seen old Asgrim sitting at the head of the board, with his hands stained with dried blood, and his hacked and dusty mail showing under the silken cloak he wore, his gaunt features shadowed by the great black plumes that waved above him. All up and down the board the girls were embracing and kissing the half-drunken Aesir, lifting off their heavy helmets and easing them of their mail as they grew hot with wine. Near the foot of the board, Kelko was tearing at a great beef bone like a famished wolf. Some laughing girls were teasing him, coaxing him to give them his sword, until suddenly, infuriated by their sport and importunities, he dealt his foremost tormentor such a blow with the bone he was gnawing that she fell, dead or senseless, to the floor. But the high-pitched laughter and wild merriment did not slacken. I likened them suddenly to vampires and skeletons, laughing over a feast of dust and ashes. I hurried down the silent street, crossing the court and passing the houses of the priests, which seemed deserted except for slaves. Rushing into the lofty pillared portico of the temple, I ran through the deep-lying gloom, groping in the darkness, burst into the vaguely lighted inner shrine, and halted, frozen. Lesser priests and naked women stood about the altar in positions of adoration, chanting the sacrificial song, holding golden goblets to catch the blood that ebbed down the stained grooves in the stone. And on that altar, whimpering softly as a dying doe might whimper, lay Aluna. Shadowy was the cloud of incense smoke which gloomed the shrine, crimson as hell fire the cloud which veiled my sight. With one inhuman yell that rang hideously to the vaulted roof, I rushed, and skulls splintered beneath my madly lashing sword. My memories of that slaughter are frenzied and chaotic. I remember frenzied screams, the whir of steel and the chop and crunch of murderous blows, the snapping of bones, spattering of blood, and the gibbering flight of figures that tore their hair and screeched to their gods as they ran, and I among them, raging in silent deadliness, like a blood-mad wolf among sheep. Some few escaped. I remember, clear-etched against a murky red background of madness, a lithe, naked woman who stood close to the altar, frozen with horror. A goblet at her lips, her eyes flaring, I caught her up with my left hand and dashed her against the marble steps with a fury that must have splintered every bone in her body. For the rest I do not well remember. There was a brief, mad, whirling blast of ferocity that littered the shrine with mangled corpses. Then I stood alone among the dead, in a shrine that was a shambles, with streaks of clots and pools of blood and human fragments scattered hideously and obscenely about the dark, polished floor. My sword trailed in a suddenly nerveless hand as I approached the altar with dragging steps. Aluna's eyelids fluttered open as I looked down at her, my hands hanging limply, my entire body sagging helplessly. She murmured, "Hjalmar." Then her eyelids sank down, the long lashes shadowing the youthful cheek, and, with a little sigh, she moved her flaxen head and lay like a child just settling to sleep. All my agonized soul cried out within me, but my lips were mute with the inarticulateness of the barbarian. I sank down upon my knees beside the altar, and, groping hesitantly about her slender form with my arms, I kissed her dying lips, clumsily, falteringly, as a callous stripling might have done. That one act, that one faltering kiss, was the one touch of tenderness in the whole hard life of Hjalmar of the Aesir. Slowly I rose and stood above the dead girl, and as slowly and mechanically I picked up my sword. At the familiar touch of the hilt, there surged through my brain again the red fury of my race. With a terrible cry I sprang to the marble stairs. Ishtar! They had sent her spirit shuddering up to the goddess, and close on the heels of that spirit should come the avenger. No less than the bloody goddess herself should pay for Aluna. Mine was the simple cult of the barbarian. The priests had told me that Ishtar dwelt above, and the steps led to her abode. Vaguely I supposed it mounted through misty realms of stars and shadows, but up I went to a dizzy height, until below me the shrine was but a vague play of dim lights and shadows, and darkness was all around me. Then I came suddenly, not into a broad starry expanse of the deities, but to a grill of golden bars, and beyond them I heard a woman sobbing. But it was not Aluna's naked soul which wailed before some divine throne, for dead or alive I knew her cry. In mad fury I gripped the bars, and they bent and buckled in my hands. Like straws I tore them aside and leaped through, my killing yell trembling in my throat. In the dim light that came from a torch set high in a niche, I saw that I was in a circular domed chamber, whose walls and ceiling seemed to be of gold. There were velvet couches there, and silken cushions, and among these lay a naked woman, weeping. I saw the wheels of a whip on her white body, and I halted, bewildered. Where was the goddess Ishtar? I must have spoken aloud in my barbaric Khemuri, for she lifted her head and looked at me with luminous dark eyes swimming with tears. There was a strange beauty about her, something alien and exotic beyond my reckoning. I am Ishtar, she answered me, and her voice was soft as distant golden chimes, though broken now with sobbing. You? I gasped. You? Ishtar, the goddess of Khemu? Yes. She rose to her knees, wringing her white hands. O man, whoever you are, grant me one touch of mercy, if there be mercy left in the world at all. Cut my head from my body and end this long agony. But I drew back and lowered my sword. I came to slay a bloody goddess, I growled, not to butcher a whimpering slave girl. If you be Ishtar, who, where? In Ymir's name, what madness is this? Listen, and I will tell you, she cried, hitching toward me on her knees and catching at the skirt of my corselet. Only listen, and then grant me the little thing I ask, the stroke of your sword. I am Ishtar, a daughter of a king in dim Lemuria, which the sea drank so long ago. As a child, I was wed to Poseidon, god of the sea, and in the awesome, mysterious bridal night, when I lay floating and unharmed on the breast of the ocean, the god gave to me the gift of life everlasting, which has become a curse in the long centuries of my captivity. But I dwelt in purple Lemuria, young and beautiful, while my playmates grew old and grey about me. Then Poseidon wearied of Lemuria and of Atlantis. He rose and shook his foaming mane, and his white steeds raced over the walls and the spires and the crimson towers. But he lifted me gently on his bosom, and bore me unharmed to a far land, where for many centuries I dwelt among a strange and kindly race. Then, in an evil day, I went upon a galley from distant Kitai, and in a hurricane it sank off this accursed coast. But as before, I was borne gently ashore on the waves of my master, Poseidon, and the priests found me upon the beach. The people of Khemu claimed descent from Lemuria, but they were a subject race speaking a mongrel tongue. When I spoke to them in pure Lemurian,
They cried out to the people that Poseidon had sent them a goddess, and the people fell down and worshipped me. But the priests were devils then as now, necromancers and devil-worshippers, owning no gods save the demons of the outer gulfs. They pent me in this golden dome, and by cruelty they wrung my secret from me. For more than 1,000 years I have been worshipped by the people, who were sometimes given faint glimpses of me, standing on the marble stair half hidden in the sacrificial smoke, or were allowed to hear my voice speaking in a strange tongue as oracle. But the priests, O gods of Mu, what I have suffered at their hands! Goddess to the people, slave to the priests.
Why do you not destroy them with your sorcery? I demanded.
I am no sorceress, she answered, though you might deem me such, were I to tell you what mysteries the ages have unfolded to me. Yet there is one sorcery I might invoke, one terrible, overwhelming doom. If I might escape from this prison, if I might stand up naked in the dawn and call upon Poseidon. In the still nights I hear him roaring beyond the cliffs, but he sleeps and heeds not my cries. Yet if I might stand up in his sight and call upon him, he might hear and heed. The priests are crafty. They have shut me from his sight and hearing. For more than 1,000 years, I have not looked on the great blue monster.
Suddenly we both started. From the city far below us welled up a strange, wild clamor.
"Treachery!" she cried. "They are murdering your people in the streets. You've destroyed the enemies they feared. Now they turn on you."
With a curse I raced down the stairs, cast one anguished glance at the still white form on the altar, and ran out of the temple. Down the street, beyond the houses of the priests, rose the clanging of steel, howls of death, yells of fury, and the thunderous war cries of the Aesir. They were not dying alone. The Chimeri's cries of hate and triumph were mingled with screams of fear and pain. Ahead of me the street seethed with battling humanity, no more silent and deserted. From the doors of shops, hovels, and palaces alike swarmed screeching city folk, weapons in hand, to aid their soldiers who were locked in mad battle with the yellow-haired aliens. Flames from a score of fires lighted the frenzied scene like day. As I neared the court adjoining the king's palace, along streets through which men ran howling, an Aesir warrior staggered toward me, drift of the storm of battle, which was raging further down. He was without armor, bent almost double, and though an arrow stood out from his ribs, it was his belly he was gripping with his empty hands.
"The wine was poisoned," he groaned. "We are betrayed and doomed. We drank deep, and in our cups the women coaxed from us our swords and armor. Only Asgrim and the Pict would not give them up. Then suddenly the women slipped away. That old vulture left the feast hall. Then the pangs took hold on us. Ah, Ymir, it twists my vitals like a knotted rope. Then the doors swarmed suddenly with archers who drove their arrows upon us. The warriors of Khemu drew their swords and fell upon us. The priests who swarmed the hall tore hidden blades from their robes. Hark to the yelling in the marketplace where they cut the throats of the wounded. Ymir, cold steel a man may laugh at, but this, Ymir! He sank to the pave, bent like a drawn bow, froth drooling from his lips, his limbs jerking in horrible convulsions. I raced into the court. On the further side, and in the street in front of the palace, was a mass of struggling figures. Swarms of dark-skinned men in armor battled with half-naked yellow-haired giants, who smote and rent like wounded lions, though their only weapons were broken benches arms snatched from dying foes or their naked hands, and whose lips were flecked with the froth of the agony that knotted their entrails. I swear by Emer, they did not die alone. Mangled corpses were trodden under their feet, and they were like wild beasts whose ferocity is not quenched, save with the extinguishing of the last, least spark of life. The great feast hall was burning. In its light I saw, standing on the dais high above the conflict, old Akheba, shaking and trembling with terror at his own treachery, the two stalwart guards on the steps below him. The fighting scattered out over the court, and I saw Kelka. He was drunk, but this did not alter his deadliness. He was the center of a struggling clump of thrusting, hacking figures, and his long knife flashed in the firelight as it ripped through throats and bellies, spilling blood and entrails on the marble pave. With a low, sullen roar, I charged into the thick of them, and in an instant we stood alone in a ring of corpses. He grinned wolfishly, his teeth champing spasmodically. "There was the devil in the wine, Hjalmar. It claws at my guts like a wildcat. Come, let us kill some more of them before we die. Look, the Old One makes his last stand." I glanced quickly, where, directly in front of the blazing feast hall, Asgrim's gaunt frame loomed among the swarming pack. I saw the flash of his sword and the dropping of men about him. An instant his black plumes waved over the horde, then they vanished, and over the place he had stood rolled the dark wave. The next instant I was leaping toward the marble stairs, with Kelka close at my heels. We smote the line of warriors on the lower steps, and burst through. They surged in behind to pull us down, but Kelka wheeled, and his long blade made deadly play among them. They swarmed in on him from all sides, and there he died as he had lived, slashing and slaying in silent frenzy, neither asking quarter nor giving it. I leaped up on the steps, and old Akheba howled at my coming. My broken sword I had left wedged in a guardsman's breastbone. With my naked hands I charged the two guardsmen at the upper steps. They sprang to meet me, stabbing hard. I caught the driving spear of one and hurled him headlong down the stairs, to dash out his brains at the bottom. The spear of the other one tore through my mail, and blood gushed over the shaft. Before he could tear it free for a second thrust, I gripped his throat and tore it out with my fingers. Then, wrenching forth the spear and casting it aside, I rushed at Akheba, who screamed and sprang up, grasping the scrolled edge of the sloping stone roof behind the dais. Mad terror lent the Old One strength and courage. Up the steep slope he clambered like a monkey, catching at the carved decorations with fingers and toes, and howling all the time like a beaten dog. And I followed him. My life was ebbing out of the wound beneath my mail. It was soaked with blood, but my wild beast vitality was as yet undiminished. Up and up he climbed, shrieking, and higher we rose above the city, until we swayed precariously on the level roof ridge, 500 feet above the howling streets. And then we were frozen, the hunted and the hunter. A strange, haunting cry rang above the hellish tumult that raged below us, above Akheba's frenzied howling. On the great golden dome, high above all other towers and spires, stood a naked figure, hair blown in the dawn wind, etched in the red dawn glow. It was Ishtar, waving her arms and screaming a frenzied invocation in a strange tongue. Faintly it came to us. She had escaped from the golden prison I had burst open. Now she stood on the dome, calling upon the god of her fathers, Poseidon. but I had my own vengeance to consummate. I poised for the leap that would carry us both crashing 500 feet to death, and under my feet the solid masonry rocked. A new frenzy rang in Akheba's screams. With a thunderous crash, the distant cliffs fell into the sea. There was a long, rumbling, cataclysmic crash, like the shattering of a world, and to my startled gaze, the entire vast plain waved like a surf, gave way and dipped southward. Great chasms gaped in the tilting plain, and suddenly, with an indescribable rumble, a grinding thunder, and a crashing of falling walls and buckling towers, the entire city of Khemu was in motion. It was sliding in a vast chaotic ruin down to the sea which rose, rearing to meet it. In that sliding horror, tower crashed against tower, buckling and toppling, grinding screaming human insects to red dust, crushing them to bits with falling stones. Where I had looked out upon an ordered city, with walls and spires and roofs, all was a mad, buckled, crumpled, splittering chaos of thundering stone where spires rocked crazily above the ruins and came thundering down. Still the dome rode the rack, and the white figure upon it still screamed and gestured. Then, with an awesome roar, the sea stirred and rose, and great tentacles of green foam curled mountain high and roared down over the sliding, rumbling ruins, mounting higher and higher until the entire southern side of the crushed city was hidden in swirling green waters. For an instant, the ancient roof ridge on which we clung had risen above the ruin, holding its place. And in that instant, I leaped and gripped old Akheba. His death shriek yowled in my ear, as under my iron fingers I felt his flesh tear like rotten pulp, his thews rip from his bones, and the bones themselves splinter. The thunderings of the breaking world were in my ear, the swirling green waters at my feet, but as the whole earth seemed to crumble and break, as the masonry dissolved beneath my feet, and the roaring green tide surged over me, drowning me in untold shimmering fathoms, my last thought was that Akheba had died by my hand before a wave touched him. I sprang up with a cry, hands outthrown as if to fend off the swirling waves. I reeled, dizzy with surprise. Khemu and the eld had vanished. I stood on the oak-clad hill, and the sun hung a hand's breadth above the post-oak shinnery. Seconds only had elapsed since the woman had gestured before my eyes. Now she stood looking at me with that enigmatic smile that had less of mockery than pity. "What is this?" I exclaimed dazedly. "I was Hjalmar. I am James Allison. The sea was the gulf. The great plains ran to the shore then, and on the shore stood the accursed city of Khemu. No, I cannot believe you. I cannot believe my own reason. You have hypnotized me, made me dream." She shook her head. "It came to pass long, long ago, Hjalmar." "Then what of Khemu?" I exclaimed. "Its broken ruins sleep in the deep blue waters of the gulf, whither they washed in the long ages that passed after the breaking of the land, before the waters receded and left these long rolling steppes." "But what of the woman Ishtar, their goddess?" "Was she not the bride of Poseidon, who heard her cry and destroyed the evil city? On his bosom he bore her unharmed. She was deathless and eternal. She wandered through many lands and dwelt with many people, but she had learned her lesson, and she who had been a slave of priests became their ruler. She who had been a goddess in cruel seeming
became a goddess in her right by virtue of her ancient wisdom. She was Ishtar of the Assyrians and Ashtoreth of the Phoenicians. She was Mylitta and Belit of the Babylonians, Derketo of the Philistines. Aye, and she was Isis of Egypt, and Astarte of Carthage, and she was Freya of the Saxons, and Aphrodite of the Grecians, and Venus of the Romans. The races call her by many names, and worship her in many ways, but she is one and the same, and the fires of her altars are not quenched. As she spoke, she lifted her clear, dark, luminous eyes to me. The last lurid sheen of the sunset caught the rippling glory of her hair, dusky as night, framing the strange beauty of her face, alien and exotic beyond my understanding, and a cry broke from my lips. You are Ishtar. Then it is true, and you are deathless. You are the eternal woman, the root and the bud of creation, the symbol of life everlasting. And I was Hjalmar, and knew pride and battle and far lands and the bright glory of war. As truly as you shall know them all again, O weary one, she said softly, when, in a little while, you shall put off that misshapen mask of broken flesh and don new raiment, bright and gleaming as the armor of Hjalmar. Then night dipped down, and whither she went I know not. But I sat alone on the thicket-clad hill, and the night wind murmured up from the sand drifts in the shinnery, and whispered among the dreary branches of the post-oaks. The Gods of Bal-Sagoth. Chapter 1. Steel in the Storm. Lightning dazzled the eyes of Turlo O'Brien, and his foot slipped in a smear of blood as he staggered on the reeling deck. The clashing of steel rivaled the bellowing of the thunder, and screams of death cut through the roar of waves and wind. The incessant lightning flicker gleamed on the corpses sprawling redly, the gigantic horned figures that roared and smote like huge demons of the midnight storm, the great beaked prow looming above. The play was quick and desperate. In the momentary illumination, a ferocious, bearded face shone before Turlo, and his swift axe licked out, splitting it to the chin. In the brief, utter blackness that followed the flash, an unseen stroke swept Turlo's helmet from his head, and he struck back blindly, feeling his axe sink into flesh and hearing a man howl. Again the fires of the raging sky sprang, showing the gale the ring of savage faces, the hedge of gleaming steel that hemmed him in. Back against the mainmast, Turlo parried and smote. Then through the madness of the fray a great voice thundered, and in a flashing instant the gale caught a glimpse of a giant form, a strangely familiar face. Then the world crashed into fire-shot blackness. Consciousness returned slowly. Turlo was first aware of a swaying, rocking motion of his whole body which he could not check. Then a dull throbbing in his head racked him, and he sought to raise his hands to it. Then it was he realized he was bound hand and foot, not an altogether new experience. Clearing sight showed him that he was tied to the mast of the dragon ship whose warriors had struck him down. Why they had spared him he could not understand, because if they knew him at all, they knew him to be an outlaw, an outcast from his clan, who would pay no ransom to save him from the very pits of hell. The wind had fallen greatly, but a heavy sea was flowing, which tossed the long ship like a chip from gulf-like trough to foaming crest. A round silver moon, peering through broken clouds,
lighted the tossing billows. The gale, raised on the wild west coast of Ireland, knew that the Serpent ship was crippled. He could tell it by the way she labored, ploughing deep into the spume, heeling to the lift of the surge. Well, the tempest which had been raging on these southern waters had been enough to damage even such staunch craft as these Vikings built. The same gale had caught the French vessel on which Turlo had been a passenger, driving her off her course and far southward. Days and nights had been a blind, howling chaos in which the ship had been hurled, flying like a wounded bird before the storm. And in the very rack of the tempest, a beaked prow had loomed in the scud above the lower, broader craft, and the grappling irons had sunk in. Surely these Norsemen were wolves, and the bloodlust that burned in their hearts was not human. In the terror and roar of the storm, they leaped howling to the onslaught, and while the raging heavens hurled their full wrath upon them, and each shock of the frenzied waves threatened to engulf both vessels, these sea-wolves glutted their fury to the utmost, true sons of the sea, whose wildest rages found echo in their own bosoms. It had been a slaughter rather than a fight. The Celt had been the only fighting man aboard the doomed ship, and now he remembered the strange familiarity of the face he had glimpsed just before he was struck down. Who?
Good hail, my bold Dalcassian. It's long since we met.
Turlo stared at the man who stood before him, feet braced to the lifting of the deck. He was of huge stature, a good half-head taller than Turlo, who stood well above 6 feet. His legs were like columns, his arms like oak and iron. His beard was of crisp gold, matching the massive armlets he wore. A shirt of scale mail added to his warlike appearance as the horned helmet seemed to increase his height. But there was no wrath in the calm grey eyes, which gazed tranquilly into the smouldering blue eyes of the Gael.
Athelstane the Saxon. Aye, it's been a long day since you gave me this.
The giant indicated a thin white scar in his temple.
We seem fated to meet on nights of fury. We first crossed steel the night you burned Thorfell's Skali. Then I fell before your axe, and you saved me from Brogar's Picts, alone of all the folk who followed Thorfell. Tonight it was I who struck you down.
He touched the great two-handed sword strapped to his shoulders, and Turlo cursed.
Nay, revile me not,
said Athelstane with a pained expression.
I could have slain you in the press. I struck with the flat, but knowing you Irish have cursed hard skulls, I struck with both hands. You have been senseless for hours. Lord Brog would have slain you with the rest of the merchant ship's crew, but I claimed your life. But the Vikings would only agree to spare you on condition that you be bound to the mast. They know you of old. Where are we? Ask me not. The storm blew us far out of our course. We were sailing to harry the coasts of Spain. When chance threw us in with your vessel, of course we seized the opportunity, but there was scant spoil. Now we are racing with the sea flow, unknowing. The steer sweep is crippled, and the whole ship lamed. We may be riding the very rim of the world, for aught I know. Swear to join us, and I will loose you. Swear to join the hosts of hell, snarled Turlo. Rather will I go down with the ship and sleep forever under the green waters, bound to this mast. My only regret is that I cannot send more sea-wolves to join the 100-odd I have already sent to purgatory. Well, well, said Athelstane tolerantly. A man must eat. Here, I will loose your hands at least. Now, set your teeth into this joint of meat. Turlo bent his head to the great joint and tore at it ravenously. The Saxon watched him a moment, then turned away. A strange man, reflected Turlo, this renegade Saxon, who hunted with the wolf pack of the north. A savage warrior in battle, but with fibers of kindliness in his make-up, which set him apart from the men with whom he consorted. The ship reeled on blindly in the night, and Athelstane, returning with a great horn of foaming ale, remarked on the fact that the clouds were gathering again, obscuring the seething face of the sea. He left the Gael's hands unbound, but Turlo was held fast to the mast by cords about legs and body. The rovers paid no heed to their prisoner. They were too much occupied in keeping their crippled ship from going down under their feet. At last Turlo believed he could catch at times a deep roaring above the wash of the waves. This grew in volume, and even as the duller-eared Norseman heard it, the ship leaped like a spurred horse, straining in every timber. As by magic the clouds, lightning for dawn, rolled away on each side, showing a wild waste of tossing grey waters and a long line of breakers dead ahead. Beyond the frothing madness of the reefs loomed land, apparently an island. The roaring increased to deafening proportions as the longship, caught in the tide-rip, raced headlong to her doom. Turlo saw Lodbrog rushing about, his long beard flowing in the wind as he brandished his fists and bellowed futile commands. Athelstane came running across the deck. "Little chance for any of us," he growled as he cut the Gael's bonds, "but you shall have as much as the rest." Turlo sprang free. "Where is my axe?" "There in that weapon rack, but Thor's blood, man!" marveled the big Saxon. "You won't burden yourself now." Turlo had snatched the axe, and confidence flowed like wine through his veins at the familiar feel of the slim, graceful shaft. His axe was as much a part of him as his right hand. If he must die, he wished to die with it in his grip. He hastily slung it to his girdle. All armor had been stripped from him when he had been captured. "There are sharks in these waters," said Athelstane, preparing to doff his scale mail. "If we have to swim—" The ship struck with a crash that snapped her masts and shivered her prow like glass. Her dragon beak shot high in the air, and men tumbled like tenpins from her slanted deck. A moment she poised, shuddering like a live thing, then slid from the hidden reef and went down in a blinding smother of spray. Turlo had left the deck in the long dive that carried him clear. Now he rose in the turmoil, fought the waves for a mad moment, then caught a piece of wreckage that the breakers flung up. As he clambered across this, a shape bumped against him and went down again. Turlo plunged his arm deep, caught a sword belt, and heaved the man up and on his makeshift raft. For in that instant he had recognized the Saxon, Athelstane, still burdened with the armor he had not had time to remove. The man seemed dazed. He lay limp, limbs trailing. Turlo remembered that ride through the breakers as a chaotic nightmare. The tide tore them through, plunging their frail craft into the depths, then flinging them into the skies. There was naught to do but hold on and trust to luck. And Turlo held on, gripping the Saxon with one hand and their raft with the other, while it seemed his fingers would crack with the strain. Again and again they were almost swamped. Then by some miracle they were through, riding in water comparatively calm, and Turlo saw a lean fin cutting the surface a yard away. It swirled in, and Turlo unslung his axe and struck. Red dyed the waters instantly, and a rush of sinuous shapes made the craft rock. While the sharks tore their brother, Turlo, paddling with his hands, urged the rude raft ashore until he could feel the bottom. He waded to the beach, half carrying the Saxon. Then, iron though he was, Turlo O'Brien sank down, exhausted, and soon slept soundly.
Chapter 2 Gods from the Abyss. Turlo did not sleep long. When he awoke, the sun was just risen above the sea rim. The Gale rose, feeling as refreshed as if he had slept the whole night through, and looked about him. The broad white beach sloped gently from the water to a waving expanse of gigantic trees. There seemed no underbrush, but so close together were the huge boles, his sight could not pierce into the jungle. Athelstane was standing some distance away on a spit of sand that ran out into the sea. The huge Saxon leaned on his great sword and gazed out toward the reefs. Here and there on the beach lay the stiff figures that had been washed ashore. A sudden snarl of satisfaction broke from Turlo's lips. Here at his very feet was a gift from the gods. A dead Viking lay there, fully armed in the helmet and mail shirt he had not had time to doff when the ship foundered, and Turlo saw they were his own. Even the round light buckler strapped to the Norseman's back was his. Turlo did pause to wonder how all his accoutrements had come into the possession of one man, but stripped the dead and donned the plain round helmet and the shirt of black chain mail. Thus armed, he went up the beach toward Athelstane, his eyes gleaming unpleasantly. The Saxon turned as he approached.
"Hail to you, Gale," he greeted. "We be all those Lodbrog ship people left alive. The hungry green sea drank them all. By Thor, I owe my life to you. What with the weight of my mail and the crack my skull got on the rail, I had most certainly been food for the sharks but for you. It all seems like a dream now." "You saved my life," snarled Turlo. "I saved yours. Now the debt is paid, the accounts are squared, so up with your sword and let us make an end."
Athelstane stared.
"You wish to fight me? Why, what—"
"I hate your breed as I hate Satan," roared the Gale, a tinge of madness in his blazing eyes. "Your wolves have ravaged my people for 500 years. The smoking ruins of the Southland, the seas of spilled blood, call for vengeance. The screams of 1,000 ravished girls are ringing in my ears night and day. Would that the North had but a single breast for my axe to cleave."
"But I am no Norseman,"
rumbled the giant in worriment. "The more shame to you, renegade," raved the maddened Gale. "Defend yourself, lest I cut you down in cold blood."
"This is not to my liking,"
protested Athelstane, lifting his mighty blade, his grey eyes serious but unafraid.
"Then speak truly who say there is madness in you."
Words ceased as the men prepared to go into deadly action. The Gale approached his foe, crouching panther-like, eyes ablaze. The Saxon waited the onslaught, feet braced wide apart, sword held high in both hands. It was Turlo's axe and shield against Athelstane's two-handed sword. In a contest, one stroke might end either way. Like two great jungle beasts they played their deadly, wary game. Then, even as Turlo's muscles tensed for the death leap, a fearful sound split the silence. Both men started and recoiled. From the depths of the forest behind them rose a ghastly and inhuman scream. Shrill, yet of great volume, it rose higher and higher until it ceased at the highest pitch, like the triumph of a demon, like the cry of some grisly ogre gloating over its human prey.
"Thor's blood!"
gasped the Saxon, letting his sword point fall.
"What was that?"
Turlo shook his head. Even his iron nerve was slightly shaken. "Some fiend of the forest. This is a strange land and a strange sea. Mayhap Satan himself reigns here, and it is the gate to hell." Athelstane looked uncertain. He was more pagan than Christian, and his devils were heathen devils.
but they were none the less grim for that. "Well," said he, "let us drop our quarrel until we see what it may be. 2 blades are better than 1, whether for man or devil." A wild shriek cut him short. This time it was a human voice, blood-chilling in its horror and despair. Simultaneously came the swift patter of feet and the lumbering rush of some heavy body among the trees. The warriors wheeled toward the sound, and out of the deep shadows a half-naked woman came flying like a white leaf blown on the wind. Her loose hair streamed like a flame of gold behind her. Her white limbs flashed in the morning sun, her eyes blazed with frenzied terror. And behind her, even Turlo's hair stood up. The thing that pursued the fleeing girl was neither man nor beast. In form it was like a bird, but such a bird as the rest of the world had not seen for many an age. Some 12 feet high it towered, and its evil head, with the wicked red eyes and cruel curved beak, was as big as a horse's head. The long arched neck was thicker than a man's thigh, and the huge taloned feet could have gripped the fleeing woman as an eagle grips a sparrow. This much Turlo saw in one glance as he sprang between the monster and its prey, who sank down with a cry on the beach. It loomed above him like a mountain of death, and the evil beak darted down, denting the shield he raised and staggering him with the impact. At the same instant he struck, but the keen axe sank harmlessly into a cushioning mass of spiky feathers. Again the beak flashed at him, and his sidelong leap saved his life by a hair's breadth. And then Athelstane ran in, and bracing his feet wide, swung his great sword with both hands and all his strength. The mighty blade sheared through one of the tree-like legs below the knee, and with an abhorrent screech, the monster sank on its side, flapping its short, heavy wings wildly. Turlo drove the back spike of his axe between the glaring red eyes, and the gigantic bird kicked convulsively and lay still. "Thor's blood!" Athelstane's grey eyes were blazing with battle-lust. "Truly we've come to the rim of the world." "Watch the forest lest another come forth," snapped Turlo, turning to the woman, who had scrambled to her feet and stood panting, eyes wide with wonder. She was a splendid young animal, tall, clean-limbed, slim and shapely. Her only garment was a sheer bit of silk hung carelessly about her hips. But though the scantiness of her dress suggested the savage, her skin was snowy white, her loose hair of purest gold, and her eyes grey. Now she spoke hastily, stammeringly, in the tongue of the Norse, as if she had not so spoken in years. "You! Who are you, men? Whence come you? What do you on the Isle of the Gods?" "Thor's blood!" rumbled the Saxon. "She's of our own kind." "Not mine," snapped Turlo, unable even in that moment to forget his hate for the people of the North. The girl looked curiously at the two. "The world must have changed greatly since I left it," said she, evidently in full control of herself once more. "Else how is it that wolf and wild bull hunt together? By your black hair, you are a Gael, and you, big man, have a slur in your speech that can be naught but Saxon." "We are 2 outcasts," answered Turlo. "You see these dead men lining the strand? They were the crew of the dragon ship which bore us here, storm-driven. This man, Athelstane, once of Wessex, was a swordsman on that ship, and I was a captive. I am Turlo Dub, once a chief of Clan O'Brien. Who are you, and what land is this?" "This is the oldest land in the world," answered the girl. "Rome, Egypt, Cathay are as but infants beside it. I am Brunhild, daughter of Rain Thorfinn's son, of the Orkneys, and until a few days ago, queen of this ancient kingdom."
Turlo looked uncertainly at Athelstane. This sounded like sorcery.
After what we have just seen, rumbled the giant, I am ready to believe anything. But are you in truth Rain Thorfinn's son's stolen child?
"Aye," cried the girl, "I am that one. I was stolen when Tostig the Mad raided the Orkneys and burned Rain Steading in the absence of its master."
And then Tostig vanished from the face of the earth, or the sea, interrupted Athelstane. He was in truth a madman. I sailed with him for a ship harrying many years ago, when I was but a youth.
"And his madness cast me on this island," answered Brunhild. "For after he had harried the shores of England, the fire in his brain drove him out into unknown seas, south and ever south, until even the fierce wolves he led murmured. Then a storm drove us on yonder reef, though at another part rending the dragon ship even as yours was rended last night. Tostig and all his strong men perished in the waves, but I clung to pieces of wreckage, and a whim of the gods cast me ashore half dead. I was 15 years old. That was 10 years ago. I found a strange, terrible people dwelling here, a brown-skinned folk who knew many dark secrets of magic. They found me lying senseless on the beach, and because I was the first white human they had ever seen, their priests divined that I was a goddess given them by the sea, whom they worship. So they put me in the temple with the rest of their curious gods, and did reverence to me. And their high priest, old Gothan, cursed be his name, taught me many strange and fearful things. Soon I learned their language, and much of their priests' inner mysteries. And as I grew into womanhood, the desire for power stirred in me. For the people of the north are made to rule the folk of the world, and it is not for the daughter of a sea-king to sit meekly in a temple and accept the offerings of fruit and flowers and human sacrifices.
She stopped for a moment, eyes blazing. Truly she looked a worthy daughter of the fierce race she claimed.
"Well," she continued, "there was one who loved me, Kotar, a young chief. With him I plotted, and at last I rose and flung off the yoke of old Gothan. That was a wild season of plot and counterplot, intrigue, rebellion, and red carnage. Men and women died like flies, and the streets of Bal-Sagoth ran red. But in the end we triumphed, Kotar and I. The dynasty of Angar came to an end on a night of blood and fury, and I reigned supreme on the Isle of the Gods, queen and goddess."
She had drawn herself up to her full height, her beautiful face alight with fierce pride, her bosom heaving. Turlo was at once fascinated and repelled. He had seen rulers rise and fall, and between the lines for brief narrative he read the bloodshed and carnage, the cruelty and the treachery, sensing the basic ruthlessness of this girl-woman. "But if you are queen," he asked, "how is it we find you hunted through the forests of your domain by this monster, like a runaway serving wench?" Brunhild bit her lip, and an angry flush mounted to her cheeks. "What is it that brings down every woman, whatever her station? I trusted a man. Kotar, my lover, with whom I shared my rule. He betrayed me. After I had raised him to the highest power in the kingdom, next to my own, I found he secretly made love to another girl. I killed them both." Turlo smiled coldly. "You are a true Brunhild. And then what?" "Kotar was loved by the people. Old Gothan stirred them up. I made my greatest mistake when I let that old one live, yet I dared not slay him. Well, Gothan rose against me as I had risen against him, and the warriors rebelled, slaying those who stood faithful to me. Me they took captive, but dared not kill, for after all I was a goddess, they believed. So before dawn, Fearing the people would change their minds again and restore me to power, Gothan had me taken to the lagoon which separates this part of the island from the other. The priests rowed me across the lagoon and left me, naked and helpless, to my fate.
And that fate was this?
Athelstane touched the huge carcass with his foot. Brunhild shuddered. Many ages ago, there were many of these monsters on the isle, the legends say. They warred on the people of Bal-Sagoth and devoured them by hundreds. But at last all were exterminated on the main part of the isle, and on this side of the lagoon all died but this one, who has abided here for centuries. In the old times, hosts of men came against him, but he was greatest of all the devil birds, and he slew all who fought him. So the priests made a god of him, and left this part of the island to him. None comes here except those brought as sacrifices, as I was. He could not cross to the main island, because the lagoon swarms with great sharks, which would rend even him to pieces. For a while I eluded him, stealing among the trees, but at last he spied me out, and you know the rest. I owe my lives to you. Now, what will you do with me?
Athelstane looked at Turlo, and Turlo shrugged. What can we do, save starve in this forest?
I will tell you, the girl cried in a ringing voice, her eyes blazing anew to the swift working of her keen brain. There is an old legend among this people, that men of iron will come out of the sea, and the city of Bal-Sagoth will fall. You, with your mail and helmets, will seem as iron men to these folk who know nothing of armor. You have slain Hrothgolka, the bird god. You have come out of the sea, as did I. The people will look on you as gods. Come with me and aid me to win back my kingdom. You shall be my right-hand men, and I will heap honors on you. Fine garments, gorgeous palaces, fairest girls shall be yours.
Her promises slid from Turlo's mind without leaving an imprint, but the mad splendor of the proposal intrigued him. Strongly he desired to look on this strange city of which Brunhild spoke, and the thought of 2 warriors and 1 girl pitted against a whole nation for a crown stirred the utmost depths of his knight-errant Celtic soul.
"It is well," said he.
"And what of you, Athelstane?" "My belly is empty," growled the giant. "Lead me to where there is food, and I'll hew my way to it, through a horde of priests and warriors."
"Lead us to this city," said Turlo to Brunhild. "Hail!" she cried, flinging her white arms high in wild exultation. "Now let Gothan and Ska and Gelka tremble. With ye at my side, I'll win back the crown they tore from me, and this time I'll not spare my enemy. I'll hurl old Gothan from the highest battlement, though the bellowing of his demons shake the very bowels of the earth. And we shall see if the god Golgoroth shall stand against the sword that cut Hrothgolka's leg from under him. Now hew the head from this carcass, that the people may know you have overcome the bird god. Now follow me, for the sun mounts the sky, and I would sleep in my own palace tonight."
The 3 passed into the shadows of the mighty forest. The interlocking branches, hundreds of feet above their heads, made dim and strange such sunlight as filtered through. No life was seen except for an occasionally gaily hued bird or a huge ape. These beasts, Brunhild said, were survivors of another age, harmless except when attacked. Presently the growth changed somewhat. The trees thinned and became smaller, and fruit of many kinds was seen among the branches. Brunhild told the warriors which to pluck and eat as they walked along. Turlo was quite satisfied with the fruit, but Athelstane, though he ate enormously, did so with scant relish. Fruit was light sustenance to a man used to such solid stuff as formed his regular diet.
Even among the gluttonous Danes, the Saxons' capacity for beef and ale was admired. "Look!" cried Brunhild sharply, halting and pointing. "The spires of Bal-Sagoth." Through the trees the warriors caught a glimmer, white and shimmery, and apparently far away. There was an illusory impression of towering battlements high in the air, with fleecy clouds hovering about them. The sight woke strange dreams in the mystic deeps of the Gael's soul, and even Athelstane was silent, as if he too were struck by the pagan beauty and mystery of the scene. So they progressed through the forest, now losing sight of the distant city as treetops obstructed the view, now seeing it again. And at last they came out on the low shelving banks of a broad blue lagoon, and the full beauty of the landscape burst upon their eyes. From the opposite shores the country sloped upward in long, gentle undulations which broke like great slow waves at the foot of a range of blue hills a few miles away. These wide swells were covered with deep grass and many groves of trees, while miles away on either hand there were seen curving away into the distance the strip of thick forest which Brunhild said belted the whole island. And among those blue dreaming hills brooded the age-old city of Bal-Sagoth, its white walls and sapphire towers clean-cut against the morning sky. The suggestion of great distance had been an illusion. "Is that not a kingdom worth fighting for?" cried Brunhild, her voice vibrant. "Swift now. Let us bind this dry wood together for a raft. We could not live an instant swimming in that shark-haunted water." At that instant, a figure leaped up from the tall grass on the other shore. A naked, brown-skinned man who stared for a moment agape. Then, as Athelstane shouted and held up the grim head of Hrothgalka, the fellow gave a startled cry and raced away like an antelope. "A slave Gothan left to see if I tried to swim the lagoon," said Brunhild with angry satisfaction. "Let him run to the city and tell them. But let us make haste and cross the lagoon before Gothan can arrive and dispute our passage." Turlo and Athelstane were already busy. A number of dead trees lay about, and these they stripped of their branches and bound together with long vines. In a short time they had built a raft, crude and clumsy, but capable of bearing them across the lagoon. Brunhild gave a frank sigh of relief when they stepped on the other shore. "Let us go straight to the city," said she. "The slave has reached it ere now, and they will be watching us from the walls. A bold course is our only one. Thor's hammer, but I'd like to see Gothan's face when the slave tells him Brunhild is returning with 2 strange warriors and the head of him to whom she was given as sacrifice."
"Why did you not kill Gothan when you had the power?"
asked Athelstane. She shook her head, her eyes clouding with something akin to fear.
"Easier said than done. Half the people hate Gothan, half love him, and all fear him. The most ancient men of the city say that he was old when they were babes. The people believe him to be more god than priest, and I myself have seen him do terrible and mysterious things beyond the power of a common man. Nay, when I was but a puppet in his hands, I came only to the outer fringe of his mysteries, yet I have looked on sights that froze my blood. I have seen strange shadows flit along the midnight walls, and groping along black subterranean corridors in the dead of night, I have heard unhallowed sounds and have felt the presence of hideous beings. And once I heard the grisly slavering bellowings of the nameless thing Gothan has chained deep in the bowels of the hills on which rests the city of Bal-Sagoth. Brunhild shuddered. There are many gods in Bal-Sagoth, but the greatest of all is Golgoroth, the god of darkness who sits forever in the Temple of Shadows. When I overthrew the power of Gothan, I forbade men to worship Golgoroth, and made the priests hail as the one true deity, Allah, the daughter of the sea, myself. I had strong men take heavy hammers and smite the image of Golgoroth, but their blows only shattered the hammers and gave strange hurts to the men who wielded them. Golgoroth was indestructible and showed no mar. So I desisted and shut the doors of the Temple of Shadows, which were opened only when I was overthrown, and Gothan, who had been skulking in the secret places of the city, came again into his own. Then Golgoroth reigned again in his full terror, and the idols of Allah were overthrown in the Temple of the Sea, and the priests of Allah died howling on the red-stained altar before the black god. But now we shall see.
"Surely you are a very Valkyrie," muttered Athelstane. "But 3 against a nation is great odds, especially such a people as this, who must assuredly be all witches and sorcerers."
"Bah!" cried Brunhild contemptuously. "There are many sorcerers, it is true, but though the people are strange to us, they are mere fools in their own way, as are all nations. When Gothan led me captive down the streets, they spat on me. Now watch them turn on Ska, the new king Gothan has given them, when it seems my star rises again. But now we approach the city gates. Be bold, but wary." They had ascended the long, swelling slopes, and were not far from the walls which rose immensely upward. Surely, thought Turlo, heathen gods built this city. The walls seemed of marble, and with their fretted battlements and slim watchtowers dwarfed the memory of such cities as Rome, Damascus, and Byzantium. A broad, white, winding road led up from the lower levels to the plateau before the gates, and as they came up this road, the 3 adventurers felt hundreds of hidden eyes fixed on them with fierce intensity. The walls seemed deserted. It might have been a dead city. But the impact of those staring eyes was felt. Now they stood before the massive gates, which to the amazed eyes of the warriors seemed to be of chased silver.
"Here is an emperor's ransom,"
muttered Athelstane, eyes ablaze.
"Thor's blood, if we had but a stout band of reavers and a ship to carry away the plunder."
"Smite on the gate, and then step back, lest something fall upon you," said Brunhild, and the thunder of Turlo's axe on the portals woke the echoes in the sleeping hills. The 3 then fell back a few paces, and suddenly the mighty gates swung inward, and a strange concourse of people stood revealed. The 2 white warriors looked on a pageant of barbaric grandeur. A throng of tall, slim, brown-skinned men stood in the gates. Their only garments were loincloths of silk, the fine work of which contrasted strangely with the near nudity of the wearers. Tall waving plumes of many colors decked their heads, and armlets and leglets of gold and silver, crusted with gleaming gems, completed their ornamentation. Armor they wore none, but each carried a light shield on his left arm, made of hard wood highly polished and braced with silver. Their weapons were slim-bladed spears, light hatchets, and slender daggers, all bladed with fine steel. Evidently these warriors depended more on speed and skill than on brute force. At the front of this band stood 3 men who instantly commanded attention. One was a lean, hawk-faced warrior, almost as tall as Athelstane, who wore about his neck a great golden chain, from which was suspended a curious symbol in jade. One of the other men was young, evil-eyed. An impressive riot of colors in the mantle of parrot feathers which swung from his shoulders. The 3rd man had nothing to set him apart from the rest, save his own strange personality. He wore no mantle, bore no weapons. His only garment was a plain loincloth. He was very old. He alone of all the throng was bearded, and his beard was as white as the long hair which fell about his shoulders.
He was very tall and very lean, and his great dark eyes blazed as from a hidden fire. Turlo knew without being told that this man was Gothan, priest of the Black God. The ancient exuded a very aura of age and mystery. His great eyes were like windows of some forgotten temple, behind which passed like ghosts his dark and terrible thoughts. Turlo sensed that Gothan had delved too deep in forbidden secrets to remain altogether human. He had passed through doors that had cut him off from the dreams, desires, and emotions of ordinary mortals. Looking into those unwinking orbs, Turlo felt his skin crawl, as if he had looked into the eyes of a great serpent. Now a glance upward showed that the walls were thronged with silent, dark-eyed folk. The stage was set. All was in readiness for the swift red drama. Turlo felt his pulse quicken with fierce exhilaration, and Athelstane's eyes began to glow with ferocious light. Brunhild stepped forward boldly, head high, her splendid figure vibrant. The white warriors naturally could not understand what passed between her and the others, except as they read from gestures and expressions, but later Brunhild narrated the conversation almost word for word. "Well, people of Bal-Sagoth," said she, spacing her words slowly, "what words have you for your goddess whom you mocked and reviled?" "What will you have, false one?" exclaimed the tall man, Ska, the king set up by Gothan. "You who mocked at the customs of our ancestors, defied the laws of Bal-Sagoth, which are older than the world, murdered your lover, and defiled the shrine of Golgoroth. You are doomed by law, king and god, and placed in the grim forest beyond the lagoon. And I, who am likewise a goddess and greater than any god," answered Brunhild mockingly, "am returned from the realm of horror with the head of Hrothgolka." At a word from her, Athelstane held up the great beaked head, and a low whispering ran about the battlements, tense with fear and bewilderment. "Who are these men?" Ska bent a worried frown on the two warriors. "They are iron men who have come out of the sea," answered Brunhild in a clear voice that carried far. "The beings who have come in response to the old prophecy to overthrow the city of Bal-Sagoth, whose people are traitors and whose priests are false." At these words the fearful murmur broke out afresh, all up and down the line of the walls, till Gothan lifted his vulture head, and the people fell silent and shrank before the icy stare of his terrible eyes. Ska glared bewilderedly, his ambition struggling with his superstitious fears. Turlo, looking closely at Gothan, believed that he read beneath the inscrutable mask of the old priest's face. For all his inhuman wisdom, Gothan had his limitations. This sudden return of one he thought well disposed of, and the appearance of the white-skinned giants accompanying her, had caught Gothan off his guard, Turlo believed, rightly. There had been no time to properly prepare for their reception. The people had already begun to murmur in the streets against the severity of Ska's brief rule. They had always believed in Brunhild's divinity. Now that she returned with two tall men of her own hue, bearing the grim trophy that marked the conquest of another of their gods, the people were wavering. Any small thing might turn the tide either way. "People of Bal-Sagoth!" shouted Brunhild suddenly, springing back and flinging her arms high, gazing full into the faces that looked down at her. "I bid you avert your doom before it is too late. You cast me out and spat on me. You turned to darker gods than I. Yet all this will I forgive if you return and do obeisance to me. Once you reviled me. You called me bloody and cruel.
True, I was a hard mistress, but has Ska been an easy master? You said I lashed the people with whips of rawhide. Has Ska stroked you with parrot feathers? A virgin died on my altar at the full tide of each moon. But youths and maidens die at the waxing and the waning, the rising and the setting of each moon before Golgoroth, on whose altar a fresh human heart forever throbs. Ska is but a shadow. Your real lord is Gothan, who sits above the city like a vulture. Once you were a mighty people. Your galleys fill the seas. Now you are a remnant, and that is dwindling fast. Fools, you will all die on the altar of Golgoroth ere Gothan is done, and he will stalk alone among the silent ruins of Bal-Sagoth. Look at him! Her voice rose to a scream as she lashed herself to an inspired frenzy, and even Turlo, to whom the words were meaningless, shivered. Look at him where he stands there like an evil spirit out of the past. He is not even human. I tell you, he is a foul ghost whose beard is dabbled with the blood of 1,000,000 butcheries, an incarnate fiend out of the mist of the ages, come to destroy the people of Bal-Sagoth. Choose now! Rise up against that ancient devil and his blasphemous gods. Receive your rightful queen and deity again, and you shall regain some of your former greatness. Refuse, and the ancient prophecy shall be fulfilled, and the sun will set on the silent and crumbled ruins of Bal-Sagoth. Fired by her dynamic words, a young warrior with the insignia of a chief sprang to the parapet and shouted, Hail to our Allah! Down with the bloody gods! Among the multitude, many took up the shout, and steel clashed as a score of fights started. The crowd on the battlements and in the streets surged and eddied, while Ska glared bewildered. Brunhild, forcing back her companions, who quivered with eagerness for action of some kind, shouted, Hold! Let no man strike a blow yet! People of Bal-Sagoth, it has been a tradition since the beginning of time that a king must fight for his crown. Let Ska cross steel with one of these warriors. If Ska wins, I will kneel before him and let him strike off my head. If Ska loses, then you shall accept me as your rightful queen and goddess. A great roar of approval went up from the walls as the people ceased their brawls, glad enough to shift the responsibility to their rulers. "Will you fight, Ska?" asked Brunhild, turning to the king mockingly. "Or will you give me your head without further argument?" "Slut!" howled Ska, driven to madness. "I will take the skulls of these fools for drinking cups, and then I will rend you between two bent trees." Gothan laid a hand on his arm and whispered in his ear, but Ska had reached the point where he was deaf to all but his fury. His achieved ambition, he had found, had faded to the mere part of a puppet dancing on Gothan's string. Now even the hollow bauble of his kingship was slipping from him, and this wench mocked him to his face before his people. Ska went, to all practical effects, stark mad. Brunhild turned to her two allies. "One of you must fight Ska." "Let me be the one," urged Turlo, eyes dancing with eager battle lust. "He has the look of a man quick as a wildcat, and Athelstane, while a very bull for strength, is a thought slow for such work." "Slow?" broke in Athelstane reproachfully. "Why, Turlo, for a man my weight—" "Enough!" Brunhild interrupted. "He must choose for himself." She spoke to Ska, who glared red-eyed for an instant, then indicated Athelstane, who grinned joyfully, cast aside the bird's head and unslung his sword. Turlo swore and stepped back. The king had decided that he would have a better chance against this huge buffalo of a man who looked slow than against the black-haired, tigerish warrior whose cat-like quickness was evident.
"This scar is without armor," rumbled the Saxon. "Let me likewise doff my mail and helmet, so that we fight on equal terms."
"No," cried Brunhild. "Your armor is your only chance. I tell you, this false king fights like the play of summer lightning. You will be hard put to hold your own as it is. Keep on your armor, I say."
Well, grumbled Athelstane. I will, though I say it is scarcely fair. But let him come on and make an end of it."
The huge Saxon strode ponderously toward his foe, who warily crouched and circled away. Athelstane held his great sword in both hands before him, pointed upward, the hilt somewhat below the level of his chin, in position to strike a blow to right or left, or parry a sudden attack. Ska had flung away his light shield, his fighting sense telling him that it would be useless before the stroke of that heavy blade. In his right hand he held his slim spear as a man holds a throwing dart, in his left a light, keen-edged hatchet. He meant to make a fast, shifty fight of it, and his tactics were good. But Ska, having never encountered armor before, made his fatal mistake in supposing it to be apparel or ornament through which his weapons would pierce. Now he sprang in, thrusting Athelstane's face with his spear. The Saxon parried with ease and instantly cut tremendously at Ska's legs. The king bounded high, clearing the whistling blade, and in mid-air he hacked down at Athelstane's bent head. The light hatchet shivered to bits on the Viking's helmet, and Ska sprang back out of reach with a bloodlusting howl. And now it was Athelstane who rushed with unexpected quickness, like a charging bull, and before that terrible onslaught, Ska, bewildered by the breaking of his hatchet, was caught off his guard, flat-footed. He caught a fleeting glimpse of the giant looming over him like an overwhelming wave, and he sprang in, instead of out, stabbing ferociously. That mistake was his last. The thrusting spear glanced harmlessly from the Saxon's mail, and in that instant the great sword sang down in a stroke the king could not evade. The force of that stroke tossed him as a man is tossed by a plunging bull. 12 feet away fell Ska, king of Bal-Sagoth, to lie shattered and dead in a ghastly welter of blood and entrails. The throng gaped, struck silent by the prowess of that deed.
"Hew off his head,"
cried Brunhild, her eyes flaming as she clenched her hands so that the nails bit into the palms.
"Impale that carrion's head on your sword point, so that we may carry it through the city gates with us as token of victory."
But Athelstane shook his head, cleansing his blade.
"Nay, he was a brave man, and I will not mutilate his corpse. It is no great feat I have done, for he was naked and I full-armed. Else it is in my mind the brawl had gone differently."
Turlo glanced at the people on the walls. They had recovered from their astonishment, and now a vast roar went up.
"Ah, Allah! Hail to the true goddess!"
And the warriors in the gateway dropped to their knees and bowed their foreheads in the dust before Brunhild, who stood proudly erect, bosom heaving with fierce triumph. Truly, thought Turlo, she is more than a queen. She is a shield woman, a Valkyrie, as Athelstane said. Now she stepped aside, and tearing the golden chain with its jade symbol from the dead neck of Ska, held it on high and shouted, "People of Bal-Sagoth, you have seen how your false king died before this golden-bearded giant, who, being of iron, shows no single cut. Choose now! Do you receive me of your own free will?" "Aye, we do," the multitude answered in a great shout. "Return to your people, O mighty and all-powerful queen!" Brunhild smiled sardonically. "Come," said she to the warriors. "They are lashing themselves into a very frenzy of love and loyalty, having already forgotten their treachery. The memory of the mob is short. Aye, thought Turlo, as at Brunhild's side he and the Saxon passed through the mighty gates between files of prostrate chieftains. Aye, the memory of the mob is very short. But a few days have passed since they were yelling as wildly for Ska the Liberator. Scant hours have passed since Ska sat enthroned, master of life and death, and the people bowed before his feet. Now, Turlo glanced at the mangled corpse which lay deserted and forgotten before the silver gates. The shadow of a circling vulture fell across it. The clamor of the multitude filled Turlo's ears, and he smiled a bitter smile. The great gates closed behind the three adventurers, and Turlo saw a broad white street stretching away in front of him. Other lesser streets radiated from this one. The two warriors caught a jumbled and chaotic impression of great white stone buildings shouldering each other, the sky-lifting towers and broad stair-fronted palaces. Turlo knew there must be an ordered system by which the city was laid out, but to him all seemed a waste of stone and metal and polished wood, without rhyme or reason. His baffled eyes sought the street again. Far up the street extended a mass of humanity, from which rose a rhythmic thunder of sound. Thousands of naked, gaily plumed men and women knelt there, bending forward to touch the marble flags with their foreheads, then swaying back with an upward flinging of their arms, all moving in perfect unison, like the bending and rising of tall grass before the wind. And in time to their bowing, they lifted a monotoned chant that sank and swelled in a frenzy of ecstasy. So her wayward people welcomed back the goddess Allah. Just within the gates Brunhild stopped, and there came to her the young chief who had first raised the shout of revolt upon the walls. He knelt and kissed her bare feet, saying, "O great king and goddess, thou knowest Zomar was ever faithful to thee. Thou knowest how I fought for thee, and barely escaped the altar of Golgoroth for thy sake." "Thou hast indeed been faithful, Zomar," answered Brunhild in the stilted language required for such occasions. "Nor shall thy fidelity go unrewarded. Henceforth thou art commander of my own bodyguard." Then, in a lower voice, she added, "Gather a band from your own retainers, and from those who have espoused my cause all along, and bring them to the palace. I do not trust the people any more than I have to." Suddenly Athelstane, not understanding this conversation, broke in.
"Where is the old one with the beard?"
Turlo started and glanced around. He had almost forgotten the wizard. He had not seen him go, yet he was gone. Brunhild laughed ruefully. "He's stolen away to breed more trouble in the shadows. He and Gelka vanished when Ska fell. He has secret ways of coming and going, and none may stay him. Forget him for the time being. Heed ye well, we shall have plenty of him anon." Now the chiefs brought a finely carved and highly ornamented palanquin, carried by two strong slaves, and Brunhild stepped into this, saying to her companions, "They are fearful of touching you, but ask if you would be carried. I think it better that you walk, one on each side of me."
"Thor's blood,"
rumbled Athelstane, shouldering the huge sword he had never sheathed.
"I'm no infant. I'll split the skull of the man who seeks to carry me."
And so up the long white street went Brunhild, daughter of Rain Thorfinn's son in the Orkneys, goddess of the sea, queen of age-old Bal-Sagoth. Borne by two great slaves she went, with a white giant striding on each side with bared steel, and a concourse of chiefs following, while the multitude gave way to right and left, leaving a wide lane down which she passed. Golden trumpets sounded a fanfare of triumph, drums thundered, chants of worship echoed to the ringing skies. Surely in this riot of glory this barbaric pageant of splendor, the proud soul of the North-born girl drank deep and grew drunken with imperial pride. Athelstane's eyes glowed with simple delight at this flame of pagan magnificence. But to the black-haired fighting man of the West, it seemed that even in the loudest clamor of triumph, the trumpet, the drum, and the shouting faded away into the forgotten dust and silence of eternity. Kingdoms and empires pass away like mist from the sea, thought Turlo. The people shout and triumph, and even in the revelry of Belshazzar's feast, the Medes break the gates of Babylon. Even now the shadow of doom is over this city, and the slow tides of oblivion lap the feet of this unheeding race. So in a strange mood Turlo O'Brien strode beside the palanquin, and it seemed to him that he and Athelstane walked in a dead city, through throngs of dim ghosts, cheering a ghost queen. Chapter 3. The Fall of the Gods. Night had fallen on the ancient city of Bal-Sagoth. Turlo, Athelstane, and Brunhild sat alone in a room of the inner palace. The queen half reclined on a silken couch, while the men sat on mahogany chairs, engaged in the viands that slave girls had served them on golden dishes. The walls of this room, as of all the palace, were of marble with golden scroll work. The ceiling was of lapis lazuli, and the floor of silver inlaid marble tiles. Heavy velvet hangings decorated the walls and silken cushions. Richly made divans and mahogany chairs and tables littered the room in careless profusion.
"I would give much for a horn of ale, but this wine is not sour to the palate," said Athelstane, emptying a golden flagon with relish. "Brunhild, you have deceived us. You let us understand it would take hard fighting to win back your crown. Yet I have struck but one blow, and my sword is thirsty as Turlo's axe, which is not drunk at all. We hammered on the gates, and the people fell down and worshipped with no more ado. And until a little while ago, we but stood by your throne in the great palace room, while you spoke to the throngs that came and knocked their heads on the floor before you. By Thor, never have I heard such chattering and jabbering. My ears ring till now. What were they saying? And where is that old conjurer Gothan?"
"Your steel will drink deep yet, Saxon," answered the girl grimly, resting her chin on her hands and eyeing the warriors with deep, moody eyes. "Had you gambled with cities and crowns as I have done, you would know that seizing a throne may be easier than keeping it. Our sudden appearance with the bird god's head, your killing of Ska, swept the people off their feet. As for the rest, I held audience in the palace, as you saw, even if you did not understand, and the people who came in bowing droves were assuring me of their unswerving loyalty. Ha! I graciously pardon them all, but I am no fool. When they have time to think, they will begin to grumble again. Gothan is lurking in the shadows somewhere, plotting evil to us all, you may be sure. This city is honeycombed with secret corridors and subterranean passages, of which only the priests know. Even I, who have traversed some of them when I was Gothan's puppet, know not where to look for the secret doors, since Gothan always led me through them blindfolded. Just now, I think I hold the upper hand. The people look on you with more awe than they regard me. They think your armor and helmets are part of your bodies, and that you are invulnerable. Did you not note them timidly touching your mail as we passed through the crowd, and the amazement on their faces as they felt the iron of it?
"For a people so wise in some ways, they are very foolish in others," said Turlo. "Who are they, and whence came they?"
"They are so old," answered Brunhild, "that their most ancient legends give no hint of their origin.
Ages ago they were part of a great empire which spread out over the many isles of this sea. But some of the islands sank and vanished with their cities and people. Then the red-skinned savages assailed them, and isle after isle fell before them. At last only this island was left unconquered, and the people had become weaker and forgotten many ancient arts. For lack of ports to sail to, the galleys rotted by the wars, which themselves crumbled into decay. Not in the memory of man has any son of Bal-Sagoth sailed the seas. At irregular intervals, the red people descend upon the Isle of the Gods, traversing the seas in their long war canoes, which bear grinning skulls on the prows. Not far away as a Viking would reckon a sea voyage, but out of sight over the sea rim lie the islands inhabited by these red men, who centuries ago slaughtered the folk who dwelt there. We have always beaten them off. They cannot scale the walls, but still they come, and the fear of their raid is always hovering over the isle. But it is not them I fear. It is Gothan, who is at this moment either slipping like a loathless serpent through his black tunnels, or else brewing abominations in one of his hidden chambers. In the caves deep in the hills to which his tunnels lead, he works fearful and unholy magic. His subjects are beasts, serpents, spiders, and great apes, and men, red captives and wretches of his own race. Deep in his grisly caverns he makes beasts of men and half-men of beasts, mingling bestial with human in ghastly creation. No man dares guess at the horrors that have spawned in the darkness, or what shapes of terror and blasphemy have come into being during the ages Gothan has wrought his abominations. For he is not as other men, and has discovered the secret of life everlasting. He has at least brought into foul life one creature that even he fears, the gibbering, mowing, nameless thing he keeps chained in the furthest cavern that no human foot save his has trod. He would loose it against me if he dared. But it grows late, and I would sleep. I will sleep in the room next to this, which has no other opening than this door. Not even a slave girl will I keep with me, for I trust none of these people fully. You shall keep this room, and though the outer door is bolted, one had better watch while the other sleeps. Zomar and his guardsmen patrol the corridors outside, but I shall feel safer with 2 men of my own blood between me and the rest of the city.
She rose, and with a strangely lingering glance at Turlo, entered her chamber and closed the door behind her.
Athelstane stretched and yawned.
"Well, Turlo," said he lazily, "men's fortunes are unstable as the sea. Last night I was the picked swordsman of a band of reavers, and you were captive. This dawn we were lost outcasts, springing at each other's throats. Now we are sword brothers and right-hand men to a queen. And you, I think, are destined to become a king." "How so?" "Why, have you not noticed the Orkney's girl's eyes on you? Faith, there's more than friendship in her glances that rest on those black locks and that brown face of yours. I tell you, enough."
Turlo's voice was harsh as an old wound stung him.
"Women in power are white-fanged wolves. It was the spite of a woman that—" He stopped. "Well, well," returned Athelstane tolerantly, "there are more good women than bad ones. I know it was the intrigues of a woman that made you an outcast. Well, we should be good comrades. I am an outlaw, too. If I should show my face in Wessex, I would soon be looking down on the countryside from a stout oak limb." "What drove you out on the Viking path? So far have the Saxons forgotten the ocean ways that King Alfred was obliged to hire Frisian rovers to build and man his fleet when he fought the Danes." Athelstane shrugged his mighty shoulders and began whetting his dirk. "I had a yearning for the sea even when I was a shock-headed child in Wessex. I was still a youth when I killed a young earl and fled the vengeance of his people. I found refuge in the Orkneys, and the ways of the Vikings were more to my liking than the ways of my own blood. But I came back to fight against Canute, and when England submitted to his rule, he gave me command of his housecarls. That made the Danes jealous because of the honour given a Saxon who had fought against them, and the Saxons remembered I had left Wessex under a cloud once, and murmured that I was overly well favoured by the conquerors. Well, there was a Saxon thane and a Danish jarl who one night at feast assailed me with fiery words, and I forgot myself and slew them both. So England was again barred to me. I took the Viking path again.
Athelstane's words trailed off. His hands slid limply from his lap, and the whetstone and dirk dropped to the floor. His head fell forward on his broad chest, and his eyes closed.
"Too much wine,"
muttered Turlo. "But let him slumber. I'll keep watch." Yet even as he spoke, the Gael was aware of a strange lassitude stealing over him. He lay back in the broad chair. His eyes felt heavy, and sleep veiled his brain despite himself. And as he lay there, a strange nightmare vision came to him. One of the heavy hangings on the wall opposite the door swayed violently, and from behind it slunk a fearful shape that crept slavering across the room. Turlo watched it apathetically, aware that he was dreaming, and at the same time wondering at the strangeness of the dream. The thing was grotesquely like a crooked, gnarled man in shape, but its face was bestial. It bared yellow fangs as it lurched silently toward him, and from under penthouse brows small reddened eyes gleamed demoniacally. Yet there was something of the human in its countenance. It was neither ape nor man, but an unnatural creature horribly compounded of both. Now the foul apparition halted before him, and as the gnarled fingers clutched his throat, Turlo was suddenly and fearfully aware that this was no dream but a fiendish reality. With a burst of desperate effort, he broke the unseen chains that held him and hurled himself from the chair. The grasping fingers missed his throat, but quick as he was, he could not elude the swift lunge of those hairy arms, and the next moment he was tumbling about the floor in a death grip with the monster, whose sinews felt like pliant steel. That fearful battle was fought in silence, save for the hissing of hard-drawn breath. Turlo's left forearm was thrust under the apish chin, holding back the grisly fangs from his throat, about which the monster's fingers had locked. Athelstane still slept in his chair, head fallen forward. Turlo tried to call to him, but those throttling hands had shut off his voice, were fast choking out his life. The room swam in a red haze before his distended eyes. His right hand, clenched into an iron mallet, battered desperately at the fearful face bent toward his. The beast-like teeth shattered under his blows and blood splattered, but still the red eyes gloated, and the taloned fingers sank deeper and deeper, until a ringing in Turlo's ears knelled his soul's departure. Even as he sank into semi-unconsciousness, his falling hand struck something his numbed fighting brain recognized as the dirk Athelstane had dropped on the floor. Blindly, with a dying gesture, Turlo struck and felt the fingers loosen suddenly. Feeling the return of life and power, he heaved up and over with his assailant beneath him. Through red mist that slowly lightened, Turlo Dub saw the ape-man, now encrimsoned, writhing beneath him, and he drove the dirk home until the dumb horror lay still with wide, staring eyes. The Gael staggered to his feet, dizzy and panting, trembling in every limb. He drew in great gulps of air, and his giddiness slowly cleared. Blood trickled plentifully from the wounds in his throat. He noted with amazement that the Saxon still slumbered. and suddenly he began to feel again the tides of unnatural weariness and lassitude that had rendered him helpless before. Picking up his axe, he shook off the feeling with difficulty and stepped toward the curtain from behind which the ape-man had come. Like an invisible wave, a subtle power emanating from those hangings struck him, and with weighted limbs he forced his way across the room. Now he stood before the curtain and felt the power of a terrific evil will beating upon his own, menacing his very soul, threatening to enslave him, brain and body. Twice he raised his hand, and twice it dropped limply to his side. Now for the third time he made a mighty effort and tore the hangings bodily from the wall. For a flashing instant he caught a glimpse of a bizarre half-naked figure in a mantle of parrot feathers and a headgear of waving plumes. Then, as he felt the full hypnotic blast of those blazing eyes, he closed his own eyes and struck blind. He felt his axe sink deep. Then he opened his eyes and gazed at the silent figure which lay at his feet, cleft head in a widening crimson pool. And now Athelstane suddenly heaved erect, eyes flaring bewilderedly, sword out.
"What?"
he stammered, glaring wildly.
"Turlo, what in Thor's name happened? Thor's blood! That is a priest there, but what is this dead thing?" "One of the devils of this foul city," answered Turlo, wrenching his axe free. "I think Gothan has failed again. This one stood behind the hangings and bewitched us unawares. He put the spell of sleep on us." "Aye, I slept."
The Saxon nodded dazedly.
"But how came they here?"
"There must be a secret door behind these hangings, though I cannot find it. Hark!" From the room where the queen slept there came a vague scuffling sound that in its very faintness seemed fraught with grisly potentialities.
"Brunhild!"
Turlo shouted. A strangled gurgle answered him. He thrust against the door. It was locked. As he heaved up his axe to hew it open, Athelstane brushed him aside and hurled his full weight against it. The panels crashed, and through their ruins Athelstane plunged into the room. A roar burst from his lips. Over the Saxon's shoulder, Turlo saw a vision of delirium. Brunhild, queen of Bal-Sagoth, writhed helpless in mid-air, gripped by the black shadow of a nightmare. Then, as the great black shape turned cold, flaming eyes on them, Turlo saw it was a living creature. It stood, man-like, upon two tree-like legs, but its outline and face were not of a man, beast, or devil. This, Turlo felt, was the horror that even Gothan had hesitated to loose upon his foes. The arch-fiend that the demoniac priest had brought into life in his hidden caves of horror. What ghastly knowledge had been necessary, what hideous blending of human and bestial things with nameless shapes from outer voids of darkness. Held like a babe in arms, Brunhild writhed, eyes flaring with horror, and as the thing took a misshapen hand from her white throat to defend itself, a scream of heart-shaking fright burst from her pale lips. Athelstane, first in the room, was ahead of the gale. The black shape loomed over the giant Saxon, dwarfing and overshadowing him, but Athelstane, gripping the hilt with both hands, lunged upward. The great sword sank over half its length into the black body and came out crimson as the monster reeled back. A hellish pandemonium of sound burst forth, and the echoes of that hideous yell thundered through the palace and deafened the hearers. Turlo was springing in, axe high, when the fiend dropped the girl and fled reeling across the room, vanishing in a dark opening that now gaped in the wall. Athelstane, clean berserk, plunged after it. Turlo made to follow, but Brunhild, reeling up, threw her white arms around him in a grip even he could hardly break. "No!" she screamed, eyes ablaze with terror. "Do not follow them into that fearful corridor. It must lead to hell itself. The Saxon will never return. Let you not share his fate."
"Loose me, woman!"
roared Turlo in a frenzy, striving to disengage himself without hurting her.
"My comrade may be fighting for his life."
"Wait till I summon the guard," she cried, but Turlo flung her from him, and as he sprang through the secret doorway, Brunhild smote on the jade gong until the palace re-echoed. A loud pounding began in the corridor, and Zomar's voice shouted, "O Queen, are you in peril? Shall we burst the door?" "Hasten!" she screamed, as she rushed to the outer door and flung it open. Turlo, leaping recklessly into the corridor, raced along in darkness for a few moments, hearing ahead of him the agonized bellowing of the wounded monster and the deep, fierce shouts of the Viking. Then these noises faded away in the distance as he came into a narrow passageway, faintly lighted with torches stuck into niches. Face down on the floor lay a brown man, clad in gay feathers, his skull crushed like an eggshell. How long Turlo O'Brien followed the dizzy windings of the shadowy corridor he never knew. Other smaller passages led off to each side, but he kept to the main corridor. At last he passed under an arched doorway and came out into a strange, vasty room. Sombre, massive columns upheld a shadowy ceiling so high it seemed like a brooding cloud arched against a midnight sky. Turlo saw that he was in a temple. Behind a black, red-stained stone altar loomed a mighty form, sinister and abhorrent. The god Golgoroth. Surely it must be he. But Turlo spared only a single glance for the colossal figure that brooded there in the shadows. Before him was a strange tableau. Athelstane leaned on his great sword and gazed at the two shapes which sprawled in a red welter at his feet. Whatever foul magic had brought the black thing into life, it had taken but a thrust of English steel to hurl it back into the limbo from whence it came. The monster lay half across its last victim, a gaunt, white-bearded man whose eyes were starkly evil, even in death.
"Gothan!"
ejaculated the startled Gale.
"Aye, the priest. I was close behind this troll, or whatever it is, all the way along the corridor, but for all its size it fled like a deer. Once one in a feather mantle tried to halt it, and it smashed his skull and paused not an instant. At last we burst into this temple. I close upon the monster's heel, my sword raised for the death cut. But Thor's blood. When it saw the old one standing by that altar, it gave one fearful howl and tore him to pieces and died itself, all in an instant, before I could reach it and strike."
Turlo gazed at the huge, formless thing. Looking directly at it, he could form no estimate of its nature. He got only a chaotic impression of great size and inhuman evil. Now it lay like a vast shadow, blotched out on the marble floor. Surely black wings beating from moonless gulfs had hovered over its birth, and the grisly souls of nameless demons had gone into its being. And now Brunhild rushed from the dark corridor with Zomar and the guardsmen, and from outer doors and secret nooks came others silently, warriors and priests in feathered mantles, until a great throng stood in the Temple of Darkness. A fierce cry broke from the queen as she saw what had happened. Her eyes blazed terribly, and she was gripped by a strange madness. "At last!" she screamed, spurning the corpse of her arch-foe with her heel. "At last I am true mistress of Bal-Sagoth! The secrets of the hidden ways are mine now, and old Gothan's beard is dabbled in his own blood!" She flung her arms high in fearful triumph, and ran toward the grim idol, screaming exultant insults like a madwoman. And at that instant the temple rocked. The colossal image swayed outward, and then pitched suddenly forward as a tall tower falls. Turlo shouted and leaped forward, but even as he did, with a thunder like a bursting of a world, the god Golgoroth crashed down upon the doomed woman who stood frozen. The mighty image splintered into 1,000 great fragments, blotting from the sight of men forever Brunhild, daughter of Rain Thorfinn's son, queen of Bal-Sagoth. From under the ruins there oozed a wide crimson stream. Warriors and priests stood frozen, deafened by the crash of that fall, stunned by the weird catastrophe. An icy hand touched Turlo's spine. Had that vast bulk been thrust over by the hand of a dead man? As it had rushed downward, it had seemed to the gale that the inhuman features had for an instant taken on the likeness of the dead Gothan. Now, as all stood speechless, the acolyte Gelka saw and seized his opportunity.
"Golgoroth has spoken!" he screamed. "He has crushed the false goddess! She was but a wicked mortal, and these strangers, too, are mortal! See, he bleeds!"
The priest's fingers stabbed at the dried blood on Turlo's throat, and a wild roar went up from the throng. Dazed and bewildered by the swiftness and magnitude of the late events, they were like crazed wolves, ready to wipe out doubts and fear in a burst of bloodshed. Gelka bounded at Turlo, hatchet flashing, and the knife in the hand of a satellite licked into Zomar's back. Turlo had not understood the shout, but he realized the air was tense with danger for Athelstane and himself. He met the leaping Gelka with a stroke that sheared through the waving plumes and the skull beneath. Then half a dozen lances broke on his buckler, and a rush of bodies swept him back against a great pillar. Then Athelstane, slow of thought, who had stood gaping for the flashing second it had taken this to transpire, awoke in a blast of awesome fury. With a deafening roar he swung his heavy sword in a mighty arc. The whistling blade whipped off a head, sheared through a torso, and sank deep into a spinal column. The three corpses fell across each other, and even in the madness of the strife, men cried out at the marvel of that single stroke. But like a brown, blind tide of fury, the maddened people of Bal-Sagoth rolled on their foes. The guardsmen of the dead queen, trapped in the press, died to a man without a chance to strike a blow. But the overthrow of the two white warriors was no such easy task. Back to back they smashed and smote. Athelstane's sword was a thunderbolt of death, Turlo's axe was lightning. Hedged close by a sea of snarling brown faces and flashing steel, they hacked their way slowly toward a doorway. The very mass of the attackers hindered the warriors of Bal-Sagoth, for they had no space to guide their strokes, while the weapons of the seafarers kept a bloody ring clear in front of them. Heaping a ghastly row of corpses as they went, the comrades slowly cut their way through the snarling press. The Temple of Shadows, witness of many a bloody deed, was flooded with gore, spilled like a red sacrifice to her broken gods. The heavy weapons of the white fighters wrought fearful havoc among their naked, lighter-limbed foes, while their armor guarded their own lives. But their arms, legs, and faces were cut and gashed by the frantically flying steel, and it seemed the sheer number of their foes would overwhelm them ere they could reach the door. Then they had reached it, and made desperate play until the brown warriors, no longer able to come upon them from all sides, drew back for a breathing space, leaving a torn red heap before the threshold. And in that instant the two sprang back into the corridor, and seizing the great brazen door, slammed it in the very faces of the warriors who leaped howling to prevent it. Athelstane, bracing his mighty legs, held it against their combined efforts until Turlo had time to find and slip the bolt.
"Thor!"
gasped the Saxon, shaking the blood in a red shower from his face.
"This is close play. What now, Turlo?"
"Down the corridor, quick!" snapped the Gael, "before they come on us from this way and trap us like rats against this door. By Satan, the whole city must be roused. Hark to that roaring!" In truth, as they raced down the shadowed corridor, it seemed to them that all Bal-Sagoth had burst into rebellion and civil war. From all sides came the clashing of steel, the shouts of men, and the screams of women, overshadowed by a hideous howling. A lurid glow became apparent down the corridor, and then, even as Turlo in the lead rounded a corner and came out into an open courtyard, a vague figure leaped at him, and a heavy weapon fell with unexpected force on his shield, almost felling him. But even as he staggered, he struck back, and the upper spike on his axe sank under the heart of his attacker, who fell at his feet. In the glare that illumined all, Turlo saw his victim differed from the brown warriors he had been fighting. This man was naked, powerfully muscled, and of a copperish red rather than brown. The heavy animal-like jaw, the slanting low forehead, showed none of the intelligence and refinement of the brown people, but only a brute ferocity. A heavy war-club, rudely carved, lay beside him.
"By Thor!" exclaimed Athelstane. "The city burns!"
Turlo looked up. They were standing on a sort of raised courtyard from which broad steps led down into the streets, and from this vantage point they had a plain view of the terrific end of Bal-Sagoth. Flames leaped madly higher and higher, paling the moon, and in the red glare pygmy figures ran to and fro, falling and dying like puppets dancing to the tune of the black gods. Through the roar of the flames and the crashing of falling walls cut screams of death and shrieks of ghastly triumph. The city was swarming with naked copper-skinned devils who burned and ravished and butchered in one red carnival of madness. The Red Men of the Isles. By the thousands they had descended on the Isle of the Gods in the night, and whether stealth or treachery let them through the walls the comrades never knew. But now they ravened through the corpse-strewn streets, glutting their bloodlust in holocaust and massacre wholesale. Not all the gashed forms that lay in the crimson-running streets were brown. The people of the doomed city fought with desperate courage, but outnumbered and caught off guard, their courage was futile. The red men were like blood-hungry tigers.
"What ho, Turlo!"
shouted Athelstane, beard a-bristle, eyes ablaze as the madness of the scene fired a like passion in his own fierce soul.
"The world ends. Let us into the thick of it and glut our steel before we die. Who shall we strike for, the red or the brown?"
"Steady," snapped the Gael. "Either people would cut our throats. We must hack our way through to the gates, and the devil take them all. We have no friends here. This way, down these stairs. Across the roofs in yonder direction I see the arch of a gate." The comrades sprang down the stairs, gained the narrow street below, and ran swiftly in the way Turlo indicated. About them washed a red inundation of slaughter. A thick smoke veiled all now, and in the murk chaotic groups merged, writhed, and scattered, littering the shattered flags with gory shapes. It was like a nightmare in which demoniac figures leaped and capered, looming suddenly in the fire-shot mist, vanishing as suddenly. The flames from each side of the streets shouldered each other, singeing the hair of the warriors as they ran. Roofs fell in with an awesome thunder, and walls crashing into ruin filled the air with flying death. Men struck blindly from the smoke, and the seafarers cut them down and never knew whether their skins were brown or red. Now a new note rose in the cataclysmic horror. Blinded by the smoke, confused by the winding streets, the red men were trapped in the snare of their own making. Fire is impartial. It can burn the lighter as well as the intended victim, and a falling wall is blind. The red men abandoned their prey and ran howling to and fro like beasts, seeking escape. Many, finding this futile, turned back in a last unreasoning storm of madness as a blinded tiger turns, and made their last moments of life a crimson burst of slaughter. Turlo, with the unerring sense of direction that comes to men who live the life of the wolf, ran toward the point where he knew an outer gate to be. Yet in the windings of the streets and the screen of smoke, doubt assailed him. From the flame-shot murk in front of him, a fearful scream rang out. A naked girl reeled blindly into view and fell at Turlo's feet, blood gushing from her mutilated breast. A howling, red-stained devil close on her heels jerked back her head and cut her throat a fraction of a second before Turlo's axe ripped the head from its shoulders and spun it grinning into the street. And at that second a sudden wind shifted the writhing smoke, and the comrades saw the open gateway ahead of them, a swarm with red warriors. A fierce shout, a blasting rush, a mad instant of volcanic ferocity that littered the gateway with corpses, and they were through and racing down the slopes toward the distant forest and the beach beyond. Before them the sky was reddening for dawn. Behind them rose the soul-shaking tumult of the doomed city. Like hunted things they fled, seeking brief shelter among the many groves from time to time, to avoid groups of savages who ran toward the city. The whole island seemed to be swarming with them. The chiefs must have drawn on all the isles within hundreds of miles for a raid of such magnitude. And at last the comrades reached the strip of forest and breathed deeply as they came to the beach and found it abandoned, save for a number of long, skull-decorated war canoes. Athelstane sat down and gasped for breath.
Thor's blood! What now? What may we do but hide in these woods until those red devils hunt us out?
Help me launch this boat, snapped Turlo. We'll take our chance on the open main.
Ho!
Athelstane leaped direct, pointing.
Thor's blood! A ship!
The sun was just up, gleaming like a great golden coin on the sea rim. And limned in the sun swam a tall, high-pooped craft. The comrades leaped into the nearest canoe, shoved off and rowed like mad, shouting and waving their oars to attract the attention of the crew. Powerful muscles drove the long, slim craft along at an incredible clip, and it was not long before the ship stood about and allowed them to come alongside. Dark-faced men, clad in mail, looked over the rail.
"Spaniards," muttered Athelstane. "If they recognize me, I had better stayed on the island."
But he clambered up the chain without hesitation, and the two wanderers fronted the lean, sombre-faced man whose armor was that of a knight of Asturias. He spoke to them in Spanish, and Turlo answered him, for the Gael, like many of his race, was a natural linguist, and had wandered far and spoken many tongues. In a few words the Dalcassian told their story and explained the great pillar of smoke which now rolled upward in the morning air from the isle.
"Tell him there is a king's ransom for the taking," put in Athelstane. "Tell him of the silver gates, Turlo."
But when the Gaels spoke of the vast loot in the doomed city, the commander shook his head. "Good sir, we have no time to secure it, nor men to waste in the taking. Those red fiends you describe would hardly give up anything, though useless to them, without a fierce battle, and neither my time nor my force is mine. I am Don Rodrigo del Cortez of Castile, and this ship, the Grey Friar, is one of a fleet that sailed to harry the Moorish corsairs. Some days agone, we were separated from the rest of the fleet in a sea skirmish, and the tempest blew us far off our course. We are even now beating back to rejoin the fleet if we can find it, if not, to harry the infidel as well as we may. We serve God and the king, and we cannot halt for mere dross, as you suggest. But you are welcome aboard this ship, and we have need of such fighting men as you appear to be. You will not regret it, should you wish to join us and strike a blow for Christendom against the Moslems." In the narrow-bridged nose and deep, dark eyes, as in the lean, ascetic face, Turlo read the fanatic, the stainless cavalier, the knight-errant. He spoke to Athelstane. "This man is mad, but there are good blows to be struck and strange lands to see. Anyway, we have no other choice."
"One place is as good as another to masterless men and wanderers," quoth the huge Saxon. "Tell him we will follow him to hell and singe the tail of the devil if there be any chance of loot."
Chapter 4 Empire. Turlo and Athelstane leaned on the rail, gazing back at the swiftly receding island of the gods, from which rose a pillar of smoke, laden with the ghosts of 1,000 centuries, and the shadows and mysteries of forgotten empire, and Athelstane cursed as only a Saxon can.
"A king's ransom, and after all that bloodletting, no loot."
Turlo shook his head. "We have seen an ancient kingdom fall. We have seen the last remnant of the world's oldest empire sink into flames on the abyss of oblivion, and barbarism rear its brute head above the ruins. So passed the glory and the splendor and the imperial purple, and red flames and yellow smoke.
But not one bit of plunder, persisted the Viking.
Again Turlo shook his head. I brought away with me the rarest gem upon the island, something for which men and women have died and the gutters run with blood. He drew from his girdle a small object, a curiously carved symbol of jade.
The emblem of kingship,
exclaimed Athelstane. Aye, as Brunhild struggled with me to keep me from following you into the corridor, this thing caught in my mail and was torn from the golden chain that held it.
He who bears it is King of Bal-Sagoth, ruminated the mighty Saxon. As I predicted, Turlo, you are a king.
Turlo laughed with bitter mirth, and pointed to the great billowing column of smoke which floated in the sky away on the sea rim. Aye, a kingdom of the dead, an empire of ghosts and smoke. I am Ard-Lai of a phantom city. I am King Turlo of Bal-Sagoth, and my kingdom is fading in the morning sky. And therein it is like all other empires in the world, dreams and ghosts and smoke. Nekht Semerkeht. And what I am sure of is that there is not any gold nor any other metal in all that country. Coronado. The snap of a bowstring, the shrill scream of a horse death-stricken, broke the stillness. The Spanish barb reared, the feathered end of the arrow quivering behind its foreleg, and went down in a headlong plunge. The rider sprang free as it fell, and hit on his feet with a dry clang of steel. He staggered, empty hands flung wide, fighting to regain his balance. His matchlock had fallen several feet away, and the match had gone out. He drew his broadsword and looked about him, trying to locate the beady black eyes he knew glittered at him from somewhere in the close-set greasewood bushes that edged the rim of the dry wash to his left. Even as he sought the slayer of his steed, the man appeared, rising upright and springing over a low shrub almost with one movement. A vengeful yell of triumph quivered in the late afternoon stillness. An instant they faced one another, with a 50-foot stretch of tawny sand between. The new world and the old personified in them. About them, from horizon to horizon, the naked plain swept away and away to mingle in the faint ocean-like haze that hovered along the turquoise rim of the sky. No bird cried, no beast moved. The dead horse lay motionless. In all that vast expanse, those two were the only living, sentient beings. The tall, gray-bearded man in tarnished steel, the wiry, copper-skinned brave, naked in his beaded loincloth, with his black eyes burning redly under the square-cut bang of his black mane. Those black eyes flickered toward the matchlock, lying out of reach and useless, and the red glints grew more lurid. The Apache had learned the deadliness of the white man's guns, but now he felt that the advantage was with him. His left hand gripped a short, stout bow of bois d'arc, backed with sinew. In his right was a flint-headed dogwood arrow. He did not reach for the stone-headed hatchet at his girdle. He had no intention of coming within the sweep of that long sword which glimmered dully in the rays of the westering sun. For an instant the tableau held motionless, as he swept his fierce gaze over his enemy. He knew his flint darts would splinter on the white man's armor, but no visor covered the bearded face. Yet he was unwilling to waste a single arrowhead, which represented hours of tedious toil. Cat-like, he glided toward his prey, not in a straight line, but springing from side to side to confuse the other, to make him shift his position, and so to catch him at the end of a motion, where he could not dodge the winged death that leaped at him. The Apache did not fear a sudden sword-swinging rush. The steel-clad man could never match his own naked fleetness of foot. He had the white man at his mercy and could kill in his own way without risk. With a short, fierce cry, he stopped short, whipped up the bow and jerked back the arrow, just as the white man plucked a pistol from his belt and fired point-blank. The arrow whined erratically skyward. The bow slipped from the warrior's hands as the Apache went to his knees, choking, blood gushing between the fingers that clutched at his muscular breast. He sank down in the sand, his bloodshot, glazing eyes fixed in a last spasm of despairing hate on his slayer. The white man always had something in reserve, something unguessed. The warrior saw the armored man looming above him like a grim god, implacable and unconquerable, with bleak, pitiless eyes. In that gleaming figure he read the ultimate doom of his whole race. Weakly, as a dying snake hisses, he reared his head, spat at his slayer, and slid back dead. Hernando de Guzman sheathed his sword, reloaded the clumsy wheel-lock pistol, and replaced it beside its mate, reflecting briefly that it was well for him that this particular Apache had not been familiar with the shorter arms. He sighed as he looked down at his dead horse. Like many of his race, he had a fondness for fine horses, and displayed toward them a kindliness seldom, if ever, showed to human beings. He made no move to secure the ornately decorated saddle and bridle. In the miles he must cover afoot, he would find exhaustion enough without further burdening himself. The matchlock he secured, and with it resting on his shoulder, he stood motionless for a moment, seeking to orient himself. A feeling that he was already lost tugged at him, had been tugging at him for the last hour, even before his horse was killed. Veteran though he was, he had wandered further afield than was wise, in vain pursuit of an antelope, whose flaring white scud, gleaming in the sunlight, had led him like a will-o'-the-wisp over sand hills and prairie. He had tried to keep the location of the camp in his mind, but he feared that he had failed. There were no landmarks in these plains that swept without a break from sunrise to sunset. An expedition, driving its own sustenance on the hoof, was like a ship groping its way across an unknown sea, its only chance of survival lying in its self-sufficiency. A lone rider was like a man adrift in an open boat, without food or water or compass. A man afoot was a man as good as dead, unless he could reach his companions swiftly. De Guzman briefly explored the shallow gully in hopes of finding a horse. There was none. The Apaches had not yet taken to horse riding. Steeds strayed or stolen from the Spaniards were used as food, though he had heard tales of a terrible tribe to the north, whose warriors were already horsemen. The Spaniard chose the direction he believed to be the right one, and took up his march. He lifted his morion and ran his fingers through his damp, graying locks, but the heat of the sun made him replace it. Years of armor-wearing accustomed him to the weight and heat of the steel that cased him. Later it would add to his weariness, but it might stand him in good stead if he met other roaming warriors of the plains. The presence of the lone warrior he had killed proved that there was a whole clan somewhere in the vicinity. The sun dipped toward the western horizon. Across its red eye he moved, a tiny pygmy in the midst of the illimitable plain that mocked him in its grim vastness and silence. The sun seemed to poise on the desert rim before it rushed from sight. A thin streamer of crimson ran north and south around the skyline. The sky seemed to expand, to deepen with the coming of sunset. Already in the east, the hot volcanic blue was paling to the steel of Toledo swords. De Guzman stopped and dropped the butt of his matchlock to the earth. It rang on the hard ground and left no print. He looked back the way he had come, unable to trace his own route over the short, dry, springy grass. He had passed, leaving no footprints. He might have been a phantom drifting futilely across a sleeping, indifferent land. The plains were impervious to human efforts. Man left no trace upon them. He marched, fought, struggled, and died, cursing the gods that betrayed him. But the plains dreamed on, with no more trace of his passing than he had left on the surface of the sea. "Gold," muttered de Guzman, and laughed sardonically. He had come a long way since his horse fell. If he were going in the right direction, he would have approached the camp near enough to have heard the shots that the men would be firing to guide him back. He was lost. He knew not in which direction to turn. The plains had claimed him for their own. His bones, bred of the wheat and oil and wine of old Spain, would bleach on the dreary expanse with the bones of the Apache, the coyote, and the rattlesnake. But the thought stirred in him no religious or sentimental horror. Spain was far away, a dream and a memory, a land of cocaine that had been real once, in the golden glow of youth and desire, but now had no more reality than a ghost continent lost in a sea of mist. Spanish blood was no more sacred than the blood of other races. Blood was only blood, and he had seen oceans of it spilled. Spanish blood, English blood, Huguenot blood, Inca blood, Aztec blood, the royal blood of Montezuma dripping from the parapets of Tenochtitlan. Blood running ankle-deep in the plaza of Cajamarca, about the frantic feet of doomed Atahualpa. But the will to live burned fiercely in his breast, the blind, black instinct toward life which has no relation to intellect or reason or anything else. As such he recognized and obeyed it. He had no more illusions concerning existence. He knew, as all men know who have bared its core, that the game was not worth the candle. Men rationalize the blind instinct of self-preservation, and build glib air castles, explaining why it is better to live than to die, when their boasted but ignored intellect is in every phase a negation of life. But civilized men hate and fear their instincts, as they hate and fear every heritage from the blind, squalling pit of primordial beginnings that bred them. Dogs, apes, elephants, these creatures obey instincts and live only because instinct bids them live. Man's urge toward life is no less blind and reasonless, but, abhorring his kinship with those creatures who had the misfortune not to be made in the deity's image, having no prophets to declare it, fondles his favorite delusion that he is guided wholly by reason, even when reason tells him it is better to die than to live. It is not the intellect he boasts that bids him live, but the blind, black, unreasoning beast instinct. This de Guzman knew and admitted. He did not try to deceive himself into believing that there was any intellectual reason why he should not give up the agonizing struggle, place the muzzle of a pistol to his head, and quit an existence whose savor had long ago become less than its pain. If by some miracle he found his way back to Coronado's camp, and at last to Mexico or fabled Quivira, there was no reason to believe that life would be any less sordid or more desirable than it had been before he marched northward in search of the 7 cities of gold. But that blind instinct bade him fight for life to its last gagging gasp, to live in spite of hell or the actions of his fellow men. It burned as strongly now as it had that long-past day in his youth when he fought shoulder to shoulder with Cortez and saw the plumed hordes of Montezuma roll in like a wave to engulf the desperate handful which defied them. To live. Not for love, nor profit, nor ambition, nor for a cause. All these things were wisps of mist, phantoms conjured up by men to explain the unexplainable. To live, because in his being there was implanted too deeply a blind black urge to live, that was in itself question and answer, desire and goal, beginning and end, and the answer to all the riddles in the universe. And so the conquistador laughed sardonically, shouldered his clumsy matchlock, and prepared to take up anew his futile march into ultimate oblivion and silence. Then he heard the drum. Even, deliberate, unhurried, its voice rolled across the plains, as mellow as the booming of waves of wine on a golden coast. He posed a moment, an image in steel straining his ears. It came from the east, he decided, and it was no Apache drum. It was alien, exotic, like a drum he had heard that night when he stood on a flat roof in Cajamarca and watched the myriad fires of the great Inca's army twinkling through the night, while nearby the passionless voice of the bastard Pizarro spun black webs of treachery and infamy. He closed his eyes, rubbed a hand across them, opened them, listened, with his head tilted sidewise, wondering if the heat and silence were already melting his brain and giving birth to fantasies. No, it was no mirage framed in sound. Steady as the pulse in his own temple, it throbbed and throbbed, touching obscure chords in his brain until his whole being thrummed with the call of mystery. For a moment, dead ashes flickered into flame, as if his dead youth were for the moment revived, and that mellow sound were magic and allure. He felt again for a moment, as he had felt so long ago, when he gripped a ship's rail with hot, eager hands, and saw the golden, fabled coast of Mexico loom out of the morning mist, and felt the lure of adventure and plunder that was like the blast of a golden trumpet ringing down the wind. It passed, but a pulse in his temple beat swift staccato so that he laughed at himself, and without pausing to argue the matter with himself, he turned and strode eastward. The sun had set. The brief twilight of the plains glowed and faded. The stars blinked out, great, white, cold stars, indifferent to the tiny figure plodding across the shadowless vastness. The sparse shrubs crouched like nameless beasts, waiting for the wanderer to stumble and fall. The drum pulsed steadily on, booming its golden wavelets of sound across the wasteland. It roused memories long faded, alien and exotic, of flaming gardens of great blossoms, steaming jungles, tinkling fountains, and always an undertone of golden drops tinkling on a golden paving. Gold. Again he was following a quest of gold, the same old threadbare quest that had led him around the world, over seas, through jungles, and through the smoke and flame of butchered cities. Like Coronado, sleeping somewhere on these plains and wrapped in fantastic dreams, he was following a call of gold, and one as tangible as that which maddened Francisco's dreams. Coronado, seeking vainly for the cities of Cibola, with their lofty houses and glittering treasures, where even the slaves ate from golden dishes. De Guzman smiled bitterly with his parched, thirst-twisted lips, reflecting that in future years Coronado would become a symbol for the chasing of will-o'-the-wisps. Historians to come, wise with the blatant wisdom of hindsight, would mock at him as a visionary and a fool. His name would become a taunt for treasure-seekers. Yet with what reason? Why should not a Spaniard search for gold in the countries north of the Rio Grande? Why refuse to credit the tales of Cibola? They were no more incredible than the tales of Peru and Mexico had been, less than a generation ago. There was as much reason to believe Cibola existed as there had been to believe that Peru existed, before the swineherd Pizarro sailed southward. But the world judges by failure or success. Coronado was of the same hard-headed, heavy-handed breed as Pizarro and Cortez. But they found gold, and would go down in history as robbers and plunderers. Coronado found no gold, and would go down in history as a visionary, a credulous believer in myths, a chaser of non-existent rainbows. De Guzman laughed, and his laughter was not pleasant, embodying his personal opinion of the human race, which was not flattering. So through the night he followed the mellow booming of the drum, which grew subtly louder as he advanced. In the small hours of morning, when his feet seemed weighted not with steel but with lead, and sleep filled his eyes like dust, so that he kept blinking continually, he was aware of a vague bulk looming among the stars on the eastern horizon, and lights twinkled which might have been stars, but which he believed to be fires. And the drum was not far away now. He caught minor notes and undertones he had not heard before, strange rustlings and murmurings, like the swish of the skirts of dark-eyed Aztec women, or the soft, low gurglings of their laughter that tinkled among the silvery fountains in the gardens of Tenochtitlan, before the Spanish swords reddened those gardens with blood. Why should a drum speak with such voices in this naked northern land, bringing the lures and mysteries of the faraway south? On either hand he made out the faint outlines of a long ridge. He was aware that he had made a slow, gradual descent. He knew that he had entered a broad, shallow valley, probably one marking the course of a sunken river. The ridges drew nearer as he advanced and increased in height. Just before dawn, he stumbled upon a small stream which ran southeastward, as all the streams in this land seemed to run. Willows and cottonwoods and straggling bushes grew thick along it. He drank deeply and lay there near the water's edge, waiting for dawn. The drum pulsed once more and ceased. Only a single fire twinkled in the dark bulk before him. Silence lay over the ancient land. With the first streak of milky light in the east, he saw before him the towers and flat roofs of a walled city. He had roamed too far and seen too many incredible sights to be greatly surprised at anything he saw, yet he lay there wondering at the sight. The city was built of adobe, like the pueblos they had encountered far to the west, but there the resemblance ceased. The walls were sheathed in an enamel-like glaze, decorated with intricate designs in blue, purple, and crimson. It was not large in extent, but the houses, 3 or 4 stories in height, did not resemble the beehive huts of the pueblos. The whole city was dominated by a towering structure that gleamed in the dawnlight, and was somewhat like a teocalli, save that it was topped by a dome. He blinked at that. He had never seen anything like it, in Peru, Yucatan, or Mexico. The architecture of the city was baffling, obviously allied to that of the Aztecs, yet curiously unlike, as if Aztec hands had reared what an alien brain had conceived. The city sat in a broad fan-shaped valley, which narrowed and deepened to the east, or rather the cliffs grew higher, for the valley floor remained level. Here once, thousands, perhaps millions of years ago, a great river had cut its channel in the plain and plunged out of sight, leaving a V-shaped valley, walled on 3 sides by cliffs which grew tall and steep at the apex. The city faced westward, toward the broad opening of the valley, where the ridges dwindled until they vanished. Any enemy must approach from the west, but there was no barrier to guard the city in that direction, where the dwindling ridges were more than a mile apart. The stream entered the broad mouth and wound past the walls at a few hundred yards' distance, until it plunged into a cavern in the cliffs. Beyond the city to the southeast, it flowed through a checkerboard of irrigated fields in which he recognized corn, grapes, berries, nuts, and melons. The soil of these barren plains was fertile. All it lacked was water to produce food in abundance. Here the water was supplied. As he watched, a small gate in the southeast wall opened, and people came into the fields to work. Small brown people, well-formed, the men clad in loincloths, the women in short sleeveless tunics which left the left breast bare, and came scarcely below mid-thigh. As he lay there watching, he heard a rumbling to the west, a sound he knew. He jerked his head about, and, peering through the intertwining willows, he saw a cloud of dust rising in the valley mouth. Through the dust appeared a long, low black line which grew swiftly as it advanced. The line became a swiftly rolling mass, which was seen to be formed of shaggy, dark animals with huge horned heads. It was a stampede of buffalo, the cattle of the plains. The people in the fields ran for the gate which swung open to receive them. The beasts came on blindly, perhaps 1,000 of them. Heads appeared along the walls of the city, and a trumpet blared barbarically. De Guzman had seen buffalo stampede before, but he did not understand why they should charge so blindly toward the city. On they came, in a black, bellowing wave, until it seemed they would dash themselves against the foot of the walls. But 300 yards from the walls, they split as on an unseen barrier and broke away to the north and south, some crashing through the willows and splashing madly across the stream. Then de Guzman saw the reason for their stampede. Their dividing unmasked 300 Apaches painted for war, with bows in their hands. They had driven the buffalo before them, and running behind and among them, fleet-footed and untiring as wolves, had used the rushing herd as cover to come within bowshot of the city. Now with wild yells they rushed for the gate, showing a recklessness de Guzman did not associate with the Apaches. He believed they had been drugged with tiswin. No arrows came from the wall, but a strange misty cloud rolled over the wall and floated toward the Apaches. It enveloped them, and their yells ceased. No brave rushed out of the cloud. A stark silence reigned. Then the cloud dispersed, and he saw them again, lying where they had fallen, their naked brown bodies gleaming in the rising sun, their feathers stirring in the faint wind. De Guzman's flesh crawled. This was necromancy. Men were coming from the gate now, tall, sinewy men, clad in plumed helmets and beaded loincloths. And de Guzman felt the old blood stir of the conquistador, for those helmets gleamed in the sun as only pure gold can gleam. The warriors fastened ropes to the ankles of the fallen braves and dragged them inside the gates. The gates were closed, and again the workers came into the fields. De Guzman lay undecided among the willows. He had satisfied his thirst, but he was ravenously hungry. Yet he hesitated to show himself to these people, who had showed themselves possessed of what was undoubtedly a gift of the devil. De Guzman doubted the existence of a lord of evil, but he recognized diabolatry nevertheless. He lay there, and despite himself, he slept. He awoke with a start. A girl had parted the willows and was staring down at him. She was clad in the scanty cotton tunic of the workers in the field, but she did not seem the sort of woman who would have been wearing such a garment. Silks and jewels would have seemed more appropriate. There was an Aztec look about her, but a subtle difference. She was tall, slender, but voluptuously formed, and the careless abandon with which she wore her scanty garment left few of her generous contours wholly concealed. De Guzman felt a quickening of the pulse, as he had when he saw the gold of the strange city. His graying beard was no indication of the fire that still burned in the conquistador's veins. She was like the strange, exotic women who had intoxicated him in his youth, when he first followed the iron captains in hot, unknown lands. She spoke, stammering in her surprise. "Who are you?" She had spoken in Aztec, scarcely familiar with its alien enunciations. He was on his feet in a flash, armor and all, and grasped her wrist as she recoiled. She did not struggle, feeling the iron in his grip. She stared up at him, amazement mirrored more than fear in her wide, dark eyes. A subtle perfume filled his nostrils, and his head reeled momentarily. "What does a woman like you at work in the fields?" he muttered. She ignored his question. "I know what manner of man you are. You are a Spaniard, one of those who slew Montezuma and destroyed his kingdom. You ride beasts called horses, and make thunder and the red flame of death flash out of a metal war club." Eagerly she ran her fingers over his dented breastplate. The touch of her soft, warm fingers against his beard sent tingles of pleasure through his iron frame. He smiled to himself sardonically. What new thing could there be for him to learn about women, who could not even remember how many he had held in his arms during his wild career? But his instincts drew him to her, and he did not resist or question them. "Word came to the north," she said. "Word of the slaughter made in Mexico. I was but a baby then. Men doubted, but no more tribute came from Montezuma." "Tribute?" The word was startled out of him. "Tribute? From Montezuma, the emperor of all Mexico?" "Aye. He and his fathers paid tribute to Nekht Semerkeht for 1,000 years. Slaves, gold, pelts." Nekht Semerkeht. It had a strange, alien ring. It was not Aztec, that was certain. Where had he heard it? Dimly its echo reverberated in the shadowy recesses back of his mind. It seemed somehow associated with a deafening noise, the reek of gunpowder, and the reek of spilt blood. "I have seen men like you," she said. "Once, when I was 10, I wandered outside the city, and the Apaches caught me and sold me to the Lipans, who sold me to the Karankawas, who dwell on the coast far to the south, and are cannibals. Once, a great war canoe with wings came sailing by the coast, and the Karankawa braves went out in their dugouts and shot their arrows at it. There were men in steel on the deck, like you. They turned great war clubs of metal toward the canoes and blew them out of the water. I ran away in the confusion, and came to a camp of the Tonkiwas, who brought me home again, for the Tonkiwas are our servants. What is your name?" He told her. She turned it about her tongue, lisping it in her attempts to pronounce it. "And who are you?" he demanded. He had never released her wrist, and now his steel-clad arm slipped about her supple waist. She started at the contact, and tried to draw away. "I am a princess," she answered haughtily. "Then what are you doing in a slave's garment?" he demanded, taking hold of the garment and raising it, possibly to call her attention to it. Her fine dark eyes filled suddenly with tears, and she drooped her head in a sort of wrathful humility. "I forgot. I am a slave, a toiler in the fields, bearing the wheels of the overseer's whip." In angry scorn at herself, she turned lithely and exhibited them to him. "I, the daughter of kings, whipped like a common slave." She spoke rapidly. "Listen, I am Nezahualcóyotl, daughter of a line of kings. Nekht Semerkeht reigns in Tlaxcaltec, but beneath him is a governor, the Tlaquetecatl, lord of the fighting men. Acaputzalco was governor. My lover, Acampichitli, was an officer under him. I desired that my lover become governor. We intrigued. I have had power in the city, but Nekht did not desire it. My lover was fed to the feeders from the sky. I was degraded to the status of a public slave, one of the Totonacs
whom my ancestors brought with them centuries ago when they came northward. When was that? He asked. Long ago, when Nekht Semerkeht first came to Tenochtitlan. He reigned there for a space, then he gathered many people and came northward to found this city. He took only young men and women, newly married. Teguthman suddenly remembered where he had heard that name. Nekht Semerkeht. A cry from the bloody lips of an Aztec priest falling in the darkness of the terrible battle on the Noche Triste, as men, in their last extremity, invoke a devil instead of a god. He remembered, too, vague tales of a city far to the north, from which he believed grew the tales of Cibola. He had thought it a legend, but here was the reality. "Who is Nekht Semerkeht?" he asked. The name was not Aztec. She gestured vaguely eastward. "He came across the blue ocean, long ago. He is a mighty magician, mightier than the priests of the Toltecs. He came alone and made himself ruler of Mexico. But he grew weary and came north. Listen to me, Iron Man. Nekht Semerkeht does not know of your race. Even his magic cannot prevail against the thunder of your war club. Help me to kill him. There are warriors who will follow me in spite of all. I will gather them in a chamber of his temple. Tonight I will open a gate to you, will lead you into the temple. The overseer who guards the slaves at night, he is a young man who has fallen in love with me. He will do anything I ask. Will you aid me?" He nodded. "But bring me food." "I will bring food and leave it among the bushes, but I must return to the gardens now, before I am missed." So all day he lay hidden among the willows, and at night he rose and moved like a steel-clad phantom, dim in the starlight, across the silent gardens, until he came to the door she had mentioned. It was open, and she appeared, limned in the faint glow of a tiny hand cresset, in her scanty garment. With her was a young man in the garments of an overseer. She caught his steel-gloved hand in her slim fingers. "Come, the warriors await." She led him through narrow streets and shadowy courtyards to a small door in the great temple. Along a dark corridor they moved until they came into a chamber where 10 men waited. Nezahualcóyotl cried out sharply. The 10 men sat each in his ebon chair, in rigid, unseeing attitudes. The light went out. Nezahualcóyotl screamed in the dark. The young overseer gasped. Teguthman's matchlock was wrenched from his hands. He drew his sword and stood tense and listening in the silence which followed. Then a soft hand touched his. He almost struck with his sword before he recognized the feel of a woman's slim hand. The fingers closed supplely about his and tugged gently. He followed, gliding as silently as he could in his armor. He was led through a door, along a darkened corridor, on and on. Suddenly, somewhere, a woman screamed, in the voice of Nezahualcóyotl. Smitten by a grisly thought, he ran his fingers along the wrist of the hand that held his. They encountered a few inches of soft, smooth wrist, then a hairy, wiry arm. A peal of demoniac laughter burst out in the darkness. Gagging with horror, he heaved up his sword and smote blindly, and the horrible guffaw broke in an agonized gurgle. Something thrashed and flopped in the darkness at his feet, and he turned back, his flesh crawling. That nameless monstrosity with the soft hands of a woman was not leading him anywhere he should go. He turned aside, found a door, and presently, moving at random along another corridor, saw a faint gleam of light far ahead of him. He was looking down into a chamber,
from a sort of balcony. He could see a throne of black ebony, with a back and canopy which hid the occupant, but he knew someone or something sat there. He saw the young overseer and Nazahualka. Stark naked, he hung suspended from a golden chain by his ankles from the ceiling, over a gold brazier which sent up clouds of purple smoke, which from time to time hid him completely as high as his waist. He made no sound, but writhed weakly. Nazahualka, as naked as the youth, lay on a gold gem-crusted altar directly beneath a circular opening in the dome, which showed a disk of blue-black star-clustered night sky. Her lovely eyes were dilated with fear, her wrists and ankles confined by slender golden chains. She stared wildly up through the roof. A voice was speaking from the throne, calm, passionless, and merciless. You are a fool to place trust in a barbarian with a thunder club. Its necromancy is less than mine. He lost his thunder club, and a child of darkness led him to his doom among the rattlesnakes. And your flesh shall glut the feeders from the sky. A despairing cry broke from the girl's throat. De Guzman turned and groped his way down the stairs, a pistol in each hand. Just as he reached a lower landing, he heard the girl cry out again with greater poignancy, and with the cry the dry rustle of great wings. He came through a door and saw a nightmare shape settling down on the altar. A dragon-like thing from the upper spaces of the air, whose raids on the lower levels ages ago gave rise to tales of harpies and vampires. De Guzman stepped through the door and fired point-blank with his right-hand pistol, and the monster rolled to the floor, its head blasted. He wheeled. A man had risen from the throne, and though he had expected to see a monstrosity, the Spaniard's flesh crawled. Not because the man was hideous, for he was handsome with a terrible dark beauty, but because of the ageless evil in his luminous dark eyes. "Fool," said he calmly, "I am Nekht Semerkeht of Egypt." Even as he glimpsed the motion, de Guzman fired point-blank with his left-hand pistol, and Nekht Semerkeht reeled with a choking cry. He staggered back and vanished through the wall. De Guzman unbound the girl. She cried out for him to follow. He followed, through strange corridors, until he came to a vast chamber, where about the walls were ranged bodies of men upright and turned to stone. Toltecs, Aztecs, Totonacs, Tonkiwas, Nipans, Apaches, warriors of tribes unfamiliar to the Spaniard. Nekht Semerkeht sat at a smooth stone table, a slight smile of seeming self-mockery on his dark lips, his red-stained hand against his breast. "You have conquered," he said. "I am dying." De Guzman sat the cresset on the table. "I am Nekht Semerkeht of Egypt. The Ptolemies drove me from Egypt long ago. My galley was wrecked off the coast of Mexico. My arts were strong then, they are stronger now. I made myself lord of Mexico, but I wearied of its rule and came northward. I have heard how your race slew Montezuma, but here in this city are greater treasures of gold than ever Cortez took from Tenochtitlan." As they talked, de Guzman was aware of a magic web surrounding him. He broke it, leaped up, and Nekht Semerkeht was on him with a curved sword. "Fool!" roared the Egyptian. "Did you think a pellet of lead could slay Nekht Semerkeht?" His blade was a white flame about the Spaniard's bare head, and as de Guzman parried and smote, he saw the cresset was dimming, going out. He rushed, smiting desperately to strike down this dark fiend before the blackness engulfed them. Sparks rang, and Nekht Semerkeht cried out as he pitched backward into the blackness yawning at his feet. Blood spurting, he toppled and vanished. The trapdoor closed, and de Guzman stood alone in the hall of the warriors. He turned and ran out of the accursed place. The great doors were rushing shut. He sprang through, and they clanged behind him. He sought Nezawaka and claimed his part of the kingship. She resisted, but he overpowered her. Then, as he slept, Nekht Semerkeht came to him, and assumed the likeness of a strange Indian warrior, and told the Spaniard he would bring the Comanches upon the city by means of a dream, and that his race would never be able to conquer them. The Comanches came upon them, and Nekht Semerkeht, dying, dragged himself upon the palace tower and smote on a gong until a section of the wall fell. The Comanches swarmed in and butchered everyone in the city. De Guzman fell fighting fiercely.